Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Star Silver of the Void Clan right here on GMT Recap. Drowning in sorrow from a broken heart, the young man, after a long night spent in the arms of a mysterious woman, suddenly jolted awake, remembering that he had forgotten something important.
Today is Tianyin's graduation ceremony,
he exclaimed, startled by the realization. There was no time to waste. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the hotel at full speed. All his life, apart from his parents and the teacher who had helped him escape from the slums, the most important thing to Tianyin had always been his studies at Zhongting Academy. He knew very well that this opportunity was not something to be taken for granted. In order to give his parents a better life in the future, to be able to walk out of the slums with dignity, he had always strived to excel in his studies.
While other students showed contempt, he was studying.
While others indulged in all kinds of pleasures in Central Star City, he was still studying. For the past 5 years, Tianyin had never given up. Because he overslept, Tianyin had no choice but to use the flying technique to get to the academy, even though it was extremely dangerous. The flying technique was a foundational method developed by the professors at the academy using cosmic energy. However, due to the existence of Xiangche, those with money no longer needed to learn the flying technique. After all, indulgence was what mattered most. Only poor kids like Tianyin had to rely on this easily injurious method to travel. Cosmic energy was a practice that humans had developed and researched over the years, using their own bodies as the foundation. Currently, the escape technique, developed by scientists, could use cutting-edge scientific devices to enable the target population to escape and undergo rebirth.
This made survival even more adaptable.
Simply put, the superior beings can use the escape technique to achieve immortality, while the inferior ones can only cultivate cosmic energy, seemingly with little hope of continuing to live.
Tianyin was born in a slum, and he didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate cosmic energy. Perhaps it was his good fortune that he met his master. That day, when Tianyin, barefoot with wide eyes, met his master surprisingly asked, "Kid, do you want to become a powerful being?" Even he didn't fully understand what he was doing, but unexpectedly, Tianyin responded with an innocent gaze. "Mister, I want to become a powerful being. Please, teach me." This answer left Tianyin's master dumbfounded.
"You look so silly and clueless.
Do you really think you can do it?"
Tianyin, though young, replied that he would try his best. After receiving the affirmative answer, his master instructed him never to reveal his existence to anyone. Before the age of 20, he was not allowed to apply cosmic energy to other areas, he could only cultivate the flying technique. Tianyin, who could barely recognize any words, agreed with his master and swore to uphold his vow, tirelessly striving for more than a decade.
Back to the present, Tianyin finally arrived at the academy.
He quickly scanned the area and rushed straight to the graduation ceremony.
There was only half a minute left.
Fortunately, he made it just in time. At that moment, Tianyin collided with a girl and fell to the ground.
This situation is indeed awkward.
The scene then shifts to when Tianyin is dumped by his girlfriend, leading to the drunken drive at the beginning of the story.
On his 20th birthday, Tianyin eagerly arrived in front of his girlfriend's house, announcing that he was now ready to start learning another martial art.
But what he received in return was a cold and indifferent attitude.
"Well, then congratulations. Go back, and don't come looking for me again."
Like a thunder strike by his ear, Tianyin stood frozen, trying to find a reason.
Why? Haven't we always been good together? But his girlfriend didn't even glance at him, responding coldly. "Don't say any more.
You've always thought that way, but you stubbornly held on to that promise."
Tianyin felt dejected, trying to hold on. "But isn't a person's promise the most important thing? Please, give me a chance, I can."
Before he could finish, he was interrupted.
"No need. It's over between us. Don't you realize that you've got nothing to offer me?"
Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Tianyin finally understood everything.
Is there someone else in your heart now?
His girlfriend bluntly admitted.
So you're not as stupid as I thought. Go ahead, Wei Kong will be here soon. If he sees you, I can't guarantee he won't do something.
Left standing outside, Tianyin seemed frozen in place.
At that moment, a loud call pulled him back to reality. Student Tianyin, is Student Tianyin here? Student Tianyin from the 5th year physical technique class?
It wasn't until the third call that Tianyin was startled into responding. Seeing this, the principal looked at him and asked,
Student Tianyin, don't you want to graduate? Why did it take me 3 calls for you to hear me? Tianyin could only apologize. How could he explain that he was lost in thoughts about being dumped?
Suddenly, his classmates nearby burst out laughing. Haha, look at his silly expression, I heard he got dumped by his girlfriend.
Tianyin was frustrated but couldn't do anything, since they were right.
After taking attendance, the principal called Tianyin up to the stage. This sudden turn of events made Tianyin's mind race with countless thoughts about why he was being called up. Aside from the teachers of the academy, only students being reprimanded ever went up to that podium. His classmates began to murmur among themselves. But as he stepped onto the stage, the principal suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him.
Don't be nervous.
Then, the principal turned to announce clearly. I hereby declare that 5th year student Tianyin has become the top graduate of Zhongting Academy. The academy will award him a prestigious academy badge along with a scholarship of 1,000 cosmic coins. Upon hearing this, all the students fell silent, mouths agape in shock. After a moment of astonishment, it felt like an unexpected honor, like Tianyin was dreaming. Every day, faced with endless ridicule, contempt, patience, and enduring torment, Tianyin felt deeply grateful. Luckily, the academy hadn't abandoned him, and fortunately, he hadn't abandoned himself.
Bowing, Tianyin thanked the principal, but the principal replied, You should thank your own efforts.
These words gave Tianyin much strength and confidence, but the other students began to murmur in envy.
What the hell is this? A top scholar? Is he cheating?
Look at that smug look on his face, that obsequious attitude.
He must have rigged the exam, or there's no way he's graduating.
At that moment, the principal unexpectedly spoke up.
A bunch of trash, and you still have the nerve to criticize others?
Tell me, of the 27 departments of this academy, how many of you, being descendants of noble families, actually passed?
Yet, one bold student replied, TCH, it's just a graduation title, why bother working hard? But the principal's next words silenced everyone. You all think you're clever.
I've already discussed with the other teachers, for the glory of this academy, we've made a special decision, apart from Tianyin, no one else is allowed to graduate. As soon as the words were spoken, all the students below reacted strongly.
What? What's the reason for that? Nobody can graduate? How am I supposed to face my family? Someone even stood up to challenge the principal. Principal, I think this is wrong. You're allowing that useless student to graduate, don't you care about the academy's reputation?
But the principal gave him a contemptuous glance and told him to shut up.
Can you hear me clearly?
Before you criticize others, you should first take a look at yourself. Despite these words, Wei Kong still didn't realize the situation and stepped up to the stage, representing the other students to challenge the principal.
How can you allow such a person to graduate? Everyone is very dissatisfied.
Upon hearing this, the principal immediately stood up in defense.
The student Tianyin has an outstanding record with 27 achievements. You are not qualified to criticize him.
At this moment, Wei Kong slowly approached Tianyin and taunted him. Such an outstanding student, but it's a pity that even his woman can't be kept.
The line ran up to me. Tianyin did not get angry, but only asked one question. Why are you always targeting me? Upon hearing this, Wei Kong continued to provoke. Targeting you? You really think too highly of yourself. A filthy insect should just crawl into a corner and eat shit.
Flying in front of others, of course, you'll get swatted. These words made Tianyin remember the past, all the injustices he had endured.
So, after dismissing all your humiliations, you think I'm easy to bully, that you won't even treat me like a human being.
Consumed by anger, Tianyin's gaze suddenly darkened, filled with murderous intent.
Let me disappear.
Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded. Wei Kang's head suddenly twisted and flew off his neck, blood gushing out like a waterfall, splashing directly onto the crowd of students. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, a man named Liaoan was carefully performing a ritual.
Master Manipulator, we have not yet found the young lady.
Oya, sitting in a chair with a glass of wine in her hand, spoke to her subordinate.
Liaoan, you have been with me for decades. Do you think you can hide anything from me?
Tell me everything you know, or you can go and find Judge Fei Er yourself.
Liaoan kneeled on the ground, hesitating and not daring to speak. Master Manipulator, it's not that I'm hiding anything, it's just. Oh yeah, upon hearing this, took the initiative to ask. Just what? Could it be that girl, Lan Lan, did something beyond the rules?
Liaoan broke out in a cold sweat and said he had found the room where the young lady was staying. Seeing that Oya seemed a bit agitated, he quickly took out a small projector. We managed to get footage from inside that room, please take a look. On the bed in the room, they had discovered an incomplete message. Oya was so furious that she dropped the wineglass from her hand. Immediately, countless sharp-eye spikes shot toward Liaoan.
Tell me, what is going on here?
Knowing that even hiding a single word could mean his immediate end, Liaoan carefully reported all the information he had gathered. We've investigated and found that the young lady and the man were once in this room. According to the servant, the man seemed to be a student from Zhongting Academy.
Upon hearing this, Oya stood up in fury. Revenge. She was seeking revenge.
You will use my name to release some information and search for Lan Lan's whereabouts throughout the entire Galactic Alliance.
But suddenly, she reconsidered, waited a moment, and decided not to spread any rumors.
After all, this was a disgrace to the family. Bring that bastard from Zhongting Academy here, and investigate everything about him thoroughly.
Upon receiving the order, Liaoan immediately complied.
At that moment, the entire room seemed on the verge of freezing completely.
The power of this woman was indeed not to be underestimated.
Back at Tianyin's side, having just woken up in the hospital bed, he held his head, trying to recall what had happened.
Did I kill Wei Kong? What was that moment?
He distinctly felt a sense of manipulating power. Then, he looked at the data chart next to him, deeply puzzled.
Why is my mental energy so unusual? Could it be that this abnormal mental energy produced this kind of power?
To verify, he focused on the vase in front of him, trying to use his power to move it. But after trying for a long time, nothing happened.
Tianyin closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy. Lift up for me. This is my only chance to become stronger. Please, I beg you, rise up for me. Rise up. In his despair, Tianyin seemed to sense something. When he opened his eyes, the vase was floating in mid-air. At that moment, there was a noise from outside, and Tianyin quickly lay down, covering his head with the blanket. You startled me. I haven't been seen yet. What is going on? Is it true that the mind, as some scientist once said, holds such immense power? No, it's not just the spirit, it seems to be the ability to manipulate space.
At this moment, the principal pushed the door open and entered.
Tianyin, are you awake? Tianyin quickly stood up.
Hello, sir.
Principal, I just woke up.
Let's not beat around the bush, just get to the point. Lie down quickly, there's no need to sit up.
I deeply regret what happened that day. Did you notice anything about Wei Kang's death? Tianyin immediately looked innocent and pitiful. When Wei Kang's neck was bleeding, I was so scared, my head became dizzy and I fainted. I don't remember anything. The principal and the person with him exchanged a look and sighed. That's understandable, maybe you don't know anything at all. Alright, don't worry about it. Tianyin, congratulations, you've become the top graduate. Suddenly bringing up this topic, Tianyin smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, sir. His mind was filled with thoughts. Graduation was finally here. After 5 years of study, it was over. Returning to his hometown, with this reputation, he could find a good job and support his parents. After asking about the matter, the principal left behind a card containing a reward and said he had to leave for something. Left alone, Tianyin still felt a little anxious, wondering if Wei Kang's death would raise any suspicions about him. Suddenly, he heard a sound from down the hallway. The teacher who had been with the principal was asking the principal. It seemed that the child didn't know anything at all. However, the principal, Wei Kang's father, if he has already concluded that Wei Kang's death is related to Tianyin, I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to let it go like this. But now that he has graduated, once he leaves, I'm afraid. When this matter was mentioned, the principal showed no sign of fear. Even though Wei Kang's father is the senior associate of the Lei Dong group, if he dares to cause trouble, I will report it to Holy Wisdom. Hearing this, the teacher accompanying him felt a bit more relieved. Yes. No one in this alliance dares to touch the dignity of Holy Wisdom, and besides, the person is. But before he could finish, the principal interrupted him. Shut up. Some things cannot be casually spoken about. You should know this. Meanwhile, Tianyin, using his mental power, had heard the entire conversation. His mind was filled with a tangle of thoughts. He never expected that Wei Kang was the son of the chairman of the Lei Dong group. What exactly is Holy Wisdom? After a while, Tianyin could no longer hear anything. It seemed that his mental power had reached its limit. Then, he began to think again. Leaving here would put him in danger, but could he continue to live in this academy? No, absolutely not. Even if the academy agreed, there was nothing left for him here. The girl was right, to become stronger, one must put in the effort. Everyone had been mocking his weakness. From now on, Tianyin would no longer show weakness in front of anyone. From this moment on, his gaze completely changed. After removing the recovery tube from his body, Tianyin sat cross-legged to meditate. He stayed like that until morning, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his master was sitting in front of him. Tianyin, do you feel a bit better now? Seeing his master, Tianyin's eyes sparkled as he smiled brightly. Demeng was the person who had first brought him into Zhongting Academy. According to him, Tianyin's innate talent and potential would be wasted in that poor place. For the past 5 years, all of Tianyin's expenses at the academy had been supported by Demeng. Apart from his parents, the person Tianyin felt most grateful to and respected the most was his master. Upon meeting Tianyin, Demeng immediately started asking him about the situation. I heard that the academy has allowed you to graduate, and you received a scholarship of 1,000 cosmic coins? Tianyin hurriedly searched for the scholarship card to hand it to his master. Ah, yes, master. I want to return the 1,000 cosmic coins to you. Demeng immediately declined. I don't need it. You know that. I'm not lacking in such things. Just now, I sensed something had happened to your body. Could you tell me what it was? Tianyin then recounted everything that had happened, from his girlfriend Lian Na to the moment Wei Kang lost his head. Finally, when Demeng heard that Tianyin's spiritual power had undergone some strange change when he woke up, he was so shocked that he nearly knocked over his chair. What? Tianyin? Did you tell anyone else about these events? Tianyin said no, which helped calm him down. Good. Tianyin, you must promise me. Do not tell anyone about this. If you do, it will cause you great trouble. Hearing that, Tianyin asked sadly, Master, did I really kill Wei Kang? What is that space power? Demeng sighed and replied, I never expected you to have such talent. There are some things you would be better off not knowing. Trust me, I won't harm you." Of course, Tianyin trusted his master unconditionally. Before leaving, Demeng said he would look into Wei Kang's case and assured him not to worry. At that moment, Tianyin asked, "Master Demeng, can you tell me what holy wisdom is?" At the mention of this, Demeng's expression clearly tensed. "Stop asking such questions. Never ask anyone about this. Holy wisdom is not something you can understand at this point. Just rest well." After Demeng left, Tianyin bowed 90 degrees toward the door, silently thanking him. "Master Demeng, thank you, I'm sorry. You've helped me so much. I promise I won't cause you any trouble." "I'm sorry." After packing his things, Tianyin took one last look at the academy he had been a part of for 5 years, then turned and walked away. Outside the academy, a group of mysterious, masked figures were already waiting. After confirming his identity, they immediately drew their swords to block Tianyin's path. "Tianyin, right? If you know what's good for you, come with us." Tianyin calmly observed the situation, showing no fear. "What if I refuse?" Seizing the moment, he used his flying technique to rise into the air. As long as he could break through the city and escape, he could shake them off. At that moment, something flew past quickly behind him. By the time Tianyin noticed, a cannon was already aimed straight at his head. If it hit, he was sure to be done for. But just as the shot was about to strike, a layer of ice appeared and blocked the bullet for him. The masked figures were in complete panic upon realizing that a person with ice-based abilities was helping their target, but they still decided to fire again, determined to kill Tianyin. However, before they could do anything, they were all attacked by shards of ice, lying scattered on the ground. Even then, they were still intent on firing the cannon. Tianyin stood suspended in mid-air, staring directly at the muzzle, helpless and unable to do anything. It was over. This time, he was definitely going to die. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Don't worry, you won't die." Immediately, a ball of ice surrounded Tianyin, protecting him from the attack. The ice ball was so cold that its chill spread over several streets below, creating a spectacular scene. At this time, Liaoan appeared behind the mysterious group. "You have violated the laws of Central Star. As the ruler of holy wisdom, I have the authority to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, the mysterious group immediately became as docile as puppies, realizing it was a fake operation led by LM, an assistant to Lei Dong Group Xiaoen. After hearing the name, Liaoan's attitude remained unchanged. "It doesn't matter who you are, you have violated the laws of the Galactic Alliance. Considering some special reasons, I don't wish to make things difficult for you at this moment, but the person you're after is someone we want. You should leave now." Hearing this, the subordinates were about to charge forward but were stopped by Xiaoen. "Back off, are you looking for death?" Liaoan then gave a final warning. "You know very well the consequences of angering me. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave." Being pragmatic, Xiaoen immediately led his subordinates away. On the way, some of the subordinates still felt discontented, but once they realized that the person earlier was from the Holy Wisdom, they all fell silent and returned to await further orders. As for Tianyin, after being safely escorted, he was brought back to the ground. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Liaoan's face showed clear displeasure. "I didn't want to save you. Follow me." Hearing this, Tianyin froze. Wasn't he just escaping from one disaster, only to fall into another? Thinking quickly, he politely declined, apologizing that he had other matters to attend to and could not accompany him. Without waiting for a response, he used his flying technique to soar into the sky. Liaoan looked on disdainfully, waiting until Tianyin was a little farther away before chasing after him. "Oomph, you can't escape." At that moment, Tianyin suddenly turned around and landed a punch on him. But the one who got injured was Tianyin himself, with his fingers completely broken. Liaoan then reached out and grabbed him. "You can't run anymore, stop."
But because his body suddenly stiffened for a moment, Liaoan allowed Tianyin to slip away. Tianyin thought he had managed to escape, only to have his body frozen by the opponent's ice abilities, causing him to plummet from the sky. Fortunately, Liaoan caught him, or he would have been shattered into pieces. Upon capturing the target, Liaoan immediately returned. Experiencing flight at an unimaginable speed for the first time, Tianyin's eyes widened in shock. This had already surpassed the flying techniques that humans could achieve. After flying for a while, Tianyin's tears and snot were falling all over the place, continuously shouting, "Sir, could you slow down a bit? My eyes hurt so much, I feel like I can't escape." He started to threaten with the law. "Why did you capture me? Aren't you afraid of violating the law?" Liaoan, with an expressionless face, replied, "I am the law here." "Do you still remember the girl from last night?" Seeing Tianyin freeze, Liaoan smiled faintly. "Humph, it seems you haven't forgotten." Realizing the reason for his capture, Tianyin gave up resisting. If that was the case, he had no choice but to face it, otherwise, he would always feel uneasy and ashamed. Upon arrival, Liaoan carefully instructed, "For your safety, be careful when speaking later." Seeing the enormous house, Tianyin started to feel nervous. Meanwhile, Oya was waiting in the ice chamber, ready to interrogate him. After bringing Tianyin inside, Liaoan immediately bowed and reported, "The master manipulator has brought Tianyin. When we found him, he was being threatened by the Lei Dong group." Oya stood with her arms crossed, her cold expression issuing an order, "You don't need to concern yourself with the matters here anymore. Leave, and no one is allowed in here without my orders." Upon seeing the young woman before him, Tianyin asked, "Young lady, did you bring me here?" Oya slowly advanced forward, beginning to question. "No, you should call me Madam Oya. Tell me, how did you get to know Lan Lan?" Tianyin, hearing this, asked in confusion. "Lan Lan? Who is Lan Lan?" This question made Oya furious, her expression turning to one of icy coldness, almost as if she were about to sever Tianyin's head with a single strike. "Don't play games with me, unless you want to die." Despite this, Tianyin showed no fear at all. "Of course I don't want to die. If you want to kill me, there's nothing I can do about it, but at least you should tell me why." Oya retracted her icy aura and began speaking. "Your name is Tianyin, a student of Zhongting Academy. You are from Universe History Class 335, an outstanding student, and the only one in this class who graduated smoothly. You once went to Manhwa City for a drink, consuming 5 cups of Dream Illusion Jade Scrolls worth 600 cosmic coins. The person you drank with that night was Lan Lan, and I am her biological mother. You have taken the most precious thing from my daughter. I believe you owe me an explanation. Now, can you tell me how you know Lan Lan? What is your intention?" Tianyin then recounted everything he remembered. "Sorry, Madam Oya, I'm afraid my answer may not please you. As for how I know Miss Lan Lan, I really can't say. After drinking, I just found myself surrounded by blood. I have no idea what she did." Upon hearing this, Oya's rage intensified, and the entire room was enveloped by ice. "Are you implying that she was the one who initiated it? Lan Lan was well raised, so how could she possibly do something so shameless?" In this situation, Tianyin remained incredibly calm. "Madam Oya, I can tell that you certainly have a status that is not ordinary. Lan Lan may have received proper education, but I am not lying in a single word. I can only say that, although I have achieved the same feats as the young lady as mentioned earlier, I am willing to take on the responsibility that comes with being a man." Oya immediately became furious, her gaze filled with disdain as she looked at Tianyin. "Responsibility? What is your status, that you would dare touch my daughter? In front of me, you're nothing more than a dog." Tianyin confidently responded. "First of all, let me clarify, I am a person, not a dog. Although I have nothing at the moment, who can say what the future holds in 10 years? You may look down on me, but please don't insult me." Oya then asked, "Are you relying on that little spatial ability of yours?"
Tianyin stood tall and replied. So what if it's based on my ability?
There's nothing that a person who works hard can't achieve.
Although you have a noble status now, what about your ancestors? What about your ancestors from 10 generations ago? If I can live on, can you really be sure what I'll look like in 10 or even 20 years?
Oya became somewhat intrigued by these words.
You're very confident. What are you relying on? Tianyin fell silent for a moment, then answered with full conviction. I rely on my confidence. I have unwavering belief.
I rely on my heart, one that is not afraid of hard work and struggle.
This answer left Oya momentarily stunned. Your kid really surprises me.
Before Tianyin could grasp what was going on, Oya suddenly burst out laughing.
Ha, perhaps you don't know that you've fallen into Lanlan's trap.
Seeing Oya so certain, Tianyin also accepted the reality.
Perhaps, I had thought about it, but the price she has to pay seems a bit too high. I feel like I might have made some mistakes. If you're willing, I can make up for it. Once again, Oya was surprised by this young man.
Finally, she made her decision.
Make up for it? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Tianyin, these two words make up have saved your life.
You're right, through effort, a person can reach where their beliefs are directed, but understanding is just as important. 3 years, if you can reach the 10th level of Master Manipulator, I will need you to do 3 things for our family.
I might consider saving you.
If you fail, no matter where you are, I will make sure your body is torn to pieces.
These words made Tianyin feel a little tense.
Madam, people say you are the law of Central Star, it seems that is true.
Oya did not hesitate to admit it. That's right, we are the law.
You may know that in Central Star, there is a highest government agency that handles all internal matters, but what you don't know is that I am the true master of Central Star, with the power to decide or reject everything. Taking this opportunity, Tianyin asked further about the concept of a master manipulator.
This was indeed a smart question. How could one achieve something if they don't even understand the concept itself?
But before that, Oya asked him about the moment he discovered he possessed spatial abilities.
Tianyin then honestly replied, spatial abilities?
I'm not quite clear on the concept, but if you're referring to using mental energy to control objects, I just discovered it today. After hearing the whole story, Oya confirmed again.
So, you created Wei Kang's death and were able to use mental energy to scout a location not far away? Feeling anxious, Tianyin offered a bit of justification. I was really angry at the time.
I thought it would be good if he died, and then I felt this sense of control.
Upon understanding the situation, Oya gave her assessment. I see, so you're a low-level master manipulator. It seems you haven't even reached the first level of ability yet.
Tianyin, you must remember this, what I'm about to tell you must not be shared with anyone else.
This is the highest secret of the Galactic Alliance. I believe you don't want anything to happen to your parents, do you? Your parents being threatened.
Tianyin immediately felt a surge of murderous intent and said, Madam Oya, I don't want to use the word despicable on your noble identity.
Oya, however, was not angry at all. Despicable? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary.
You should be clear-headed and recognize what true power is. There is an organization within the Galactic Alliance that controls everything within the Alliance.
This organization is called Holy Wisdom.
Simply put, Holy Wisdom is an alliance of all those who possess extraordinary abilities, protecting justice and eliminating all evil.
You might wonder, in this scientific society, what use are these extraordinary abilities? Why is the Galactic Alliance tied to Holy Wisdom?
This is because a level 20 master manipulator can match the power of a typical low-level warship. The combined strength of the elders is enough to stand on par with a god-level dreadnought team. Hearing that human strength could challenge a god-level dreadnought, Tianyin was so stunned that he broke into a cold sweat. It must be known that a god-level dreadnought represents planetary-level destructive power. At this point, Oya continued, you will be able to feel it in the future. Before you leave here, Liaowen will guide you on what you need to know. You have 1 month,
and now, you can leave.
Suddenly, Tianyin made a request to meet young lady Lan Lan once.
Oya frowned, angry. I want to know where she is, and you're still bullying her?
Tianyin's expression was somewhat indifferent, and he mumbled something to brush it off.
After saying that, Oya yelled loudly, ordering Tianyin to leave. Tianyin quietly walked a few steps, but she immediately called him back.
Hearing this, Tianyin turned around to look at Oya.
She crossed her arms and reminded Tianyin, "Don't tell anyone about Lan Lan." After hearing this, Tianyin simply nodded, assuring her that he knew how to handle it. A moment later, Tianyin quickly walked out.
He sighed in relief, glad that she had let him off the hook. Just as Tianyin stepped out the door, he saw Liaowen appear behind him.
"I didn't expect your little brat to still be alive." "Come with me," Liaowen said.
Liaowen led Tianyin to a building, then handed him something, instructing him to take it.
It shimmered like crystal. The moment Tianyin held it, it melted into his palm. Witnessing this scene, Tianyin couldn't help but be astonished. He thought to himself, "It's merged into my palm."
Liaowen then explained, "This is a medal symbolizing the manipulator of holy wisdom, which will allow you to monitor the condition of your body at any time."
However, Tianyin didn't believe it, thinking that it wasn't just that. He felt that it could also report all his actions back to him.
Liaowen seemed to sense this and added, "You might not fully understand the implication of the Holy Wisdom Medal yet. Owning it means possessing an extraordinary status within the Galactic Alliance. When you reach level 5 by the time you're 30, you'll be able to join Holy Wisdom."
Clearly, Tianyin hadn't yet agreed to join Holy Wisdom with Lady Oya.
Seeing this, Liaowen further explained, "Before you fulfill your 3-year commitment, Lady Oya has the right to allocate everything you have. If, after 3 years, Tianyin chooses to withdraw, Oya will not stop you." At this moment, Tianyin agreed to test the function of the medal.
As soon as he did, Tianyin was stunned to discover that his cosmic ability level was classified as grade 10. He turned to look at Liaowen, puzzled. "Why can't it identify the type of my ability, only showing 3 question marks?"
Liaowen explained to him again that it could only detect levels from 1 to 36, which indicated that Tianyin still hadn't reached level 1. Liaowen also encouraged him, saying, "Try harder."
He sighed sadly.
After a moment of contemplation, Tianyin closed his eyes and said his thanks. He found it somewhat confusing to hear the gratitude, but in reality, it wasn't because of his supernatural abilities that Tianyin thanked Liaowen, rather, it was because he felt that Liaowen didn't actually wish for his death. After hearing this, Liaowen remained silent for a long time, without saying a word. Tianyin's expression was serious, and beneath his steadfast demeanor, he had a very kind nature. If he hadn't been, when dealing with the people from the Lei Dong group, he wouldn't have only injured them but also killed them. Now, Liaowen finally spoke, "I don't want to hear such words from you again."
With that, he turned and walked away.
Considering that Tianyin had once been unconscious at school, Liaowen said, "I'll give you 1 day to rest." Before leaving, Liaowen also promised, "From tomorrow, I'll make sure Tianyin experiences a month he'll never forget." A second ago, Tianyin had been wondering what the cryptic words meant. The next second, he was smiling with delight, eagerly anticipating that unforgettable month. At his home, Tianyin was sitting in his room, self-disciplined, practicing his cultivation. His unwavering eyes focused all his energy on it. Suddenly, Tianyin opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered something. It turned out that Liaowen had appeared before him without him noticing.
Liaowen angrily scolded Tianyin, "You're a master manipulator, yet you have no sense of vigilance at all?
If there had been danger, you would have been dead by now."
Tianyin calmly responded, "What good would it do if I were cautious now?"
Upon hearing his reply, Liaowen felt helpless and fell silent. Here, anyone who wanted Tianyin dead could easily make it happen, so it was better to seize the time and let him cultivate for a while. He felt that Tianyin had come to terms with things, realizing that instead of avoiding challenges in fear, which was pointless, he had bravely decided to face them head-on. Liaowen seriously praised Tianyin, then told him to hold his hand.
Tianyin clasped his hands to his chest and asked, "Why should I hold your hand?" Liaowen's face froze for a moment, and he quickly explained, "What are you thinking? This is to show you the purpose of the medal." With that, he quickly grabbed Tianyin's hand. At that moment, Tianyin felt the function of the medal chief officer Liaowen, subordinate Tianyin, still below level 1. Tianyin scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, "So that's what it's about. I salute you, chief officer." After that, Liaowen said nothing more, only instructing Tianyin to follow him to begin training. Liaowen led him to the training field and asked, "Do you know why there's no protective barrier here?" Tianyin quickly replied, "Because each of you master manipulators is a great protective barrier on your own." After hearing his answer, Liaowen decisively delivered a punch to his head. He then added, "You fool, now you're also a member of Holy Wisdom, so it's we now, but your answer was correct." Tianyin clutched his head, tears welling up in his eyes, and asked, "If I answered correctly, why did you hit me?" Liaowen stood tall, hands on his hips, and replied, "The words of a superior are never wrong. We must obey all commands from our superiors. This is the first rule of Holy Wisdom." Tianyin widened his eyes, staring at him. "So, Holy Wisdom fully applies a military-like discipline?" Liaowen continued, "Although your ability is still below level 1, your cosmic energy is capable of advancing into the second stage of cultivation. Therefore, today, I will teach you the second stage of cultivation techniques, Tianyin. And this will be your training ground for the next month." Tianyin could only go along with it, offering a heartfelt thank you. Upon hearing this, Liaowen sneered and said, "I fear that you won't be thanking me for long." A while later, Tianyin appeared wearing a bulky suit. "This is so heavy. Do I have to wear this for training?" "Well, it's fine, I think I can handle it." Liaowen raised his hand in front of him and said, "It's not over yet. You still need to absorb all the cosmic energy." At that moment, Tianyin still didn't understand what he meant. His eyes widened in surprise as a powerful beam of light struck him. A few seconds later, Tianyin felt the suit becoming even heavier. From afar, Liaowen's affectionate, teaching voice could be heard, "Run faster. Without a strong physique, all your abilities are useless." He had to wear the cumbersome suit and run around the field for practice. Suddenly, Tianyin tripped and collapsed to the ground. His face was covered in sweat, clearly exhausted, but he didn't give up. He struggled to stand up and continued running. Despite the exhaustion, he persisted, with every step he took being a testament to his determination. Meanwhile, Liaowen stood at a distance, observing every action of Tianyin. His gaze remained steadfast, filled with the fervor of persistent practice. He silently thought to himself, he ran more laps than expected, fell so many times. Perhaps it's enough for today. A moment later, Tianyin ran close to Liaowen and then collapsed onto the ground. He told him, "That's enough training for today." Tianyin hesitated, then called out Liaowen's name, "Chief Officer." Upon hearing his name being called, Liaowen was a bit confused and listened closely. Tianyin looked at him with determination in his eyes and said, "If I fall, please ignore it. No matter how many times it happens, let me get up on my own." A few hours earlier, on the training field, the sky was blue with patches of yellow clouds. Many of the nutrient vials Liaowen had prepared for Tianyin were scattered messily outside. When he arrived and saw the pile of empty vials, he was startled. "No way, he drank them all?" Liaowen picked up an empty vial and said, "Something so expensive, and he didn't leave even a little for me." Back in the present, he still focused on watching Tianyin train with all his might. Liaowen felt that, although so much expensive stuff had been consumed, it somehow seemed a little worth it. Thus, one person stood silently in the distance, attentively watching the other relentlessly keep pushing himself. At that moment, two conflicting thoughts arose in Liaowen's mind. Should I let Tianyin rest since he's exceeded the standard by so many laps, or is it necessary to be harsh at this early stage? Suddenly, Tianyin crashed to the ground with a loud thud, causing Liaowen to snap out of his thoughts in shock. It was then that the angel in his mind angrily scolded him, blaming the demon for being too ruthless. Liaowen hurriedly ran to his side and asked, "Tianyin, are you okay?"
Suddenly, he froze, as if he had noticed something strange. Liaowen stared at his outfit and silently wondered why his binding had been broken. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the ground. Tianyin emerged from the thick smoke with a cold expression and an aura full of power. Liaowen was astonished to see that the binding had been severed, and Tianyin had already begun absorbing cosmic energy. Tianyin stood up, emerging from the haze of smoke after the explosion. Liaowen felt a sense of panic rising within him. No way, how could he have broken my binding? He had never heard of anything like this before. Had his understanding been too shallow? He furrowed his brows. We are currently at a difference of about 10 levels. Liaowen couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. It was truly a miracle. The sound of footsteps approached, and a voice spoke. This is a miracle, the voice startled him. When he saw Oya, Liaowen immediately knelt on one knee. The master manipulator Oya said that this was the first miracle, but by no means the last. She smiled and said, I didn't expect Lan Lan to have such a good eye. Anyone she casually picks to follow me could become a sharp sword. Continuing, Oya said, a victory has already made progress like someone of a higher level. By then, she might even see that Tianyin has the strength of a level 3 manipulator. Liaowen was stunned by the goal she set, thinking it was impossible, as even with relentless training, it would take at least a year to achieve. Oya immediately told him that he was mistaken and asked him to look at the astonishing things that Tianyin had just done before wanting to use Holy Translation on him. Liaowen subtly glanced at her. The Holy Translation master manipulator was overestimating this kid. Holy Translation was developed by the secret organization Holy Wisdom, using the most advanced and powerful techniques to enhance the body with supreme strength. Only about 100 ml of it was produced each year, and its value was assessed in terms of money. The price for 1 ml had already exceeded 100 million cosmic coins. Oya asked Liaowen to give Tianyin 10 ml, and that statement left him confused. Liaowen questioned, 10 ml? But Holy Translation can only be used up to 5 ml at most, right? Oya turned around, her gaze stern again, you're asking too much today. Some things you don't need to know. With that, she walked ahead, leaving everything in his hands. At that moment, Tianyin was still lying on the ground. Liaowen looked down at him and said, stupid kid, you're so lucky. Get up, let's head back. He called Tianyin repeatedly, but the boy remained motionless, not responding. Seeing this, Liaowen panicked, Tianyin, what's wrong? Has your body suffered such severe damage? A while later, in the house, Tianyin silently groaned in pain as his body ached. Finally, he regained consciousness and recalled that before losing consciousness, he seemed to have leveled up. He touched his arm and saw the mark appear. His cosmic energy had advanced. Tianyin felt overjoyed to see that he had reached the next level of his supernatural ability. His expression was one of satisfaction and pride in himself. At this moment, Tianyin was so joyful that he felt as though he were soaring among the clouds. Liaowen unexpectedly appeared with a grim expression, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed quite pleased. Tianyin was once again surprised, not knowing when Liaowen had sat in his room. Upon seeing him, Tianyin immediately pretended to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. Embarrassed, he sat down. Mr. Liaowen, why are you here? Why do you look so unwell? Liaowen suddenly slammed his hand down onto the armrest, startling him. He spoke. How can you still be happy? After using so much Holy Translation, you still have no reaction. What does that mean? Liaowen's face darkened, his expression as grim as a graveyard. Why hadn't Holy Translation worked? It was supposed to be a rare and powerful substance. Tianyin was also startled, not understanding why he seemed so resentful. Tianyin nervously laughed. Please calm down, Mr. Liaowen. Getting angry isn't good for your health. Liaowen's voice grew even more despondent as he realized that Holy Translation, a rare item meant to enhance physical strength, had been wasted. Tianyin innocently promised to make it up to him later.
However, Liaoan didn't believe him and demanded to know what he would use to compensate. The value of the item had surpassed 100 million cosmic coins. Tianyin could only laugh awkwardly, then froze as he realized the sum amounted to 100 million cosmic coins. At that moment, both of them could only hold their heads in despair, overwhelmed by hopelessness. Outside, the air was still, and the sky was clear. In the training yard, Lian Tianyin remarked that the water content in his body had turned into sweat. How could it be that he couldn't go to the bathroom 5 times a day? It was beyond the limits of the human body. Ignoring his words, Liaoan said, "Tianyin, are you really the one who received the holy translation injection? Do you know what the master manipulator's directive is?" Upon hearing this, Tianyin wondered what it was, then suddenly burst out laughing. "It's to break the limits. Even if you're too small, you still have to do it for me." At this point, Tianyin was both shocked and somewhat angry. He pointed at Liaoan's face and said, "Moreover, these extremely difficult days will be extended to 3 months." Contrary to Liaoan's expectations, Tianyin's eyes lit up. "I get to train here for 3 months? Didn't you say it would only be 1 month before?" Liaoan felt a bit awkward. He also admitted that Madame Oya had said that before. Hearing it confirmed, Tianyi laughed with joy, then became excited and ran off. "That's great, I can train for an additional 2 months." Liaoan looked at him and thought to himself, what a little devil, to be so happy about such hard training. The sound of unfamiliar footsteps and a voice echoed, "Truly a madman." His thirst for power reminded Liaoan of his father's youthful days. Oya approached and instructed Liaoan, "You don't need to worry about the holy translation, it can't help him much right now." She continued, "Because of his achievements, he will have to pay a higher price than others. Even I can't resist his perseverance." Then, at the training area, the dim light of dusk shone down where the two were conversing. Tianyin asked, "Is Lan Lan young lady also an ability user?" As expected, Lan Lan young lady is indeed the one who inherits the entire Fei Air clan. Liaoan felt that Tianyin still did not fully understand how noble and powerful Lan Lan young lady truly was. He explained that Lan Lan's grandfather was the greatest pride of water ability. They were also one of the male elder judges, and her parents were among the top master manipulators. Moreover, Lan Lan herself was the highest talent in Holy Wisdom's lineage. Curious to know what level of ability Lan Lan had now, Tianyin was misunderstood by Liaoan. "We should focus on the task at hand first, there's no need to think about those geniuses. Compared to them, you have no hope," he added. "However, calling you crazy would be wrong, in my opinion, you'll never have hope in this lifetime." Liaoan believed that no matter how hard Tianyin tried, he could never break through the third-level bottleneck. Even if he managed to, it would be something that would happen 100 years later. Resting his chin in his hand, Tianyin sighed. "We are all human, yet we're so different. Lan Lan young lady was born at level 7, while I've struggled desperately just to advance 1 level." Seeing this, Liaoan tried to console him. "Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance. In Holy Wisdom, there are many people who have broken through from level 1 to level 30, relying on their inherent attributes." He even encouraged Tianyin that Lan Lan young lady chose him precisely because Tianyin had latent power. Hearing those words, his spirits were lifted. "Liaoan, chief officer, this seems to be the first time you've ever cheered me on." Suddenly, he fell silent, staring at Tianyin for a long time. Liaoan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "Who's cheering for you?" "I'm just feeling sorry for those bottles of holy translation." Tianyin immediately offered to donate his own blood, which made Liaoan angry. "Who would want yours? I'm not a dark ability user." Until now, Tianyin never imagined there were blood-sucking creatures like that. Liaoan stood up and turned to leave. "Of course, but you should continue training. At your current level, it's probably best that you don't even know about them yet." After a while of talking, they continued their training. Liaoan shouted loudly, "Increase your speed." Meanwhile, Tianyin, on the other side, was flying through the air.
Each time Liaowen yelled louder, breaking through the defenses, it meant he had succeeded.
Come on, faster, faster. Tianyin sped up, crashing into the defense net with a loud impact.
He felt dizzy, his face almost spinning, and even had a nosebleed. On this side, Liaowen was grinning with amusement, tears welling up in his eyes.
Do you really believe in people? You're killing me.
That impenetrable training barrier could never be broken.
Tianyin collapsed to the ground, struggling to get up. Is this really how a teacher behaves? I'm so pissed.
He went mad and demanded to fight him.
3 months passed like this.
Under Liaowen's guidance, Tianyin reached level 3, and was about to break into level 4. Finally, one day, Tianyin, covered in wounds, thought to himself,
has my teacher gone mad?
Liaowen was flying in the air and looked down at him resolutely. Hey kid, I'll give you one last lesson. Liaowen said that the enemy wouldn't show mercy just because he was weak. The final lesson was to defeat him. Tianyin's face was dazed, covered in wounds and streaks of blood. He immediately ran to dodge his blows. But Liaowen felt that his reactions were too slow.
He continued to strike relentlessly, and Tianyin couldn't defend himself.
Although Tianyin was exhausted to the point of coughing up blood, he still tried to reach for his armor. However, Liaowen said that Tianyin didn't have enough time to use his armor. He reached out for the armor and opened something. At that moment, Liaowen seemed to realize that Tianyin was activating the lightning gun.
He shouted, "Damn, are you planning to die with me?"
Liaowen stood frozen, staring at him, then quietly panicked, "There's no time to run." A large block of blue ice suddenly appeared in time to block the beam from Tianyin's gun. Both of them were surprised by the appearance of the ice. It turned out that the person who had intervened to block the beam was Oya. She praised him, saying, "Tianyin, you have learned to use your power to escape.
I believe you can fulfill the 3-year agreement we made." Tianyin spoke up in dissatisfaction. What kind of lesson is this? He clearly wanted to kill me.
But Oya told him not to blame Liaowen, as this was all part of her plan.
She was simply testing Tianyin's reaction when facing danger.
She then told him she would wait in the main hall and advised him to gather his things and come to see her when he was done. After that, both Tianyin and Liaowen stood facing each other awkwardly.
He looked at him with sharp, cold eyes. "Do you really not want to kill me?"
Liaowen, however, seriously asserted that he was the chief officer.
"You must answer first. How did you know there was a lightning gun inside the mech?"
Tianyin crossed his arms, standing proudly and confidently. "Don't forget that I graduated from Zhongting Academy. Although this type of mech is very primitive, I am very familiar with its structure." Liaowen then had an epiphany. "So you're one cunning bastard. Why didn't I realize how sly you were before?"
Tianyin widened his eyes, signaling for a request. "Chief officer, or teacher, why don't you give me this mech?"
Liaowen sternly replied, "Don't even think about taking anything here.
None of it can be taken with you." Tianyin's face darkened at the thought of not being able to take the mech.
Liaowen admitted that he had trained countless low-level superpowered individuals, but Tianyin was the most outstanding among them. His perseverance and cunning were qualities they didn't possess.
Liaowen hoped that Tianyin would surpass him one day.
He heard it, and remained silent for a while without saying anything. After a pause, Liaowen gave Tianyin a private gift and told him to keep it. This ring could transform into a composite alloy sword, with the added power of thunderbolt energy, capable of penetrating a 100-degree defense.
Tianyin quickly snatched the ring. "You still have such a good item? Then I'll take it." Liaowen's face was speechless. "You really don't know how to be polite."
He then turned away and told Tianyin to hurry and meet Madame Oya, and that they would reunite later.
Tianyin didn't say anything more, but his face was filled with gratitude and respect. Liaowen gave one more piece of advice.
"From now on, you must practice diligently and persistently. If you encounter danger, find a way to avoid it, don't fight recklessly." Tianyin politely bowed to express his thanks and then said, "I will engrave your kindness and teachings in my heart." After speaking, Tianyin lowered his head and softly said his farewell. Goodbye, master. Suddenly, Liaoan froze. He was surprised to hear Tianyin call him master. Without saying another word, he flew off, leaving Tianyin behind with thoughts in his mind. Is he really just going to leave like this? Without saying anything else? As he flew, Liaoan thought to himself, I truly look forward to seeing how much you will have grown in 3 years. Inside the villa they had agreed upon earlier, Oya spoke to Tianyin. In these 3 years, you can do whatever you want, but remember the promise we made to each other. Tianyin affirmed that he would not forget and promised to return after 3 years. Oya also extended an invitation. If you encounter a problem with no solution, come back, and if you come across a dark sorcerer, report your abilities to me immediately. Oya suddenly mentioned Lan Lan but stopped short, thinking that Tianyin would probably never meet her easily. Finally, Tianyin returned to the academy. He walked slowly through the schoolyard, vaguely unsure of where he should go to begin his training. Since Tianyin had already graduated, he couldn't stay at his old academy. While he was lost in thought, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Well, so you're here. Tianyin jumped in surprise and turned to find the owner of the voice. It turned out that it was Shuemai, and she seemed quite angry. I finally found you, this time you can't escape. Shuemai suddenly charged at Tianyin, shouting, I've finally found you, go die. But he calmly dodged to the side, causing Shuemai to lose her balance and nearly fall headfirst to the ground. Tianyin was at a loss for words, but he couldn't just let her fall, so he reached out to steady her. Then Tianyin frowned, What are you doing, you annoying girl? Afterward, he gently asked if she was all right. Shuemai felt embarrassed, as if he had taken advantage of her, and she pushed Tianyin away. She fell to the ground, furious, and scolded Tianyin for daring to call her young lady. He said, If we don't know each other, what else should I call you, if not young lady? As soon as he finished speaking, Shuemai lifted her leg, intending to kick him, but he caught it just in time. Tianyin was surprised. This is the deadly kick, do I have a grudge with you? Shuemai angrily grabbed his collar, trying to defend herself. On that big day, it was you who bumped into me, causing me to be late and miss my graduation. At that moment, Tianyin paused, beginning to recall that day, and then quickly explained, It was my fault for bumping into you that day, but if you couldn't graduate, you can't blame me, can you? Shuemai exploded in rage, blaming him, It's all your fault, hurry up and compensate me. Their argument caught the attention of several other students. They began to laugh and mock, the excellent student is in trouble now. As for Tianyin, wanting to resolve the situation quickly, he asked Shuemai, What do you want to do? She replied, Go die. At that moment, Tianyin could no longer be patient and shouted, What do you mean by death? You're being too arrogant and unreasonable. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a strange voice asked, What's going on with Shuemai? Both of them stopped arguing and turned toward the person who spoke. This person is Xuan, the teacher of the breaking technique, nicknamed Huahuashan. Tianyin and Xuan locked eyes, remaining silent. He hurried over and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. So it's you. Demeng has been missing you. Why haven't you been in touch with him? Tianyin scratched his head in confusion. Teacher Xuan, it's been a while. I was actually planning to check in with Teacher Demeng. The onlookers found it odd that Xuan didn't scold Tianyin. They also wondered if the two knew each other beforehand. Xiaomai turned to complain to him, You need to teach him a lesson. He's the reason I can't graduate. Xuan responded, Based on the scores this year, only Tianyin is eligible to graduate. Xiaomai still insisted that it was Tianyin's fault for bumping into her and causing her to be late, thus preventing her from graduating. He didn't want to argue further, so he took the blame. I wasn't careful that day and bumped into her. It's my fault. I apologize, Teacher Xuan. Xuemai was about to speak again but was interrupted by him. If your grades aren't enough to graduate, you can only blame yourself. At this, Xuemai was furious and could say nothing more. She pouted and left angrily. To everyone's surprise, he defended someone else. You wait for me, Tianyin. The crowd, who had been eagerly watching the drama, felt disappointed because the situation ended so quickly. Xuan turned to look at them and asked seriously, "Have you seen enough?" His eyes were sharp and cold. A group of useless people who only know how to scrutinize others, what else could they do? Seeing this, they were scared and quickly dispersed. Then, Xuan said he would take Tianyin to meet Demeng. When Demeng saw him again, he was overjoyed. "Thank goodness, you're back safe and sound. I was so worried." He had thought that Tianyin had been taken by the real estate group, so he had been anxiously worrying day and night. After hearing this, Tianyin smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, teacher, for making you worry." Demeng then motioned for him to sit down slowly and said, "Tell me everything, how did you manage to escape danger?" After a while of recounting the events, Demeng learned that Tianyin had been recruited by Oya and joined Holy Wisdom. At this point, Tianyin was surprised that both of them knew about Holy Wisdom. Xuan awkwardly smiled and hesitated to answer, clearly caught off guard. So he's a level 30 fire type ability user, and Demeng is a level 30 wind type ability user. Tianyin was stunned for a long moment, unable to believe his eyes. He looked up to both of them with admiration. "So that's how it is, I humbly salute you, Chief Officer." However, unfortunately, Tianyin had already been taken by Oya and couldn't join their surveillance agency. He felt a little melancholic, silently telling himself, "I didn't want this, but because of Lady Lan Lan, I was forcibly taken by Lady Oya's people." While Tianyin was lost in thought, Demeng spoke up. "By the way, do you have any plans now?" Tianyin responded that he first wanted to go home and then would begin training his abilities. Demeng felt very good, but the teacher for the space abilities system was very few, so practicing the space abilities was a bit difficult. Xuan immediately interrupted, "Isn't there a star in Holy Wisdom?" Although his temper is somewhat strange, he also remembered that there's someone who can teach. However, Xuan didn't know that Tianyin would have to endure a lot of hardships. Before he finished speaking, Demeng said, "Let Tianyin try because he trusts you." Upon hearing that there would soon be a teacher for the space abilities system, Tianyin's heart blossomed with joy. Demeng instructed Tianyin, "We want to find a teacher for you in Holy Wisdom, but there are a few things you need to know first. His name is Mo, he is the master manipulator of Bright Yellow Star, and he doesn't belong to any faction in Holy Wisdom. However, he has a certain degree of influence within Holy Wisdom. The key point is that his temper is extremely strange, and it's even rumored that he is very frightening." While Demeng was quite worried for Tianyin reassured him, "No problem." He seemed to not fully understand what Tianyin was saying. With a determined look on his face, Tianyin said, "I will definitely work hard to make him accept me, train diligently. With such a strong teacher, I won't need 3 years to reach level 10. Demeng admired Tianyin's spirit of determination, so he felt relieved. Now, both he and Xuan could safely proceed to the Demon Mirage Star. Upon hearing this, Tianyin asked, "Is the Demon Mirage Star like a planet?" Demeng replied, "Once you reach level 10, you'll also be heading to the Demon Mirage Star," then handed him something. This is the central device for members of Holy Wisdom, which can accurately locate your position in the universe. It will be very useful when traveling to Bright Yellow Star. He immediately waved his hand to firmly refuse, as Demeng had already helped him too much, so he couldn't accept any more of his belongings. However, Demeng insisted that Tianyin was his disciple, so he urged him to take it, advising him to go on and do what he was supposed to do in the future. Later, while on his way back, Tianyin heard someone call his name. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, he turned around. In front of him stood the girl whom Tianyin had once loved the most and wished to protect, afraid that even a small grievance might hurt her heart. But in the end, Tianyin had let go, allowing another man to be by her side. He politely greeted her. "Lian Na, long time no see." Lian Na gently stepped forward. "Tianyin, are you still angry?" Seeing this, Tianyin quickly took a few steps back, avoiding her. "No,
I'm not angry. I have my own problems.
Tianyin reassured Lian Na that she needn't worry, as he intended to leave Zhongding City, and would no longer be involved with her.
Lian Na's face fell. I'm sorry, I know I've hurt you a lot. Contrary to her words of reproach, Tianyin actually thanked her for waking him up. He looked at Lian Na with a cold expression. There will come a day when you'll know whether I am a true man or not. Goodbye.
Tianyin bid farewell to Lian Na and was about to leave, but she called out to him from behind.
Wait.
Her face had grown serious.
Do you want to know if Wei Lian's death is connected to you? After all, you fainted that day, and everyone suspects you.
It turned out that Lian Na's heart only held Wei Lian.
In response to this question, Tianyin didn't deny it but simply said, Then, what if I am the murderer?
Hearing those words, she couldn't believe her ears.
Is it really you? It can't be.
Lian Na thought that Wei Lian was so capable that it was impossible for someone like him to do this alone. Before she could finish speaking, Tianyin reached out his hand. Using his supernatural power, he squeezed her neck and lifted her off the ground.
With Tianyin's grip tightening around her neck, Lian Na struggled to breathe and couldn't say anything more. At that moment, he looked at her with his sharp, knife-like gaze and asked, Don't believe me?
But then Tianyin let go of Lian Na and walked away, leaving her gasping for air. He also reminded her, it was with someone as weak as me that the young master died.
If you want revenge, I'm always ready to welcome it. Lian Na stood dazed, watching as Tianyin left.
As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he was confronted by Shuemai and her group. Tianyin, already in a bad mood, looked at them with an annoyed expression.
One of the group asked, Shuemai, is this the trash who offended you?
She confirmed it without hesitation.
Tianyin warned them, I'm not in a good mood right now. He said coldly, if you want to live, get out of my way.
The group was too intimidated to approach, but Shuemai's words enticed them.
Didn't you all want to date me?
Whoever can defeat him, I'll go with them. Then she shouted loudly, urging them to rush at him. Believing her words, the boys charged forward together. After finishing his words, the group simultaneously grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Tianyin. One of them charged forward, but before he could do anything, he was easily stopped by Tianyin, which startled the group watching from behind. Tianyin, furious, retaliated with a powerful punch, sending one of them flying. Before he could even catch his breath, another assailant rushed forward to strike him. Tianyin swiftly grabbed his opponent's head, and with a strong knee to the face, sent him stumbling back, blood streaming from his nose, the pain overwhelming him from the brutal move. The man in front didn't hesitate, charging straight ahead. He drew a knife, intending to stab Tianyin, but the latter quickly dodged. From behind, another attacker switched to a stun gun, aiming to strike Tianyin from behind. Tianyin's face twisted in shock as he realized it was a taser. One shot could cause excruciating pain, and he screamed out in agony. The attacker grinned maliciously. Die, all of you. Exhausted from the sheer number of attackers and their relentless assault, Tianyin collapsed to the ground in pain. Breathing heavily, he struggled to manage his condition, trying his best to endure the agony. One of the men kicked him hard in the head, causing a sharp pain that left him unable to move, but he still tried to catch his breath, attempting to get back on his feet. The man deliberately stepped on Tianyin, trying to pin him down so that he couldn't resist. His eyes were filled with disdain as he leaned down, taunting him and continuing to kick. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Tianyin gritted his teeth, warning him, if you don't want to die, take your filthy foot off me. The attacker hesitated for a moment, but then, filled with rage, he used his foot to kick Tianyin's head again. The rest of the group gathered around, trampling him mercilessly, continuing their brutal assault. The troublemaker stepped forward, gradually moving toward Tianyin. How pathetic. If you had apologized to me earlier, you wouldn't have to be in this situation now. Shuemai's tone was mocking as she whispered in his ear, suggesting he bow his head and apologize, and she might consider forgiving him. Tianyin's face remained cold, silently enduring this unpleasant woman.
She grew even angrier and shouted, "Are you mute? Speak up!"
Tianyin's eyes flashed with a dark glint, releasing an ominous aura that made people uneasy.
Shuemai quickly stepped back, stammering in fear.
His pupils were gradually covered by something strange, and a tear slowly fell from his changing eyes.
Suddenly, the leg of one man was broken with a sickening crack that made it painful to hear.
He looked down in confusion, probably not realizing what had happened so quickly. The pain gradually seeped in, causing him to scream in excruciating agony.
The others watching were terrified, stunned into silence. Tianyin's face darkened as he glared at the remaining people. "Do you want to suffer the same fate as him?"
They were scared, quickly scattering and running in panic. Still in disbelief, Shuemai widened her eyes and asked, "How is this possible?"
"What happened?"
Tianyin turned his cold face towards her and replied, "You are the sister of Master Xuan. If you apologize now, I will let this go."
Shuemai, furious and unconvinced, glared at him and stormed towards him. "Who cares about apologizing? Go die." It was like hitting a rock with an egg.
Tianyin grabbed her by the neck with one hand, his gaze darkening to an icy chill.
"Aren't you begging for your life?"
Shuemai's legs instantly went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, kneeling. She felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, making it difficult for her to breathe. Tianyin turned and walked away, leaving her with a few words, "We may never meet again. Take care of yourself." The village below was Tianyin's hometown, Wu Dingxing, also known as the City of the Poor. The Milky Way restricted people living in the slums from any advanced scientific knowledge. The atmosphere here was eerily quiet, from the sky to the simple homes. The impoverished residents lacked education, lacking everything that could be used as resources to resist.
Tianyin softly called within his heart, "Father, Mother, I'm home."
In the small house, Mengya sat in a daze, knitting a scarf. Her eyes were empty, her face emotionless, and she seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, Molly rushed in from outside in a panic, "Mengya, he's back." He joyfully informed her that the sacred maiden had agreed to help them find their son.
Upon hearing this, Mengya was overjoyed. "Is that true? That's wonderful."
She couldn't hold back her emotions, covering her face and sobbing. "Our son was supposed to have graduated 3 months ago, and he still hasn't returned.
Could something have happened to him?"
Molly gently comforted her, telling her not to worry. The sacred maiden has communication tools that can contact Zhongding City. If all goes well, we might have news of our son tomorrow. She silently expressed her gratitude.
"That's great.
The sacred maiden is truly a goddess sent by God to help the poor like us.
Tomorrow, I will definitely go and thank her." Suddenly, a voice from outside the door asked, "Who is Sacred Maiden?"
The two of them glanced toward the door as Tianyin entered, calling out to his parents, saying he had come home. Mengya was surprised and rushed forward.
"Ayin." She hurriedly took his hand, asking, "You're really back? Why did you return so late?" Both of them were extremely worried about him. Mengya, a bit angry, said, "Didn't you graduate 3 months ago? You wanted to make your parents worry to death, didn't you?"
Molly also chimed in, "Your father and I have been so anxious, thinking that something might have happened to you." Tianyin scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, apologizing to his parents. He explained that something had come up, which caused him to return later than planned, but he had successfully graduated and even earned the title of an outstanding student. She patted his shoulder and urged him to rest early.
"It's good that you're back. Did you take a public flying car? How many stations did it take to get here?"
He was a bit taken aback by the question.
"You know about flying cars?" Tianyin wondered if his teacher had told his parents.
She shook her head, denying it.
"The benefactor didn't mention this. The person who taught us about these things is Sacred Maiden." He curiously asked her, "Which Sacred Maiden?"
Mengya began to recount what had happened after he left.
Before long, Sacred Maiden had arrived here.
She taught a lot of knowledge to everyone and even worked as a teacher for the poor. After she came to Ending City, it seemed as though the place had been rejuvenated, raising hope among the people and alleviating their sorrow. She praised her without end.
Why don't you go meet Sacred Maiden tomorrow? She's staying outside the city. Perhaps you two will have a common language. You curiously asked your mother, how old is she now?
Her eyes lit up, looking very young.
Our Tianyin is so outstanding, maybe the Sacred Maiden will notice you.
You sighed helplessly. I'm just going to thank her for helping our family.
Please stop matchmaking me.
Elsewhere, in a quiet room, Tianyin was focused on his diligent cultivation. Soon, he reached the level of cosmic energy, a second-tier power. A look of joy appeared on his face. His efforts had paid off. Getting off the bed, Tianyin thought it might be time to rest a little, and decided to take a shower first. Suddenly, his heart thumped, and he felt a strange energy radiating within him.
His chest tightened as he instinctively clutched it. Thoughts ran through his mind. Wasn't this a space-type ability? Why did he still have another kind of power within him?
He suddenly recalled his conversation with Master Liaoen. There were people in the world with two abilities, but their fates were always tragic.
Tianyin had asked curiously, shouldn't they be stronger?
Liaoen had explained slowly. Having two abilities caused them to repel each other. Records about dual-powered people all said they would die in a horrifying explosion of power. At that moment, pain surged through his body, and he spat out blood.
The next day, Molly knocked on Tianyin's door. Ayin, are you awake? Hurry up and get ready for breakfast.
He slowly awoke from his nightmare, breathing heavily, feeling panicked.
Tianyin called from inside the room, I'll come out after washing my face.
Molly, hearing this, told him to take his time and not rush.
Tianyin then gave some money to his parents.
The scholarship from the academy was 1,000 cosmic coins, and he handed it all over to them. His mother hurriedly stopped him, saying, "We don't need this, keep it for yourself."
Tianyin said earnestly, "This is all from my heart."
Manga tried to persuade him again, "You will need a lot of money when you start working. Your filial piety makes us happy enough." He felt happiness from the warm support of his family, secretly smiling to himself. Then Tianyin made a promise to his family, silently vowing to earn more money in the future and send it to them. After breakfast, he went to the Sacred Maiden's location, as Manga had instructed. Looking up at the towering lights, Tianyin wondered if the Sacred Maiden was inside. Suddenly, his gaze froze when he saw something. A girl was standing gracefully, her skirt fluttering lightly in the wind. Her exquisite, dignified face made Tianyin freeze, unable to tear his eyes away. After a while, Tianyin turned to his father and asked, "Is the Sacred Maiden up there, on top of the tall light?" Molly answered, "Yes, that's right. I was about to ask you, don't you think she's very beautiful?" Tianyin didn't respond but silently assessed the situation. She didn't seem like a bad person. But before he could finish his judgment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest. Tianyin winced in pain, clutching his left chest and letting out a cry. He collapsed to the ground, and his father rushed to his side immediately.
"What's wrong, Ayin?"
He wanted to gently touch Tianyin to check on him, but before he could, Molly was unexpectedly knocked back by the force of his son's own power. He couldn't reach him. Everyone around them noticed the situation and immediately started gossiping and asking about it, but not a single person came forward to help. They left MC Tianyin and Molly standing there, bewildered. Bai He, seeing the situation below, jumped down to investigate. Before her feet even touched the ground, she called out, "Molly uncle, what happened to him?" Seeing her approach, he hurriedly rushed over, unsure of what to do.
"Please, I beg you, save my son."
Without hesitation, Bai He agreed, "Let me take a look." She then reached out and placed her hand on Tianyin's forehead. A gentle flow of energy traveled from her fingertips. At that moment, Tianyin's face was no longer contorted in pain as it had been earlier, it gradually relaxed. His whole body seemed to float in a warm current, a soothing sensation that made him feel as if he were no longer suffering at all. He was comfortably enjoying it, but he was taken aback by the power emanating from him. His extraordinary ability was truly formidable. The area around them was enveloped by two distinct forces. He was stunned by the sight, especially since two different abilities were coexisting, and she felt like she was struggling to breathe. The two forces inside Tianyin's body were clashing with each other, and he could perceive everything. The dark energy was in conflict with the white energy. After a long silence, Molly anxiously spoke up, "Sacred Maiden, how is my son?" She replied slowly, "He is indeed severely ill. Take him to my residence." Upon hearing this, he was stunned and immediately refused. How could I let him contaminate the dwelling of a saint? The people around him also echoed his concern, feeling it was inappropriate for Tianyin to go to Baihe's place. She furrowed her brows, clearly displeased, unable to continue any longer. "The place we are at is quite peaceful, which is convenient for treating his condition." Seeing Baihe's determined attitude, he also broke into a sweat and complied. "Thank you, Saint." Everyone could see that her attitude at that moment was praising Baihe for her kindness, but some were also jealous of him. Upon arriving at Baihe's house, she placed Tianyin on the bed. Her actions suddenly became a little strange as she turned around and locked the door. As soon as the door closed, Baihe spoke up, "I know you're awake, can we talk for a bit?" At that moment, Tianyin sat up from the bed and hesitated before speaking his thanks. Her face remained expressionless as she asked, "Thank me for what? I haven't done anything for you." Tianyin merely raised his head and explained calmly, "Your weapon has merged and transformed me, only then was I able to suppress the anomalies in my body." Baihe snorted upon hearing the explanation. "I just want to help those who need help." Her face remained as calm as ever, but her words were contradictory. "But do you know, from the day both you and I were born, we were destined to be rivals." Tianyin frowned. "Why say that? Why would I be your enemy?" It was unclear what expression Baihe had on her face, but she said, "You were supposed to be born on May 31 st. 315 in the cosmic calendar, and I was born because of you." Hearing this, Tianyin immediately didn't believe it, thinking she must have made a mistake. How could such a thing happen? But Baihe still said nonchalantly, "I didn't expect us to meet this early." She stepped closer, gently taking his hand. In the space bathed in golden sunlight, Baihe uttered a cryptic sentence. "You're really making it hard for me to choose." Tianyin, confused, asked in return, "Why do you say that? Is there something you need to choose?" But in response, all he got was a gaze full of complexity, accompanied by her contemplative expression. Instead of answering Tianyin's question, Baihe chose to change the subject, pointing to the badge in his hand. "You've joined holy wisdom." He frowned, beads of sweat forming on his face. The pure soul radiating from the sacred maiden seemed to be continuously biting away at the dark powers within Tianyin's body. It caused him pain, even a deep sense of disgust. Baihe seemed oblivious to this, looking up and asking, "Can you tell me your name?" Tianyin immediately withdrew his hand to avoid further contact with the sacred soul. He answered politely, but his tone was cold and distant. Baihe seemed to sense his discomfort and lightly offered her own speculation. "It seems you really hate me." He immediately went into a state of heightened alert, staring intently at her. Baihe found his reaction amusing and smiled. She pretended not to notice his wariness and introduced herself warmly. "You don't need to call me Sacred Maiden, my name is Baihe." Like a lily in a dark cave, symbolizing righteousness and life, emitting fragrance, that's the meaning of my name. Tianyin still didn't lower his guard. "You came here just to spread fragrance, didn't you? Who sent you?" Before the questioning, Baihe showed no signs of emotion. "No one sent me here. My freedom is a choice I make for myself. I only hope that the people here can live happily and joyfully." Hearing the words happily, joyfully, he couldn't help but sneer. In an instant, Tianyin became serious. "The Alliance has over 1,000 planets,
at least 800 of which are residential districts. Can you ensure that every district will experience happiness and joy? She was unshaken by the probing question. Of course, I can't do it alone. It requires the collective effort of countless people. Just because it can't be achieved now doesn't mean it will never be possible. Though slightly softened, he still pressed on. How can the Galactic Alliance just leave you like this? Aren't you afraid of facing their punishment in the future? He remained firm in her ideals, responding coldly. So what? My dream is to spread happiness to everyone. Upon hearing her unrealistic dream, Tianyin could no longer tolerate it and shouted. Enough, you don't need to say anymore. But he remained unchanged, not the slightest hint of doubt in her. Tianyin, calm down, don't let the darkness control your mind. She spoke as she raised her hand to strike him. Fortunately, Tianyin realized in time and dodged. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying by he, who remained as calm as ever. After avoiding the attack, he wondered why she didn't use her light element ability to counterattack. He stood facing Tianyin, calmly using her mind-linking technique. Don't you understand? I don't want to harm you. Her face was serious, and his body had reached the brink of collapse. Let me help you, she said. But Tianyin did not believe her. He immediately ran behind her, swinging his blade to strike. Are you rambling? Having explained clearly and intending to help, yet Tianyin still wanted to kill her, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Without hesitation, she struck down with a decisive blow, making sure it could not miss. Unfortunately for Tianyin, his calculations were wrong. He looked on in disbelief, letting out a sound of surprise. Her hair quickly wrapped around his arm, and she used the momentum to leap, delivering a palm strike while he was still stunned. Caught off guard by his sudden move, Tianyin could only widen his eyes, unable to defend himself in time. As time passed, Molly outside remained anxious, waiting for her son to recover. Meanwhile, inside the room, after being struck, Tianyin had fainted and was now lying on the bed, his body being carefully placed by her. As he watched Tianyin sleeping, she also reflected on the past. He recalled the words of her teacher, when you encounter that person, you must eliminate him before he gains immense power. Confused, he looked up at her teacher and asked, didn't you teach me that every life has the right to exist? Her teacher sighed, you don't understand. I have experienced the terrifying power myself. If killing one person can save thousands, what is wrong with that? However, when you meet him, he will already be powerful enough. Use your kindness to guide him along the righteous path, lead him through the vast, uncertain road ahead. He was extremely serious and obedient, saying, I will do my best, but I hope you won't interfere with my decision, okay? The teacher squinted his eyes and said, you are too perfect, and perfection is your only flaw. Upon hearing the comment, he said she didn't understand, but the teacher didn't explain any further, only saying that she would understand in the future. Back to the present, he bit her finger to draw blood and silently apologized to her teacher. Although she was still weak, she truly couldn't do it, she was willing to bet her life on it. Then, she drew a blood mark on Tianyin's forehead. If one day he truly becomes the Dark Overlord, I am willing to use myself to end it all. Tianyin, please don't disappoint me, okay? The mark he drew on Tianyin's forehead suddenly radiated a brilliant light. It lifted both of them into the air as if forming a special magic array. She gathered a small orb and brought it close to his body, but unexpectedly, something unusual occurred. Seeing that things were not looking good and there was some difficulty, even a sacred maiden like he couldn't help but frown. She tried her best to use her power to suppress the darkness inside Tianyin's body. Naturally, the process was far from simple, and although he had lost consciousness, he still screamed in pain. He immediately hugged Tianyin, comforting him, you're all right now. After some time, everything finally returned to normal. The formation gradually dissipated, having already fused completely. As long as he rested well, there would be no major issues.
Just as she finished thinking through everything, the clothes on his body suddenly made a few sounds, and some rips appeared. He, still unaware of what was happening, stood frozen, staring at the scene before her, confused. Then, when she saw Tianyin's clothes torn to shreds, completely exposing his body, she was startled. Ignoring that he had fainted, he turned away, covered her eyes, and fled in a panic. She didn't even glance back, charging forward and pushing the door open to run outside. But at least he still had some decency. Though she was running away, she closed the door behind her to help Tianyin. After running for a while, she finally managed to calm down a bit, panting heavily with her eyes wide open. One couldn't really blame she had grown up this far and was still a virgin, never having tasted the trials of life. At this point, Molly rushed over to inquire about the situation inside. "Sacred Maiden, are you all right? Did something unexpected happen?" She couldn't tell the truth, so she avoided his gaze and answered vaguely. "It's fine. Tianyin is feeling better now. Could you bring him a set of clothes?" He was still confused but hurriedly grabbed some clothes. Tianyin coughed up blood so seriously. He blushed as she recalled what had just happened and didn't know what to say. Finally, she came up with what she thought was the perfect excuse: a lie. "You can just bring it here. He sweated too much and needs to change clothes." Molly saw his intense reaction and also broke out in a sweat, agreeing, all right, there's another set like this at home, I'll go get it right away." He then turned around and ran back to the house, leaving he standing in place. A moment later, she had entered the house but dared not turn back, as Tianyin was still lying there naked behind her. He had slept for a long time and finally woke up, scratching his head, laughing awkwardly, and asking, "Where are my clothes?" A simple question like that, but asked to the wrong person, so it deserved to have a shirt thrown at his face. He was so nervous she forgot to adjust her volume. "Put them on quickly," she said, then frowned, slightly pouting. "If someone else sees you, how will you explain it?" Not long after, Tianyin announced, "I'm dressed now. Thank you for saving me. I don't know why I attacked you earlier." She returned to her usual indifferent and calm demeanor, speaking lightly, "It's fine, but I hope you'll remember, you need to be cautious when using your dark ability." Tianyin didn't ask why, he simply replied, "Got it." He gave another reminder, "Otherwise, you'll keep losing your sense of self. Please take my words seriously." He replied solemnly with a firm tone, "I'll be extra careful and cautious. However, I've noticed something. Why has my universe level ability upgraded, but my power is still only level 3? He, with a calm expression, delivered some potentially shocking news. "Tianyin, congratulations. You are the first person in the entire Galactic Alliance to have both types of abilities." Tianyin grasped the main point, puzzled because he was the first to speak. "But I've heard others say that people with dual abilities have appeared before." She refuted his words, "For those with dual abilities, it's a disaster. But you're not like that. When both abilities appear simultaneously, they create severe rejection. The body will break apart, and there's no way to stop it. But you're completely contrary to that rule. You've truly mastered the importance of controlling both types of abilities." Tianyin was stunned, his face blank, and he could only utter one sentence, "Do I really have two abilities?" He confirmed for him, "As long as you use them well, your abilities will increase by about 20%. Tianyin, like a naive child, voiced his thoughts, "So when I reach level 10, won't I be equivalent to someone at level 15? She spoke calmly, "In theory, yes. However, things are not that simple. You need to face difficulties, and continuously strive to surpass others by several times over." Hearing his advice, Tianyin smiled with a raised lip. It doesn't matter if it's harder than others, that's a good thing. In life, it's rare to see someone think it's a good thing to face more difficulty, so she was quite curious. Why is it a good thing? He confidently explained, "Think about it, when others think I'm only at level 10, but in reality, I'm at level 15, what do you think the result will be?" After thinking carefully, he gave the answer that caught people off guard, "It's a good thing.
Tianyin's expression was just like spring arriving, bright and lively, with a silly smile. "This is a secret between the two of us, don't tell anyone else."
She agreed without any hesitation.
"But you also have to promise me one thing."
Tianyin wiped away his silly smile and asked Bai He what that thing was, not keeping anything hidden.
"You might think I talk too much, but I still want to remind you. Unless it's something life-threatening, never use your dark powers.
You probably already felt the negative effects of them earlier." Upon hearing this, Tianyin's expression changed, and he awkwardly smiled, trying to save face, though he wasn't sure what else to do.
After a moment, he immediately responded. "I agree with you, it's not urgent. I won't use them."
Dark powers not only backfire but are also rejected by holy wisdom. I don't want holy wisdom to issue a bounty on me.
Look, I'm still working for holy wisdom, even if I'm just an intern. But I don't want to give up this opportunity.
After hearing his long reply, Bai He also reaffirmed her point.
That's the best.
Cultivating extraordinary powers is a difficult and painful process, and you need to stay true to yourself. Dark powers can also become a useful tool for you.
I never want to become your enemy, can we agree on that? Hearing this, Tianyin smiled gently.
He put his hand on her shoulder. My mother was right, you really are beautiful, the most beautiful woman I've ever met.
Thank you for helping me. Trust me, I will never become your enemy. I understand your wishes, and if I have the chance, I will definitely help you.
Then, gently holding his hand, Bai He said, it seems my decision was not wrong. Looking up, her eyes were calm yet filled with tenderness.
At least, for now, it was true.
One moment she was serious, but the next, Bai He blushed and avoided his gaze.
You should go back now. Molly uncle must be worried.
Hearing this, he smiled gently, placing a kiss on her forehead, which left Bai He momentarily stunned.
Don't act so serious. Tianyin, I will never forget today.
In this world, only you deserve to be called the sacred maiden. The matter was settled, and they both went downstairs. When Molly saw him, he immediately asked anxiously, Ayin, are you all right?
Tianyin smiled with squinted eyes. Don't worry, Dad. I'm fine now.
Fortunately, the sacred maiden helped me.
Let's head home.
He turned to Bai He, thanking her and saying his goodbyes.
Thank you, sacred maiden.
I'll take Ayin home now. Bai He smiled lightly and said nothing, but her smile already spoke a quiet farewell. A month later, after numerous experiments, Tianyin discovered that his spatial ability had the power to control objects and paralysis, while his dark ability had a strong corrosive nature. At Tianyin's house, he scratched his head and informed his mother that he would be leaving tomorrow.
Manga was surprised. So soon, you're leaving already? She asked with a hint of sadness, can't you stay for a few more days? But in the end, Manga still couldn't keep her son with her.
She gave some final instructions before leaving and thanked the sacred maiden. After all, she owed her a huge favor. The next day, in front of Bai He's house, a man saw Tianyin approaching and greeted him.
Isn't that Tianyin? Are you here to find the sacred maiden?
He greeted him politely. At that moment, she happened to open the door and step out. When the man saw Bai He coming out, he didn't stop Tianyin anymore. The sacred maiden is out now, you two young people can talk. She stood by the door and called out to him.
Tianyin, come in. Let's talk inside.
Inside the warm wooden house, Tianyin's voice called out to Bai He.
I'm not going in.
She smiled lightly, wondering why he had come to find her today all of a sudden.
Aren't you afraid of meeting me?
Hearing this, Tianyin awkwardly scratched his head, denied it, and stammered as if trying to explain something.
Bai He immediately understood. No need to explain, I just hope you can see me as a friend. You're not planning to leave, are you? Tianyin looked up and confirmed. Training outside will help me progress a lot more.
These words made her mood slightly drop, and she lowered her gaze to hide the faint sadness inside. After a while, he slowly spoke. Everyone has different goals. If you want to leave, then go ahead. Tianyin asked in confusion. Aren't you lonely, always here protecting this place? Don't you have any other hobbies or things to enjoy? Hearing that, he laughed and teased. What would happen if the people here heard what you just said? Tianyin immediately became afraid, scratching his head hesitantly. Well, they might tear me apart. At that moment, she suddenly became serious. You have your own goals, and I have my own here. Besides, everyone here is my friend, so you don't need to worry about me. Tianyin didn't press the issue any further but asked another question that had been on his mind for a long time. Your cultivation level is not low, right? Why don't you join Holy Wisdom? And by the way, what exactly is your cultivation? He laughed again, thinking the question was quite silly. As she said that, her expression suddenly became a little more somber. After joining Holy Wisdom, would I still be able to do things like I do now? As for my cultivation level, that's a secret. He raised her head and looked at Tianyin with clear, transparent eyes. I believe that not too far in the future, you will reach a level of strength just like mine. The shadows of the two of them stretched across the floor beneath the hazy sunset. You promise me that you will become a powerful psychic. Then, hesitating, she said her goodbyes. With those words, Tianyin turned and walked away, his departure being watched closely by he. He quietly murmured to himself, words he dared not express. Goodbye, he, the most beautiful in the world. Behind him, the girl was also reaching out towards Tianyin's receding figure, silently calling his name in her heart. But then, as if fearing something, she retracted her hand. In the end, he simply placed her hand gently on her chest and watched the figure fade into the distance. The next day, Tianyin returned to the Celestial Pavilion. It was here that the largest transit station was located. He casually sipped from the cup in his hand while apathetically observing his surroundings. From here, he could reach the planet that Demeng had mentioned. Suddenly, in front of Tianyin, a group of people appeared, surrounding and beating someone curled up on the ground. Kid, are you still running? How dare you steal from me? I'll beat you to death. He stared blankly, wide-eyed, witnessing the scene unfold. The man, who seemed to be the leader, shouted loudly. How dare you steal my SIM card? It even has the numbers of some little treasures saved in it. The person being beaten, breathless and desperate, crawled on the ground and trembled as he pleaded. Please, master, I'm sorry, let me go. I have an old mother and a young child. Hearing this, the man slightly moved his lips, muttering words that sent a chill down one's spine. I'll spare you if you leave one arm behind. After finishing his words, the man raised his baseball bat high, aiming at the arm being held down tightly by several of his subordinates. At that moment, out of nowhere, a shadow shot toward them, kicking the man in the face and sending him flying. Tianyin gently landed, watching as the man he kicked crashed into a building far away, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. He furrowed his brows and muttered. What's so impressive about bullying the weak? I want to see what you're really capable of. Feng Yuan stared in astonishment at the scene. Then, with tears and snot flying everywhere, he rushed over to Tianyin, hugging his legs and accusing him. Boss, help me. These people want to rob me. I have an old mother and a baby under a month old. He froze, staring at the tears and snot from Feng Yuan now smeared on his clean pants. After that, Tianyin couldn't hold back and shouted out loud. My pants! While he was still swinging his leg, wanting to kick him away, the leader on the other side had already been helped up by his subordinates. Kid, who are you? Who gave you the right to meddle in my business? Tianyin, already irritated, encountered this guy looking for trouble, and cursed harshly, demanding they pay for his pants. The man frowned grimly. You want to pick a fight with me, you who don't know your own limits? Brothers, charge! With that, the group of subordinates immediately marched forward with hostility. Feng Yuan quickly pressed himself close to Tianyin and then knelt down. After that, he naturally clung to Tian Yin's leg with eyes full of admiration and reverence. Seeing this, Tian Yin felt slightly uncomfortable.
Can you stop grabbing my leg? You're a man, for God's sake, can you not act so cowardly?
On the other side, a few of the subordinates had drawn guns from their jacket pockets, and Tian Yin immediately grew serious, speaking in a low voice. The law forbids the use of firearms, yet you dare to use them. The leader thought Tian Yin was scared, and he smirked proudly.
Now you know fear? It's too late now. Go down to the underworld and repent.
After finishing his words, he coldly ordered his subordinates to shoot Tian Yin without hesitation. But a second passed, then several seconds, yet nothing happened.
The leader immediately became furious and growled, "Shoot already. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility."
One of his subordinates, sweating heavily, explained that something was wrapping around them, preventing them from moving, then urgently warned the boss to watch out behind him. The leader furrowed his brow in confusion, but just as he turned around, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, stabbing a sharp dagger toward him. Inside the city, the agonizing, ear-piercing scream of the leader echoed. The subordinate who witnessed this scene immediately gritted his teeth in fury and raised his gun.
"Why dare you die for me?"
As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet shot out from the barrel, flying swiftly towards the front with a deafening roar. Feng Yuan, stunned and caught off guard, was hit directly in the shoulder, causing blood to spurt out in a burst.
Tian Yin immediately widened his eyes in panic at the sight.
He rushed over in worry, asking about the situation, but Feng Yuan simply clutched his shoulder and gently reassured Tian Yin, saying that the gunman's marksmanship was terrible.
Another subordinate growled, "Both of you will die today for injuring our boss."
Upon hearing this, Tian Yin gave him a cold glance, slowly gritting his teeth as he spoke.
"You are the ones who are going to die."
The next second, a shadow like lightning flashed through the group of subordinates, leaving behind a bloody trail. Sounds of fighting erupted continuously, and Tian Yin's eyes became vacant, like a soulless corpse.
Suddenly, Bai He's voice echoed in his head. "You have to agree to one condition of mine." At that moment, Tian Yin seemed to snap out of his trance and stared blankly.
He recalled when she had warned him that unless it was a life-threatening situation, he should never use his dark ability. Realizing this, Tian Yin quickly regained his composure and became serious. He turned to Feng Yuan, asking with concern if he could still move, and received a nod in response. Upon hearing that, Tian Yin immediately discarded all restraint, grabbing Feng Yuan by the collar and leaping into the air as Feng Yuan screamed in surprise. Later, in a place quite far from the city center, surrounded by lush green trees, Feng Yuan respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude for the life-saving favor and then said his goodbyes.
But Tian Yin spoke up. "Don't let him leave yet."
He smirked with interest. "After all, I did save him, right? Tell me, how did you get that wind-based superpower?" When Feng Yuan heard the words wind-based superpower, he appeared confused and puzzled.
"If you want me to pay you for a reward, I don't have any money." Tian Yin immediately replied, "I'm not interested in your affection, it's something else."
Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately looked like an innocent boy being bullied, clutching his chest and whining.
"Could it be that you have that kind of interest?" No, I can't do that. Please don't eat me."
Tian Yin was so provoked by him that he couldn't hold back, kicking Feng Yuan away with a force that sent him flying.
"I didn't mean that."
Then he sat back down and coaxed him to tell him the truth.
Feng Yuan stubbornly insisted that he didn't know. "Boss, please spare me." In the end, Tian Yin relented. "I'll tell you your name later."
He broke into a sweat and revealed his name, which meant always having ambition. It was a name given by a local girl. Suddenly, Feng Yuan seemed to realize something, jerking back in surprise.
"Tell me later what that means." Tian Yin gently draped his arm over his shoulder.
He cheerfully suggested,
"You seem to have decent potential. Why don't you come with me in the future?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Feng Yuan immediately froze, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, inside the forest, a terrified voice screamed out loudly, "Boss, I can't be dreaming, can I? I didn't go anywhere, let go of me."
Then, he hurriedly ran towards the two nearby police officers, constantly shouting for help.
Feng Yuan huddled close to the officer, angrily pointing at Tianyin, accusing him of attempting to rob him.
Tianyin showed no sign of fear, merely curling his lips into a slight smirk as he looked at them. The two police officers immediately stepped forward, demanding his identity and warning him not to move. Suddenly, a bright, shining stone appeared from nowhere. Tianyin held it in his hand and gently reassured them, "Surely, both of you recognize this." As soon as the two officers saw the spirit stone, they were immediately stunned, as if they had seen a holy decree. They quickly bowed in respect and said, "So it's the controller, it is an honor to have you visit.
We have been rude." Watching this, Feng Yuan was instantly petrified with fear. Although he didn't know what a controller was, he could tell that even the police officers were subordinates to Tianyin.
On the other side, Tianyin calmly pointed at him and said, "I have some business with this person, you two don't need to worry."
Upon hearing this, the officers immediately agreed and excused themselves to leave.
Only then did Tianyin turn to smile at the petrified man next to him, saying, "You're quite clever, trying to bring the police to arrest me." After a moment of silence, Feng Yuan stubbornly spoke up, "No matter what happens, I won't go with you." With those words, he suddenly bristled like a porcupine, firing off words like cannon shots. "What right do you have to restrict someone else's freedom? I'm used to living alone, don't even think about forcing me to be your little disciple." Tianyin remained calm and assessed the situation, realizing that he also had quite the presence. Feng Yuan, as if struck by a soft punch, immediately deflated and fell silent, frowning. Seeing this, he took a step back and suggested they be friends. "I have spatial abilities. I can help you level up your strength. We could go together and explore a new world."
He was taken aback and asked in return, "Are you really willing to be friends with a thief like me?"
Tianyin affirmed, the earlier event proving that his strength was indeed special. Now, he was free to choose whether to stay or leave, and he would not stop him. Hearing this, Feng Yuan fell into deep thought for a moment, then resolutely closed his eyes and declined.
"I still can't leave here."
A while later, in another corner of the vast city, seemingly peaceful, Tianyin held his familiar glass of water, sipping and contemplating. It seemed he had chosen the wrong person, forcing someone to come along with him was of no benefit. Suddenly, a scream from behind urged him to wait, making Tianyin pause.
He glanced back indifferently, curious about what was happening.
Before him, he saw Feng Yuan being chased by a group of people.
He was panicked, shouting for help as he ran, saying he would go with him. Tianyin smiled gently. "If I save you, will you follow me?"
Feng Yuan, terrified to the point of tears, quickly raised his hand, desperately pleading, still shouting in anguish. As soon as he finished speaking, two loud explosions erupted, throwing the pursuers into the air. Those lucky enough to survive were left stunned, hastily fleeing in panic.
Above their heads, Tianyin was still in the posture of gathering momentum to leap into the air.
On the ground below, Feng Yuan stood in a daze, clearly watching as the group of people were thrown up into the sky. He was so startled that his eyes widened, his mouth agape, unsure how to react. After a while, the smoke and fire dispersed, restoring the sky to its beautiful, clear state, just like it had been at the beginning.
Tianyin turned around and glanced at Feng Yuan with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere? What are you thinking?"
He was still a bit scared, genuinely surprised by how powerful that ability was.
"From now on, I'll follow you, but you absolutely have to teach me that ability."
As Feng Yuan turned around to follow his steps, he whined.
"You want to get stronger so that you're no longer afraid of getting caught when you steal other people's things, right?" Tianyin's words hit a nerve, and he immediately bristled. "If I could earn a living from it, I'd rather steal than be hungry." At that point, Feng Yuan's expression suddenly became a bit guilty.
"Though, right now, I have such a bad reputation. Whenever something goes missing, they blame me, saying I stole it."
Suddenly, Tianyin asked a question that seemed irrelevant. Does that mean your stealing skills are extremely good? He sighed.
Nowadays, most things are stored using advanced technology.
There's nothing valuable left to steal.
If there was, I'd have long been living comfortably somewhere else. Then, he wondered if Feng Yuan had ever trained in cosmic energy.
Feng Yuan replied that he had only heard of it.
It's a discipline that only those in prestigious academies or people with power can practice. The two of them walked down the deserted road, their shadows stretching behind them.
Tianyin said that when they returned, he would give Feng Yuan the method for practicing cosmic energy. Hearing that, he was stunned and asked again in disbelief, "Are you really giving this to me like this? Do you trust me this much? I'm a thief, you know."
He glanced at him casually and replied, "We are brothers now, don't overthink it."
Feng Yuan was immediately moved to tears. No one had ever trusted him like this before.
He was so overwhelmed that he cried loudly and called out "boss," leaving Tianyin flustered and trying to comfort him. Soon, more than half a day had passed.
The clouds were painted with a romantic sunset glow. Feng Yuan realized they were heading towards the transport station and guessed that he was going to another planet. Tianyin comfortably revealed that he wanted to go to Bright Yellow Star.
"I heard the person in charge there has spatial abilities.
I wonder if I can ask them for some pointers." He immediately protested, "You already have someone teaching you. What am I supposed to do?" Tianyin calmly pointed, "I'll teach you the basics. Once you've mastered cosmic energy and can control it, I'll try to find a master for you."
Feng Yuan was instantly soothed by these words.
"Have you met the person at Bright Yellow Star?" At this point, he awkwardly admitted that he hadn't met them. "I'm just trying my luck. They might refuse me too." He reluctantly accepted and then asked the most important question, "So, do you have enough money for the journey?" Tianyin seemed to realize that he hadn't paid attention to it.
He frowned, slightly lowered his head, and appeared to be seriously thinking. Then, he suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Feng Yuan.
Feng Yuan shivered under his gaze and stammered, "What are you looking at me for? I don't have any money." Tianyin laughed and reassured him, "I'm the pilot, how could I possibly be without food to eat?"
Feng Yuan still felt somewhat distrustful. He remembered what had been said, "Don't come looking for me." Suddenly, Tianyin turned his head back, staring seriously at him once again.
Feng Yuan irritably shouted, "What are you staring at me for? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before?"
Then Tianyin casually draped his arm over his shoulder.
"Looks like we're really a match made in heaven. Even our stingy looks are the same." Feng Yuan was left speechless by this strange person.
A little while later, on the dimly lit street, Tianyin glanced ahead.
"I kinda regret telling you to follow me," he muttered.
He furrowed his brows thoughtfully.
"I don't think I've ever stolen from these people."
In front of them were three strangely dressed men blocking the road.
Tianyin frowned, suspecting that Feng Yuan had offended the Jiu family.
He quickly denied it, saying he didn't know these people, and then wondered if they were strong.
Tianyin couldn't help but curse Feng Yuan as an idiot. "Can't you feel the pressure coming from them?"
"Anyway, trouble's here now, so be careful," Tianyin reminded him, tension in his voice. One of the men in the group stepped forward.
"Which one of you is from Holy Wisdom?" he asked in a low voice. Tianyin and Feng Yuan eyed them warily. "Who are you, and what do you want?"
The underling of my lessee extended his hand toward them.
"What do we want?"
"You'll find out soon enough," he said, clenching his fist as dark energy oozed from between his fingers. Behind Tianyin, two massive skeletal figures appeared, partially cloaked in a black mist, engulfing him.
Tianyin suddenly felt something approaching and was jolted in fear.
The moment the skeletal hands slammed hard into the ground, he quickly leapt out of his position.
Tianyin observed tensely, "These people are dark ability users, why are they coming after me and Feng Yuan?"
While he was still lost in thought, a couple of skeletal hands sneaked up behind him.
But when one slammed its bony hand onto the ground, Tianyin had already successfully dodged it. Cold sweat trickled down his face, he had to break free from this black smoke. Thinking quickly, Tianyin immediately launched himself out of the dark sphere and into the open sky. But what awaited him was the hand of Miley C's subordinate. He swiftly grabbed Tianyin's hand and twisted it back, restraining him. The subordinate sneered disdainfully, "Turns out, you're just a low-level space ability user." Unable to move, Tianyin could only frown and glance at him. Another subordinate pointed at Feng Yuan and asked, "What should we do with him?" The one called boss coldly spat out 2 words, "Kill Feng Yuan." Tianyin, still stunned by the situation, couldn't keep up with what was happening. A second later, Feng Yuan, tears streaming down his face, begged, "I have an elderly mother, 80 years old, and young children at home." Meanwhile, Tianyin desperately tried to find a way to save him. "He's not with holy wisdom, let him go, and I'll go with you." Finally, the boss decided to have third brother bind them up to bring them back and wait for instructions from the Marquis. Upon finishing his words, a stream of dark energy spread out from his 2 hands, enveloping them all. Tianyin frowned as he calculated, "The forbidden spell of the dark system is useless against me, I'll cooperate with you all for a moment then." A while later, the 2 were taken to a strange place, lying sprawled on the ground. However, Tianyin was only pretending to have fainted. After all, he couldn't defeat them right now, so he would first observe what they truly intended to do. They were in a magnificent and grand palace, yet it felt rather gloomy. Miley C leaned sideways, resting her arm on the armrest of the chair. "Is this the one controlling the alliance? Your ability to work gets stronger every day." Third brother, who was kneeling respectfully on one knee, humbly replied, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. I have always been dedicated to fulfilling my duties." Suddenly, her expression turned slightly cold, and she let out a faint, meaningful snort. Then, Miley C looked into the distance. "Tell Tianyin to open his eyes. You may deceive them, but can you deceive me?" The 2 on the ground remained still, as if they had truly fainted. Upon hearing these words, Tianyin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and opened his eyes wide. Meanwhile, third brother was immediately kicked several meters away by his companion. He was struck so hard that he coughed up blood. Enraged, the subordinate cursed, "How could you fail to make him unconscious? This place has been compromised, what should we do now?" Third brother, terrified, stammered as he knelt and begged for mercy, "I was careless, Your Excellency." Miley C said nothing but only cast a cold glance at him. Then she gently closed her eyes and declared, "Go down and reflect on yourself, confinement for 1 month." The 3 subordinates immediately knelt down in gratitude. "We will go and bear our punishment right away." Meanwhile, Miley C slowly walked over to Tianyin and sat down. "Little bro, why aren't you looking up at me?" She sat down on the floor, raising her hand to wrap around his neck. His wool was firm, and if it had been anyone else, they might have already thrown themselves at her. Suddenly, Tianyin pulled out a sharp dagger from somewhere. Miley C furrowed her brows, thinking he was about to resist her. In response, Tianyin decisively stabbed the dagger deep into his own thigh. Miley C was stunned, her brows furrowing in confusion, not understanding what he was trying to do. Tianyin struggled to lift his head and said, "If I don't do this, there's no way to resist the hypnotic power of Lord Marquis. I hope to speak to you normally." She seemed intrigued and asked what he wanted to say. Tianyin painstakingly stood up. "We are all in the same predicament. Why must we treat each other so ruthlessly?" His words made Miley C feel a bit unsettled. "What do you mean by that? Wasn't he the space element ability user from Holy Wisdom? From your body, dark energy is quickly spreading and covering the surrounding space. Not only am I a space element ability user, but I am also an ability user of the dark element, just like you." Tianyin stood straight. "I'm not just a space ability user." Miley C stared at him in silence, her face showing utter confusion. Tianyin slowly spoke, his voice cutting through the dark energy. "I am also a dark element ability user." As soon as he finished, Miley C gasped in astonishment. "It's appeared, it has finally appeared. The combination of space and darkness. Then, she respectfully knelt down and addressed the young master of the Miley C family. A moment later, the castle still stood tall in the misty air, as if something had changed inside. Tianyin stroked his chin, curious as to why her attitude had shifted so suddenly. "Young master, there is something I do not understand." Miley C carefully used her special ability to envelop the bleeding wound on his leg. Hesitantly, she looked up and asked, "Could it be that Tianyin still does not know his true identity?" He seemed slightly confused upon hearing this. "True identity? I honestly don't know." Miley C could only close her eyes helplessly, preparing to tell the story. Suddenly, Tianyin interrupted, pointing at her. "All right, that's enough, my leg doesn't hurt anymore. Keep your distance and then explain." Miley C stood up. "How can you not know your true identity? Please, stop trying to hide it any longer." She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, placing her hand on her chest to thank the great dark god for bringing the Master of Darkness to the mortal world. But her overwhelming emotions were once again cut off by Tianyin. "I really don't know if you're going to explain or not. If not, I'll be leaving." Finally, she gave in and began to explain. "Our Dark Clan's ability users were once very powerful. We could exist anywhere within the Alliance without fear of holy wisdom. But 20 years ago, after the old master disappeared, everything changed. The Dark ability users began slaughtering each other, leading to endless civil wars, and the Dark Clan was split into numerous factions. Furthermore, with the pressure from those who speak of justice like holy wisdom, the existence of Dark ability users is now facing great danger." After hearing that, Tianyin was still not entirely convinced. "So, what exactly makes you so certain that I am the heir to your family?" Miley C calmly recounted the words of the old master before he disappeared. He declared that when someone can combine both space and darkness, it will be the moment the Master of Darkness appears. She slightly narrowed her eyes. "When you simultaneously activate both the powerful dark ability and the space ability, we will submit to you unconditionally." A voice from inside the castle echoed with Tianyin's words. "I think I understand what you're saying. However, I believe that right now, my priority should be to strengthen my own abilities. As for the matters of the dark world, I cannot involve myself at this moment." He lowered his head and politely declined. Miley C's face immediately darkened. "What do you mean by that?" She coldly parted her lips. "Are you saying you want to leave?" Tianyin did not sense anything unusual. "Don't you think what I'm saying makes sense? Strengthening my ability should be my number one priority." Miley C grimly turned her head, her voice sharp as she ordered him to silence. "Right now, I strongly suspect that you are a spy secretly planted by holy wisdom within the dark world." Upon hearing that, Tianyin froze, unsure how to respond. He became tense, sweat breaking out on his forehead, as he hastily denied it. "How could you think that? And how can you prove whether I am really your heir or not?" She coldly replied. "Very simple, let me check." With that, a pair of wings appeared behind Miley C. "If you truly are the successor of the old master, you will naturally receive his blood." Tianyin stared in shock with a confused expression, and in the blink of an eye, she revealed her true nature, teleporting right up to his face. "Let me taste your blood, and I'll know everything." Miley C didn't wait for Tianyin to react and swiftly lunged to bite his neck. Suddenly, a deep, guttural growl erupted in anger. "Miley C, how dare you!" She immediately froze, standing motionless like a soulless doll. Countless streams of energy gathered in the air, accompanied by strange sounds. Miley C stood there, stunned, bewildered by the scene before her. The dark energy gathering around her emitted low growls. "Do you think I don't know your greed? You've sensed my aura on Tianyin's body. Do you want to take everything from me in his place?" Miley C snapped to attention, desperately begging for mercy. In response, a voice as grim as if it were coming from hell echoed, making it clear that only death awaited her. Miley C sobbed, pleading, "I offer my soul, please give me a chance." The shadow remained silent, staring at her as if weighing her worth. After a while, he considered Miley C's contributions to the dark world and showed mercy, offering her soul. Master, master, you will always be Tianyin. From now on, as he lives, you live, as he dies, you die. After a long while, he woke up in the bed inside the castle, rubbing his head, trying to recall. How did I fall asleep? I remember there was something like a laugh, and she wanted to bite me. Suddenly, Miley C appeared, respectfully bowing her head. I have some gifts I would like to present to you. Please wait while I bring them out. Hearing Tianyin scratching his head, hesitantly asking with the gift in hand, she only turned her head and asked him to accept it. Miley C silently closed her eyes, biting her lips, sweating coldly. She introduced the artificial servant doll that had defensive capabilities on par with the highest technologies, as well as the ring that symbolized the title of Grand Duke. Tianyin propped his chin, contemplating. This outfit didn't seem very comfortable. Miley C, understanding well, introduced, there are zippers on the bottom as well as front and back, so the master can easily go to the restroom. Upon hearing this, he became somewhat flustered and stammered, let me see for myself, you don't need to say anymore. Suddenly, she became solemn and said she would teach Tianyin how to call upon dark abilities, which confused him. Tianyin, curious, asked again, how do I call upon what? Miley C obediently bowed her head in submission, I am the central servant of your people and will teach you how to summon me. A while later, they were back on the familiar empty street. Feng Yuan was suspicious of Tianyin, seeing him faint and deceived him. He casually denied it and urged Feng Yuan to buy tickets to Bright Yellow Star. He pointed to a billboard, my request isn't high, just buy a business class ticket. Upon hearing this, he pointed, telling Feng Yuan to go buy it himself, which made him exclaim in shock. A little while later, the two of them were aboard the spaceship, blending into the countless ships moving through the vast universe. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, you wait, one day I'll rise like a kite in the wind, and when I get a wife, I'll cut ties with you. He spoke clearly, causing Tianyin to just smile awkwardly. 2 hours later, he sat back in a comfortable seat. Tianyin was wondering what took Feng Yuan so long in the bathroom when he suddenly heard him shout his name. Feng Yuan rushed over so quickly that Tianyin, a little startled, leaned back slightly. He was beaming like a flower blooming in spring, eagerly telling his story, Boss, you don't know how lucky I am. I think I've met the love of my life. Tianyin was at a loss for words, casting a glance at Feng Yuan, who was lost in a sweet, happy trance. After a while, Tianyin calmly listened to the rest of his story. He asked for more details, did you exchange IDs? Something that important, did she just take it out on her own? Feng Yuan nonchalantly confirmed, she was determined to get to know someone as handsome as me. Tianyin seemed a bit uncomfortable, beads of sweat forming as he hesitated for a moment before deciding to bring it up. On the screen, the system displayed Feng Yuan's savings balance, and to his surprise, the balance was a glaring, bright red 0. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, I'd been scammed. Once again, Tianyin was speechless, standing by as he watched Feng Yuan sobbing in despair. Someone as talented as me. Scammed. Elsewhere on the spaceship, Tianchi was reminding Kai Rui to stick to the old plan. To her surprise, the kid, who was dressed rather shabbily, had quite a bit of money. She immediately reassured him, an ordinary person can't open that door. But the kid really was foolish to the point of being laughable. Kai Rui, confident in his mocking, was suddenly startled as something caused the door to tremble, and in the blink of an eye, the door shattered into pieces. Feng Yuan and Tianyin frowned, emerging from the misty haze. The two of them inside were sweating profusely, staring at them in confusion. Kai Rui acted innocently. Feng Yuan, mister, what are you doing? Didn't I invite you to be my guest? Why are you still breaking into my room? He shouted angrily. Stop talking nonsense and give me the money. She lowered her head and continued acting. What money? I think there must be some mistake. Feng Yuan was so angry he nearly cried, shouting. What mistake? That's the money for my funeral. Kai Rui sneered disdainfully. Do you have any evidence to show that I stole your money?
At this moment, Tianyin spoke up.
We all know what's going on, hurry up and give me the money. Here, is your life more important than the money? She furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy. Mister, are you threatening me?
He let out a sound and calmly confirmed that he was indeed threatening Kai Rui. Suddenly, Tianyin noticed Tianqi charging towards them from behind and turned his head in surprise. As the man struck, he quickly moved out of the way.
Then, Tianyin gracefully spun mid-air, raising his leg for an attack.
Finally, he landed, delivering a powerful kick straight into Tianqi's back while the latter was still unable to react. Tianyin tensed up, biting his lip, breaking his armor technique, and revealing his martial arts mastery.
Tianqi looked up, complimenting. Your speed is the fastest I've ever seen. Too bad you ran into me. He smirked and drew out a dagger. Is that what you think? He immediately exclaimed in astonishment, how could you bring a forbidden weapon onto the transport ship? Tianqi snorted provocatively, what's the point of fighting with weapons? If you can beat me with your bare hands, I'll pay you.
Suddenly, Kai Rui stepped forward and sweetly spoke, Mister, why resort to violence?
If something has upset you, I'll compensate you, is that all right? She gracefully leaned against Tianyin.
He coldly shoved Kai Rui away, using his cosmic energy to charm others.
She was truly a wretch.
Her words immediately left her stunned and speechless. Then, Tianyin turned his head to accept Tianqi's challenge. He said that if they fought, and Tianqi could defeat him with bare hands, he would return the money to Feng Yuan. Tianqi was immediately astonished, his eyes wide and mouth agape, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at Tianyin with a serious expression. He lowered his head, introduced himself, and greeted him according to the rules. Next, Tianqi seemed to gather all his strength, letting out a loud roar that echoed.
In less than a second, he was close enough to throw a punch with all his might at Tianyin.
Tianyin merely stared calmly at Tianqi's every movement, then lightly shifted, moving with lightning speed to circle behind him, grabbing his shoulder.
Beneath Tianyin's hand, a whirlpool of dark, black energy appeared.
Soon after, a large hole was eaten through the back of Tianqi's suit by the black energy, and moments later, the spaceship continued to fly steadily through the cosmos towards its destination. Inside, he struggled to stay on his feet, despite the bloodstains covering the floor. Kai Rui anxiously called Tianqi's name, trying to stop him, but Tianqi told her to go with Feng Yuan and return the money to him. Kai Rui couldn't hide the confusion on her face, hesitating, wanting to say something more, but his firm voice cut her off.
No more buts. Do you want me to break my own vow?
Hearing this, Kai Rui finally lowered her head and made up her mind. Then, she turned and told Feng Yuan and Tianyin to follow her. Suddenly, a few people walked up and ordered them to stop, telling them not to move. Kai Rui jolted, wide-eyed in shock as she looked ahead. Before them was a group of people in matching dark uniforms approaching. They introduced themselves as security personnel of the ship, then the leader asked who had damaged the ship's equipment. Kai Rui immediately smirked, as if she had struck gold.
Without hesitation, she pointed at Tianyin and accused him. It's him. He was also trying to rob us.
The head of the security immediately shouted orders to take him down, but suddenly a voice rang out, telling them to wait. The person controlling the spirit stone on his index finger glanced at them.
Do you recognize this?
The security guards were all stunned as soon as they saw the spirit stone. Right after that, the leader of the security squad dropped to his knees.
Subordinates pay their respects to the manipulator.
Tianqi and Kai Rui stared in astonishment at this scene, and even Feng Yuan stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes.
Tianqi couldn't help but feel afraid. He was their superior, and if he revealed their identities, they would definitely be doomed.
Contrary to Tianqi's concerns, Tianyin reassured them that there was nothing to worry about, and ordered the security guards to leave.
He couldn't help but wonder why Tianyin didn't reveal their identities. Tianyin lowered his gaze slightly.
After all, we don't have any personal grudges. With that, he glanced at them again. I also admire how you all dared to deceive Feng Yuan. Having one more friend is one more escape route. There's no need for me to make more enemies. Tianqi was so moved by these words that he knelt down. You have spared us today. This grace, Tianqi will never forget. If there is ever an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay you. At this moment, the ship's announcement system informed them that they were approaching Bright Yellow Star, and guests were requested to proceed to the oxygen chambers. Tianyin immediately said his farewells and reminded them to remember to pay. Tianqi quickly raised his hand to stop him. We will definitely pay. May I ask your names? Tianyin smiled and waved his hand. There's no need for such formality, just call me Tianyin. Soon after, the spaceship arrived at Bright Yellow Star, sparkling like a gem in the heart of the universe. A magnificent and grand building stood before them. Feng Yuan asked, Is this where Tianyin wants to find Bright Yellow Star? He replied, I only know the name. Let's go to the planetary government and ask for directions. A little while later, inside the elegant room of the planetary government, Tianyin greeted a young woman. Excuse me, is there an office for the person in charge of holy wisdom here? I'm looking for Master Manipulator M.O. The woman smiled gently. This is the political center of Bright Yellow Star, and there is no office for the person in charge of holy wisdom here. Later, she kindly revealed that the Master Manipulator was at Bright Yellow Star, in the Dream Forest, and suggested that he go there and search for it. Tianyin squinted his eyes, awkwardly thanked the girl, and quickly turned to walk out the door. The moment Tianyin turned away, her expression immediately became vulgar. Isn't he just another person embarrassing himself? I really don't understand how Mr. M.O. has such a huge attraction. A little while later, in the lush, dense Dream Forest, when Feng Yuan saw that he had to buy a ticket, he immediately suggested sneaking in, but Tianyin quickly stopped him. People aren't idiots. Feng Yuan tilted his chin, pointed his thumb at his face, and snorted coldly. Are you all looking down on me? I'm the #1 thief. With that, he scurried off. You buy your own ticket, Tianyin said. So Tianyin silently stood by, watching Feng Yuan skillfully climb the wall to get inside. He stood there, staring at the wall, waiting for each second to pass. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Feng Yuan was thrown out. He looked up with his swollen head, pouting. The guard here is really tough. Tianyin helplessly closed his eyes, sincerely bought a ticket, and soon after, the two of them finally got inside. He suggested using cosmic energy to lift Feng Yuan up so that he could practice his cosmic energy, which surprised Feng Yuan. He immediately agreed but still carefully reminded Tianyin that he had never flown before, so the speed should be slow. Just trust me, Tianyin said with confidence. Don't worry. Then, he dragged Feng Yuan into the air, and Feng Yuan's loud scream echoed through the sky. This is not slow at all. Tianyin seriously replied that it couldn't be slow. He had to increase the cosmic energy quickly. Suddenly, his gaze collided with a bird flying nearby. The bird seemed to be covered in a flame, dazzling to the point of being blinding. Suddenly, Feng Yuan screamed in shock. Where are you looking? There's a tree in front. With a loud thud, the two inevitably crashed into the great tree ahead. The noise caused the birds in the forest to scatter in fear. Tianyin awkwardly scratched his head. The way that bird flies is really impressive. Feng Yuan, how do you feel? He didn't hear any response, and he was confused as he looked around. What caught Tianyin's eyes was Feng Yuan, bruised and lying unconscious on the ground. He could only awkwardly laugh, unsure of what to say. The forest, which had always been peaceful and beautiful, continued to be so, day after day. A month later, still within that dreamy forest, Tianyin asked if Feng Yuan could hear the voices around them. He immediately confirmed it. Tianyin glanced around, calculating. We don't have anything left to provide nutrition. If we meet any other travelers, we can buy some from them.
Suddenly, Feng Yuan reached out and pointed towards a direction ahead, as if the sound was coming from there. The two walked over and froze when they came face to face with an old man sitting huddled. "That's great, finally found you. Do you have any food?" In a dense, tree-filled forest of Manhwa, Mo had asked the two standing in front of him for food. He continued, "I'm starving to death." Tianyin apologized for not having any food, only a bottle of nutritional liquid. The old man quickly grabbed whatever could fill his stomach right then. He immediately unscrewed the bottle and without hesitation, drank it rapidly, pouring it into his mouth without stopping. Once everything was done, he casually smashed the bottle into pieces. He yelled angrily, "It's so hard to drink. Is this something meant for people to drink?" Feng Yuan gave Mo an annoyed look and scolded him for being so wasteful. He glanced at him and said, "You smell terrible. Did you fall into a dung pit?" Feng Yuan placed his hand on his chest and nervously responded that he hadn't. He angrily added, "So you're insulting me now? You're the one who fell into the dung pit." Feng Yuan complained about how he had helped Mo but was now being scolded in return. Tianyin calmly told Feng Yuan to let it go and hurry up. The two of them turned around to leave, with Feng Yuan taunting him, "Go ahead, just stay there." The old man cried out loudly, causing them to turn back in panic. "You see someone about to die and don't help? This old man is about to starve to death here. This is murder." Tianyin said he really wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. He continued, "The final batch of medicine has already been given to you. Also, there must be someone in charge in this Menghuan forest, right? Don't they provide you with communication devices?" The old man cried even louder and responded to Tianyin, "That kind of gadget is ridiculously expensive. Besides, I come from the slums. How could I have that much money?" Feng Yuan urged Tianyin to leave quickly and just ignore him. He glanced at him and said, "Everyone goes through tough times sometimes. Besides, he's old now." Tianyin added, "It's dangerous here. Let me call a patrol vehicle to take him home, and as for the money, I'll cover it." Feng Yuan saw him doing something unnecessary and asked, "Do you think you're the Messiah?" Tianyin turned to him and reminded, "Have you forgotten that you also come from the slums?" Feng Yuan, frightened, stepped back and agreed, "If you don't have enough money, then use mine. After all, we're brothers, aren't we?" He said he would contact the patrol car and asked Feng Yuan to help him rest. After that, Tianyin took out the walkie-talkie to make a call. The other side said they had to go to the supply station, and he asked for its location. Tianyin informed them that the patrol car would not stop here. "We need to go to the nearest supply station. The nearest one is about 10 kilometers away." Feng Yuan, frightened at the thought of having to carry Mo, said he couldn't handle it. Tianyin looked at him and asked if he could make it. Mo answered that he couldn't go because his legs had become so weak. As for Feng Yuan, he was planning to run off and not care. He dashed away like a gust of wind. Tianyin, also protective of his teammate, said that Feng Yuan meant no harm. Tianyin reached out to support Mo and said that he knew the flying technique, so they would reach the supply station quickly. Then he carried Mo on his back and flew at lightning speed, making Mo feel quite terrified. Mo thought to himself, "This kid's flying technique is amazing." After a while, they finally arrived at the Menghuan Forest supply station. Mo said, "No one will stop me from having a full meal." The table was piled high with a variety of sumptuous dishes, all shining with freshness. Everyone cheered, finally getting the chance to eat. Mo had some friction with Feng Yuan, and the two of them fought over the food. Tianyin calmly told him to give way, as there were plenty of other dishes. The three of them, blushing, enjoyed their meal to the fullest, with the old man's words of encouragement mixed in, relaxing them further. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuan's skills hadn't changed, but he had become quite good at eating. He quickly glanced at Feng Yuan and said, "Stop bragging, you're as thin as a stick." He had teased Feng Yuan to the point where he was so angry he couldn't even respond. The two of them kept bickering, neither one willing to back down.
The forest was dense with trees but very quiet in return. Suddenly, Feng Yuan noticed something and shouted that the patrol car had arrived, calling out repeatedly. He was running off while shouting for them to hurry and take Mo away quickly. When they arrived at Manhwa Forest, the patrol officer asked if they needed any help. Tianyin spoke first. "This gentleman needs your assistance." The officer asked where he was. Tianyin looked around, searching, as he saw the man had just disappeared. Then, Tianyin looked into the distance and pointed, saying he was just there. Suddenly, Mo appeared and said there was no need to look for him anymore. The officer recognized his presence and bowed respectfully. His identity was none other than the Holy Wisdom Master of Control, Mo. He walked with an air of superiority, which made Tianyin happy, but on the contrary, Feng Yuan was shocked by his identity. The officer smiled and then reintroduced himself to both of them. Tianyin smiled proudly, thinking to himself that this was the person he had been looking for. Feng Yuan, fearful of how he had behaved earlier, now realized he had to resort to his last trick. After thinking it over, he immediately knelt and bowed deeply, apologizing to show his respect. After the apology, Feng Yuan ran over to massage Mo's shoulders, buttering him up by saying, "Actually, I had already guessed your identity a long time ago." Looking at him with a well-defined glabella and a face full of rosy light, it's clear that he is certainly a noble person. Tianyin, irritated, wondered why this kid wasn't getting to the point. After thinking for a moment, he introduced himself as a level 4 manipulator from Central Star. Mo, who had already known about this for a long time, asked why they knew his second ability was wind. Tianyin replied that he didn't know, he just wanted to become his disciple. Mo seriously said, "Do you think I would easily accept a disciple? Moreover, that Wind Kid is not from Holy Wisdom." Feng Yuan immediately raised his hand, wanting to join Holy Wisdom without a second thought. Mo calmly refused his request, citing his poor character. He continued, "However, I will give you all a chance, as you did provide me with a meal." He was so happy, so excited that he nearly cried in gratitude for being accepted. Tianyin was also overjoyed, his cheeks flushing red. Mo added, "Once you've passed the training, we'll talk again. No disciple of mine is below level 15. Feng Yuan eagerly responded, "With your strength, any disciple you take in must surely be a master, which is exactly why I want to be your disciple." Mo told them not to get too happy too soon and urged them to get on the carriage. Meanwhile, Tianyin stood there, deep in thought. It seemed this was not going to be as simple as it appeared. Whatever it took, he had to overcome this challenge. At the joyful Dream Patrol Hall, Shia raised his hand to greet Mo and the others. The staff member gave a forced smile, only inviting him into the car without paying attention to the two people behind, which visibly annoyed them. The patrol car sped through the air, and then Tianyin suddenly had a thought, surprised that the driver had such a personality. Well, never mind, no need to dwell on it. Then, he curiously asked, "Mr. Mo, how did you get lost in the forest?" Feng Yuan agreed with that question and wondered why he didn't use his evasive tactics to help him appear younger. Ma leaned back in his seat and laughed heartily, saying, "I was just teasing a few people in the forest, but as for my appearance, I actually prefer this mature, rugged look. After all, I'm the dream of many people, right, Miss Xia?" She placed her hand on her chest and replied, which made Tianyin and Feng Yuan want to get out of the car. The patrol car was still speeding along, and then he asked, "What kind of training will we be receiving next?" He answered, "Once we arrive, you'll know." Suddenly, Tianyin seemed to be thinking seriously. There was a surge of spiritual energy, and a protective circle appeared beneath the ground, with a solid shield surrounding it. Upon detecting an intruder, a loud voice shouted from that direction, "Who dares to break into the restricted area of Holy Wisdom? Leave immediately, or you will face the consequences." After hearing the shout, he quickly pressed a button and retorted, then an explosion occurred instantly. Fierce assault had broken open the solid barrier. Unexpectedly, the two intruders turned out to be acquaintances of his. Both of them welcomed Mo back. He ran to Xia, grabbed her hand, and cried, pleading, "Play with me for a few days before you leave." Shia refused and left, much to Mo's regret. Afterward, she hurried to wash her hands, then looked into the mirror, grumbling as she tightly held onto her hand, unwilling to let go. I have to clean it thoroughly. Sostin, on the other hand, smiled kindly and said, actually, there's no malice. As the patrol car flew by, Shia spoke, but someone like him is really unbearable. Mo's temper is truly strange, you can never guess what he's thinking. When they arrived at the location, they stood together, and Mo spoke, you two, take them to training. If they don't pass, don't bring them to me. Go back from where you came. He turned his back and left with a gentle breeze, then issued an order, let them undergo the third-level training. Sostin and M were scared, uncertain whether Mo had made a mistake, while Tianyin and Feng Yuan stood in silence. Mo turned back and spoke again, if you can't do it, just leave. Sostin turned and called, come on, follow me. In the Menghuan forest, a loud scream stirred the woods. At least someone with a level 50 ability could pass the third-level training, but I was only at level 2. Mo said, actually, it's not that hard to pass, but luckily, the teacher hasn't set a specific time limit. Feng Yuan didn't want to try and cried, while Tianyin immediately wanted to leave, without hesitation. He badmouthed Huang Ting, saying, if you don't want them to join, just say it directly. Why make things so difficult? Sostin looked displeased, unwilling to listen to the complaints about the teacher from the two of them, since the teacher was someone highly respected by the ability users. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and responded, how could I see anything in him that deserves respect? Ni continued, actually, the teacher wasn't like this before. He used to be very amiable and was greatly adored by many talented individuals. He went on, the teacher's temperament changed for a reason. Then Mi recounted that 18 years ago, the teacher's only son, Mu, had a promising future in holy wisdom. As the strongest space-type ability user, Mu was destined to follow in his father's footsteps. At that time, Mu's cultivation was on the verge of reaching the level of a controller. In just a few more years, Mu would certainly become the new judge of holy wisdom, and he would be a source of immense pride for the teacher. Everyone admired the teacher for having such a talented son. But one day, Mu fell in love with a girl. Mu was determined to marry her, leading to a conflict between father and son. In the end, the teacher reluctantly accepted it for his son's sake. Because of this, the teacher also faced suspicion from people within holy wisdom. However, just a year later, Mu and his newlywed wife, who had given birth not long ago, died, and the teacher's heart was shattered from that moment on. Mu's anguished scream echoed with despair, showing how heartbroken he was. The teacher's heart became filled with hatred for the dark ability users, and from then on, his temperament changed. He began to obsessively think of ways to seek revenge. That's why Bright Yellow Star became the only planet without the existence of dark ability users. Tianyin then asked, the girl with dark abilities died shortly after giving birth, so what about her child? Mo replied, I don't know. He continued, now that you all understand the truth of the matter, I hope you won't be dissatisfied with Mo teacher anymore. Please understand him. He felt sympathy because, deep down, the teacher truly had his own troubles. After hearing this, Tianyin understood and empathized with him. Feng Yuan hadn't expected that Mo also had his own struggles. I've wronged him. Mo asked if they still wanted to participate in the training, to which Tianyin agreed. Feng Yuan, still a bit hesitant, wondered whether he would be able to make it. Tianyin believed that a miracle could only happen with persistence. As they were standing together, Sostin praised them, saying, well said. I admire someone with such determination like you. I believe both of you will surely create a miracle. But first, you need to train for a while. Tianyin and Feng Yuan both asked in unison, puzzled. Sostin explained that, although he couldn't help them pass the training, there was no time limit set by the teacher. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to assist them, as it would increase their chances of passing the exam. He then asked if both of them agreed to receive training. Feng Yuan and Tianyin were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Sostin laughed, while Mo, standing beside him, humbly refused to be called a teacher. If there are no objections, you can just call us boss. He and Mo spoke in unison. Little disciples greet the two bosses. Sostin laughed happily, but suddenly Tianyin asked, Feng Yuan is a wind element ability user, and you all are space element ability users. How will you teach him? He immediately replied, Don't worry, we have our own ways. Mo, hiding behind a large tree, watched them and thought, this kid is really too nosy, suddenly telling his own story out of nowhere. Then he thought further, if you were still alive, it would have been so great. Your children have grown up so much now. Looking at them, he saw the shadow of his lost son. Holy wisdom must become stronger. Suddenly, a golden light shone far in front of them, making Mo think of the peaceful natural scenery with the sparkling round lake, the clear blue sky, and a few distant faint mountains, giving a sense of vastness and tranquility. Feng Yuan suddenly spoke, praising the scenery, it's beautiful, and there's so much spiritual energy here. Sostin's face, with a mocking expression, was really unbearable. Go take a bath. Feng Yuan angrily shouted. Stop giving me that look. He then smiled and replied, Take a rest after your bath. Tomorrow, we officially begin training. The clear, sparkling lake enhanced the scenery, making it even more beautiful. Feng Yuan joyfully entered the lake, shouting. Tianyin appeared, naked, with a six-pack abs and well-toned muscles. Feng Yuan wanted to help him scrub his back, but Tianyin declined, wanting to do it himself. The night sky descended in silence, surrounded by darkness and peace. Then, one morning began with the warm glow of the sunrise. Suddenly, Sostin shouted. Feng Yuan and Tianyin are up, hurry and change into your training clothes. From today, I will be training both of you, so there's no room for leniency. The two of them happily agreed and headed to a nearby forest. Feng Yuan excitedly asked. To face an even stronger storm, right? Mai immediately told Feng Yuan to follow her, while Sostin took responsibility for Tianyin. Now, only the two of them remained. Sostin said that today, he would train alone, which meant combat. Only through combat can one deeply understand their special abilities. Tianyin asked in surprise. Am I supposed to fight alongside you? Sostin replied. No, it's not about fighting together, it's about calling the sacred beast out. A sacred beast appeared, pounding its chest and roaring loudly. Tianyin was taken aback, thinking, is that really the sacred beast? Its presence is overwhelming. Sostin introduced it as Xiaobai and cautioned Tianyin to be careful during the fight. Tianyin thought to himself that his dark powers must not be used. Given its large size, it would likely be slow, so the key to defeating it would be using the advantage of agility in the air. Lost in thought, Tianyin suddenly noticed Xiaobai, with its muscular body, gathering strength for a powerful strike from above. The spiraling motion of its attack, with speed and force, left Sostin stunned. The blow caused a massive explosion on the ground, and Tianyin's figure shot up into the air to dodge it. He stood there in a daze, thinking, how could someone take such a heavy blow from Xiaobai and still get up immediately? Meanwhile, Tianyin had already used a powerful strike to attack from behind Xiaobai. He realized that with a full force strike, he was sent flying far away. Tianyin assessed that the force was too powerful, and no matter whether it was an offensive or defensive move, there was no way to counter it, but he didn't want to lose. Immediately afterward, a loud roar echoed. Xiaobai charged forward, so I had no choice but to fight back. Tianyin shouted loudly and gathered all his strength to deliver a powerful punch. Instantly, his entire arm emitted a blazing energy light, directly colliding with Xiaobai. The intense impact created a burst of light around them, making the scene chaotic. Su Tin was quite surprised as he saw that he had managed to injure Xiaobai. It wouldn't back down, however, and clenched its fist to strike Tianyin, sending him flying away. Xiaobai roared, its massive hand reaching out to grab Tianyin, and in that critical moment, Tianyin had no time to dodge. Feng Yuan was slapped by a monster, leaving him stunned. It growled menacingly. The creature continued to chase after him, making Feng Yuan cry out for his mother, wishing only to run home.
Afterward, he accidentally tripped and sighed, "The training is too tough." Then, he was punched so hard that blood spurted out, and he collapsed to the ground. Sostin saw Feng Yuan and carried him away to treat his wounds. Meanwhile, at the place where Tianyin was also undergoing training, Xiaobai was using its giant hand to try and capture him. But Tianyin stood there, calmly watching. He then reached out and touched the ground, twisting his body in a quick roll, narrowly evading Xiaobai's strike in an instant. This directly stunned Sostin. Xiaobai had been thoroughly provoked and was now enraged, unleashing the binding power of space. Tianyin was trapped by the binding ability, unable to move. The gap in strength was simply too vast. With no other choice, Tianyin could only endure one punch from Xiaobai before losing consciousness. After the battle, thanks to Holy Translation aiding in his recovery, Tianyin's body quickly regained its strength. Everyone was curious about how he had survived Xiaobai's punch, but he didn't say anything about it, leaving everyone to speculate. Since he had protective gear, he decided to continue training in the afternoon. Tianyin, being very optimistic and enthusiastic, wanted to train even that very night. Sostin noticed how strong his willpower had become and how quickly he was progressing. He agreed, though he thought to himself that the kid was surprisingly excited. Any other person would have been scared to death by Xiaohu by now. The afternoon match was unremarkable, except that Tianyin, having been bound, had to endure 3 punches before losing consciousness. His willpower was strong, and his progress was rapid. Sostin spoke up, "Tianyin, let's go over the situation tonight before the match." "Is the third battle ready?" Tianyin replied that it was. At that moment, he was facing Xiaobai. His determination was clear, his eyes shining with resolve. He was determined to break the binding created by Xiaobai. Xiaobai, with his massive form, charged forward with great force, and Tianyin was taken by surprise when Xiaobai bound him with the ropes. His face showed clear astonishment as he summoned all his strength to channel the cosmic energy. While he was lost in thought, suddenly Xiaobai lunged at him. It delivered a powerful punch straight into Tianyin, sending him flying into the air and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his face turned pale with panic. Something was emanating from the ground. Xiaobai, in a fit of rage, unleashed an explosion, sending smoke billowing from the ground. He hovered above, calculating. This was spiritual perception, where every angle of space was vividly revealed. After careful consideration, Tianyin realized the opening in Xiaobai's defense. Xiaobai, with his muscles bulging, prepared to launch a devastating attack, causing Sostin and M, who were watching from a distance, to worry about Tianyin's safety. Without hesitation, Xiaobai punched down with immense force toward Tianyin, and then his face contorted, his nostrils flaring as if struggling to breathe due to exhaustion. Strange blue glowing characters suddenly appeared around him, floating in the air, catching him off guard. Xiaobai turned around in confusion, searching for his prey. However, by then, Tianyin had shifted to another location, his face showing a serious expression. "That was too close. I'd managed to escape from Xiaobai's restrictive space." Mai and Sostin continuously discussed the battle with expressions of utter amazement. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, on the other side, roared, pounded his chest, and shouted loudly. Sostin was shocked as Xiaobai charged again, and he added, "I know you want to keep fighting, but we'll end it here for today." Suddenly, Tian slipped and fell from the cliff, and Sostin, worried about him, rushed to catch him. He thought to himself, did he just use form shift illusion? That's a high-level ability of a spatial ability user. I never expected this kid to grasp it so quickly. Sostin laid Tianyin down with a hopeful heart for his future. Days passed, and under the guidance of Sostin and Mo, Tianyin and Feng Yuan made progress. Tianyin had developed an understanding of spatial abilities, improving every day. He became proficient in the 2 basic spatial abilities and also mastered form shift illusion and several other skills. The restraint of Xiaobai no longer posed a threat to him, and he could even fight on equal terms with Xiaobai. During the difficult days, when Shang Feng Yuan and Tianyin suffered, there were wounds almost every day. He was close to giving up, but once he comprehended Wind Shield Guard, his determination became stronger than ever.
Now, he could skillfully use air manipulation abilities with incredible speed, and with both Wind Shield Guard and Wind Blade mastered, he had gained significant power. A year passed quickly. Feng Yuan stood in front of Tianyin and shared, "A year ago, I was still a thief on Central Star, and now, even if I went back, I'm sure no one would recognize me." Tianyin responded, "I've been away from home for a year too. I wonder if my parents are doing well." Suddenly, Feng Yuan, in disbelief, shouted, "Slap me. After all the hardship, it feels unbelievable to be where I am today. I can hardly believe it myself." Tianyin didn't think much and struck hard, causing Feng Yuan to scream out loud. "You don't have to take it so seriously, and hitting with full force too." He laughed and replied, "If I don't use force, how would I be able to feel my own existence? If you want to thank anyone, thank the two bosses. Without their guidance, we definitely wouldn't have made such rapid progress." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Mo even said I'm like a rocket, leveling up from level 2 to level 6 in just a year. I really am a genius." Suddenly, Sostin stepped forward and continued. "Feng Yuan, you're being narcissistic again." He went on, "Did you forget how many times your bones have been broken? The reason you two leveled up is because you've put in more effort than ordinary people. The effort that no normal person could match." Feng Yuan enthusiastically greeted Sostin and Mo, then asked, "Do you still want us to train tonight?" Sostin immediately answered, "Xiao Bai and Feng Lang are already afraid of you too." Tianyin placed his hand on his chest and said, "They're so strong, so we can't hold back." Sostin interrupted, "We're here to talk about the fact that the 1-year agreement has come to an end." Tianyin asked eagerly, "Can we now receive training from the MO controller?" The two of them nodded in agreement. Tianyin responded with determination, "We'll see how it goes." Seeing that he seemed a little tense, Sostin went straight to the point. He explained, "There have been over 1,000 years of the Galactic Alliance, and there are only about 100 spatial ability users, most of whom are concentrated on Bright Yellow Star. Here, we must protect one thing, White Cabbage Star. White Cabbage Star was not created by humans, but rather, when we discovered the Bright Yellow Star, the sphere already existed. As for who built it, it remains an unsolvable enigma to this day, and everything about it is incredibly mysterious. Inside the White Cabbage Star is a power that can transform a person into a deity, but even when the 5 system judges combine their efforts, they are still unable to solve this riddle." Sostin then listed a series of facts about the Bright Yellow Star. He added, "We've always wondered if the White Cabbage Star is somehow linked to the White Cabbage Spirit within the Bright Yellow Star, but we have no way of proving it. The White Cabbage Star contains many inscriptions, and up until now, we've only been able to understand a small part of them, the rest remain incomprehensible. Each level of the White Cabbage Star presents a high degree of trial. The further you go down, the harder the trials become, and MO teacher's request for you is that you must pass the 3rd level." Tianyin asked, "What kind of trials are there on the 3rd level?" Sostin didn't know and responded, "You'll have to test it for yourselves." He reassured the two of them, "But you can rest easy. Although the power of the White Cabbage Star is incredibly formidable, it will never kill anyone who enters. When your strength is insufficient to overcome the challenges of the White Cabbage Star, a mysterious force will teleport you out." Tianyin and Feng Yuan rejoiced and shouted, "As long as we don't die, that's good." Sostin turned to interrupt, saying, "We will take you to the White Cabbage Star." "We won't enter, how can we succeed?" Mai continued, truly impressed by the two of them. Their energy was so abundant, and with this surge of strength, perhaps they could even pass the test. Sostin looked towards the two and said, "I didn't expect you to be so excited. In that case, I'll fulfill your request." Feng Yuan asked with a smile, "Are you taking us there now?" Mo smiled back and replied, "Not yet, it's time to test the results of the past few days." With that, he stood in the middle of a space filled with brilliant blue light. Powerful streams of energy radiated around them, creating a magnificent and mysterious scene. With a calm posture and a confident call, he summoned Feng Lang. Feng Lang appeared, his bright golden eyes making both Tianyin and Feng Yuan feel a sense of fear. In the dark of night, Mo's voice rang out, "Let's head straight to the training area." In the distance, another voice spoke, "Be careful, this is Feng Lang's true form." Feng Yuan used his wind shield technique and called out, "Boss, please step back." He tried to block its incoming attack. Suddenly, Feng Yuan noticed the cracks forming on his shield. The wind shield guard was about to break. Upon hearing this, Tianyin immediately glared at Feng Lang and said, "Let me handle this." He quickly used the Qingwu military original technique. It sped towards Tianyin's source of power. After observing for a while, Tianyin saw the right moment and seized the opportunity. The orb he had thrown earlier came to a sudden halt, right in front of Feng Lang, before it exploded in the blink of an eye. Tianyin exclaimed, using the technique of shifting appearances. He suddenly appeared behind it, and as space split, it vanished from his sight. He glanced behind him, surprised, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached Feng Yuan's side. "He's calm, an old friend." "It seems like you're quite fond of me," Tianyin remarked. Feng Yuan immediately launched a rending wind slash, shouting, "Take this." Wind blades were continuously fired. Feng Lang's pupils lit up as he used his spatial defense. To his surprise, the wind blades were neutralized. The sacred beast at level 16 was indeed formidable. Feng Yuan's hand was soon enveloped in lightning, signaling that he had no choice but to use that move. Tianyin did not hesitate and agreed. He threw out a sphere, and Feng Yuan shot a bolt of lightning into the sphere. The combined force of both created a wind blade rending wind slash, aimed straight at Feng Lang, who was preparing to separate space. As the energy approached, Feng Lang stomped his foot, triggering a massive explosion. Both were immediately sent flying by the blast. Seeing their vulnerability, Feng Lang quickly formed a spherical energy blast and shot it toward them. Tianyin remained vigilant. "If it hits, we're done for." He quickly soared into the air, and the sphere quickly followed. Tianyin thought to himself, "First, I need to create some distance." Initially, Feng Lang was controlling the energy of the sphere, and it followed them persistently. Feng Yuan sneaked up behind him, intending to launch a surprise attack. He shot magical energy at Feng Lang's head when he was off guard. Feng Lang immediately sensed it, turned around, and stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Lang quickly rushed forward, landing a painful punch to Feng Yuan's face, sending him flying into the air. Feng Yuan absorbed the blow for Tianyin, who was nearly caught up with. Tianyin then continued using his teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Feng Yuan and caught him in mid-air. Tianyin teleported to a nearby hill and paused momentarily, anxiously looking at the wounds on Feng Yuan's face. He shook him, urging him to wake up. Tears began to well up in Tianyin's eyes, growing more intense as he repeatedly called his name. In the stillness of the night, with the faint glow of the moon flickering behind clouds drifting lazily across the sky, he silently watched Feng Yuan lying motionless. A sense of regret slowly enveloped Tianyin. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for his uselessness. "It's all my fault, I couldn't protect you properly." He closed his eyes, and the happy memories of the two of them flooded back. His eyes were immediately filled with darkness and hatred. That wolf had acted too ruthlessly. Tianyin angrily muttered, "That damn wolf, I swear I'll kill him." Mo and Sostin ran up, shouting for Feng Lang to stop. Mo's voice immediately broke through the haze of hatred, snapping him back to reality. He looked up at the sky. It was just practice, yet he hadn't expected such murderous intent to arise within him. Mo anxiously asked, "How is Feng Yuan doing?" Tianyin replied, "He's seriously injured. Feng Lang is too powerful. We joined forces, but we still couldn't defeat him. Just now, Feng Lang unleashed his ultimate move. Let's not discuss that for now, we should head back quickly and find a way to treat Feng Yuan." Upon hearing this, Sostin agreed. A few days later, at their house, Feng Yuan exclaimed, "This fruit is so sweet." Tianyin added, "You've just recovered from your injury, so you should eat more. Actually, there's something I want to ask you."
During the training session with Phone Lang, why did you save me?
You nearly embarrassed yourself. He suddenly paused, holding the apple in his hand, saying nothing.
Tianyin continued, I know that even if Phone Lang hadn't been chasing me, you would still have stepped in to save me, wouldn't you? Feng Yuan stood up and said, What's the big deal? I'm not as great as you think. The remaining life is yours. He stood by the window and then turned to Tianyin. It's time for us to leave.
He grabbed an apple, while Feng Yuan continued to urge, Hurry up. Then, they heard Sosten's voice, Have you two prepared to head to White Cabbage Star?
Feng Yuan responded, What preparation? It's either done or we get thrown out again.
He added, You are the official. They were walking towards a certain point when Sosten suddenly exclaimed,
There are people guarding ahead. He urged everyone to quickly descend.
They all hastily followed his instructions and landed as he had said. A little while later, they reached the gate. He greeted the guard, Dylan.
Dylan smiled slightly. Do we still need to be polite with each other, brother? Who are these two kids? Sosten immediately introduced them.
They are the ones Mo teacher sent to White Cabbage Star for inspection.
Tianyin and Feng Yuan greeted Dylan. He laughed and told them not to be so formal.
After introducing himself, he said,
I am a level 39 space controller, and what about you guys?
He quickly introduced himself.
My name is Tianyin, and I am a level 6 space controller. Feng Yuan added.
I am Feng Yuan, a level 6 wind controller.
Dylan was surprised. Level 6 and already here for an inspection at White Cabbage Star? Sosten quickly explained. This is Mo teacher's decision, I'm not sure either. Just let them in. Dylan had no choice but to agree.
He was helpless, Mo teacher's reasoning was difficult to understand.
The two people behind Dylan nodded in agreement.
Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the forest, and all the plants in the area were frozen.
Rong slowly walked forward, approaching and calling Dylan's name.
She has her hands on her hips, and I don't want to hear any more of you talking behind the teacher's back.
Tianyin and Feng Yuan instantly felt a chill. While he awkwardly smiled, he thought, Rong doesn't need to be so serious about it, does she?
She immediately became furious, gritting her teeth and glaring at Dylan. She gathered magical power into her threatening hand, while he was left speechless. She exclaimed, I told you not to gossip about the teacher.
Dylan, tense and focused, wondered whether she was actually going to strike him.
The power of both of them overwhelmed everyone, it was terrifying, and they both attacked each other.
He was on edge, while Sosten and M wondered what was going on. Why were they fighting? A large crack appeared on the ground between Dylan and Rong.
Her figure calmly stepped out from the middle of the thick dust and smoke.
Rong glared with a menacing look. No one was allowed to gossip about the teacher. He anxiously asked, Are you guys okay? Sosten replied, We're fine. Meanwhile, Dylan's mind wondered what kind of bad temper this was. Feng Yuan and Tianyin were hiding behind some bushes, luckily managing to avoid the chaos. Dylan quickly raised both hands in surrender, but Rong, annoyed, said, Why are you so nosy?
She abruptly turned her head, crossed her arms, and said, You know I hate it when people dare gossip about the teacher. The two who had been hiding behind the bushes decided to step forward.
Tianyin and Feng Yuan, confused, greeted her.
She doesn't mind much, just told them to continue on their way.
As they walked, Dylan explained, Rong is a level 42 space controller. There are 3 space controllers here.
Well, Rong and I are the only two who are space controllers among us.
Our mission is to guard the White Cabbage Spirit.
After walking for a while, they were nearing their destination. The entrance to the White Cabbage Spirit is just beyond this path. At the end of the road, a mysterious scene unfolded.
Tianyin and Feng Yuan were stunned by what they saw.
He thought to himself, the gravitational pull is so intense, it's compressing all my internal organs.
What kind of sensation is this? Tianyin gripped his chest with one hand, feeling discomfort. He realized, if he wasn't mistaken, that there seemed to be a faint sound of breathing. Tianyin anxiously wondered, could this be the white cabbage spirit? Soon after, they reached the center of the white cabbage spirit. Rong Rong spoke. This is the entrance to the white cabbage spirit. You must go in on your own. No one will come to help, you can only rely on yourselves. Tianyin and Feng Yuan looked down at the hole with anxiety. He exclaimed. It's too deep to see the bottom, how are we supposed to go in? Rong Rong calmly replied. It's simple, just jump down. Then she immediately pushed both of them down. They didn't react in time and fell, shouting loudly. We weren't prepared yet. Tianyin questioned, Rong Rong, what are you doing? Shouldn't you have told us first before pushing us down? She replied nonchalantly, what's the point of explaining? It would fail anyway. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Rong Rong, causing her to immediately turn around. My adorable Rong Rong, still as special as ever. No wonder you're my most favored disciple. Mo continued, and there's Sostin and Mo, those two smart ones. The two brothers bowed, Mo teacher, we just wanted to help them. He responded, I'm not blaming you, you did well. I also want to see how long they can last. Rong Rong, don't make that cold face, it will make you age faster. Mo is leaving, I don't want Rong Rong to grow old. Upon hearing this, her cheeks turned red as she looked at his retreating figure. At that moment, Sostin realized Mo's true intention was to test their endurance. Meanwhile, Tianyin exclaimed, Xiao Feng, hold my hand. Feng Yuan quickly responded, Big brother, the gravitational pull is too strong, we can't move. He then advised, activate cosmic energy with all your might, try to maintain your body. Eventually, they held hands and safely landed. Tianyin said, there's a force helping us maintain balance. He replied, yes, the gravitational pull is gone now. Both of them were determined to stand up and face the challenges ahead. He clenched his fist, ready to fight. Feng Yuan followed suit. A while later, they walked around a room bathed in golden light. He looked around, curiously asking, what do the inscriptions on the wall mean? Tianyin replied, I don't know either. Stay alert, let's go check ahead. Both of them were immediately struck by the imposing statue. Feng Yuan exclaimed, Big brother, look, that statue is so tall, let's go over there. Tianyin advised, don't rush over. This is probably the first floor of the white cabbage spirit. If there has already been an inspection, we must remain cautious. First, observe the surroundings so we can adapt to the situation. Feng Yuan immediately obeyed. As they moved forward, his foot suddenly stepped on a tile. Tianyin shouted, trap! Feng Yuan quickly pulled his foot back, and an electric current appeared right in front of them. He swiftly used wind blade to strike at it. The moment Feng Yuan's slash made contact with the electric current, it vanished. He couldn't believe his eyes. Feng Yuan was astonished, not expecting his wind blade to be broken. Looking ahead, he saw that in the blink of an eye, spirits had appeared. Weren't they in front of the statue? Using his spatial separation ability, he shouted forcefully, strike decisively. Tianyin's energy shot out and pierced through the statue. He was taken aback when he realized they were energy forms. They immediately charged towards them with incredible speed. Tianyin saw them and shouted loudly, be careful! To warn Feng Yuan. He quickly used Thunder Strike to attack the statue. Feng Yuan's attack pierced through it, and both of them realized that they had completely failed. The other statues then rushed toward them to attack. They didn't have time to react, and Mo was struck, falling backward. Feng Yuan lay down as blood flowed from his mouth. After the attack, Tianyin felt a headache, as though the first mental strike was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, his eyes slowly being covered by darkness, and the cosmic energy was rapidly fading. A stream of black air enveloped Tianyin,
making him feel as though he could barely hold on. However, the stream of air gradually subsided. He thought to himself that the painful sensation had disappeared. Tianyin was astonished. This was just the first round of the test. At that moment, a flash of light streaked down and landed on the ground, capturing his attention. The flashes of light continuously passed through the statues, and immediately afterward, they all exploded. Tianyin looked at the silhouette of a figure that was flickering in and out of view and wondered who this person was. While helping Feng Yuan up, he thanked them and asked for their name. As Tianyin approached, a chill ran down his spine. He could sense a powerful, oppressive aura. Mo slowly turned his head to face Tianyin. The fierce and murderous expression on his face was revealed before Tianyin. Tianyin was taken aback when he realized that the person standing before him was Mo, the controller. Tianyin was worried and puzzled. You control Mo, so why are you here? Did you come to save us? Why did you alter the sculptures? He couldn't understand Mo's gaze filled with murderous intent. Tianyin spoke up to explain, you control Mo to monitor the test, right? Because this test is too difficult for us. Mo calmly replied, the test is indeed tough, but you have successfully passed the first round. The figures of the three sources of energy were simply unbeatable. The first test was a test of spirit and willpower. Feng Yuan had failed. He was still conscious, so he passed the first round, and then disappeared from Tianyin's grasp. Mao immediately said, don't worry, he's been teleported out by a mysterious force. Tianyin staggered to his feet, remaining on guard against him. So, what was the ultimate purpose of his appearance here? He took slow, deliberate steps toward Tianyin, and the intense killing intent emanating from him made Tianyin involuntarily step back. Mo had used his strength on Tianyin. The latter suddenly felt lost, the speed of his movement was too overwhelming. Mo quickly closed the distance, gripping Tianyin's neck tightly, leaving him no room to escape. Mo was angry because, at first, he had thought that Tianyin would quickly become an outstanding spatial ability user, so he had given him many opportunities. B and Sostin helped him level up his power. But I was wrong. I never expected him to defy the usual rules. I truly misjudged. I didn't realize you were a vile creature from the darkness. Tianyin used all his strength to try and pry Mo's hand away, struggling to breathe. He didn't expect that his dark powers would be exposed. Mo was truly too strong, someone he couldn't resist, and now, he didn't have enough power to fight back. Tianyin wanted to explain, but Mo didn't need to hear it. The one thing I hate most in this life is people like you from the darkness. If it weren't for you, my son would still be alive, and I wouldn't have become like this. Tianyin's consciousness began to blur. Could it be that he was going to die here? Tighten your grip. The dark creature will forever only have one thing in front of me, and that is to die. In Tianyin's mind, the images of his parents smiling at him, sacred maiden Bai He, and someone particularly special to him, Lan Lan, with a bright smile on her face, began to appear. Tianyin's gaze became blank, slowly losing consciousness, and his hands stopped struggling, dropping down. Seeing him nearly unconscious, Mo became even more frantic. It should be over now, deliver the final blow. A terrifying purple flame appeared on Tianyin's neck, forcing him to withdraw his hand. Mo stuttered, unable to speak. The atmosphere around him suddenly darkened. The flame enveloped Tianyin's body, holding him steady. Unexpectedly, this was the hellish demon fire. Miley C's voice rang out, clearly losing her composure quickly. How long has it been and you already want to show yourself to help him? She smiled brightly, long time no see, Mo. How could it be you? Didn't you disappear? Miley C replied, disappearing doesn't mean dying. It seems you've grown stronger. Dual element powers really have increased a lot in strength. Mo was using both wind abilities and spatial abilities at the same time. She advised, don't act hastily. I'm not here to fight you, and as for this kid, I happen to want to tell you something about him.
But Mo refused. "I have nothing to say to you. I admit, I'm no match for you, but even if I die, I will make you pay. Our grudge should end here." Miley C did not think so. "You are wrong.
There is no hatred between us, at most, it is just a shared ideal. I do not truly exist here, it is just that a part of my spiritual power remains in this child's body.
This demonic illusion of hell is merely a remnant I left for Tianyin. If you attack, he will die."
He asked why she revealed such a weakness, but Miley C said she had faith that he would not harm Tianyin.
"I just want you to remember something familiar to you. Although I have lost my divine consciousness now, don't you find Tianyin's appearance very familiar?" She asked again, making Mo stunned. "Doesn't Tianyin resemble you when you were younger? Don't you recognize it at all?"
Miley C emphasized once more, "He is exactly like the son you lost."
Mo was embarrassed, not believing it, and instinctively took a step back. Miley C continued to persuade.
"Trust your eyes, Mo, whether in body or appearance, he resembles him nearly completely.
Otherwise, why would you have let him participate in this competition?"
She had always been by Tianyin's side to protect him. It was because of their bond that Miley C did not waste her power within his body. Miley C revealed further, "The dark girl from back then, the son you married, was my poor daughter."
Mo believed it, but Miley C calmly continued. "It was my daughter.
Don't say I made her seduce your son, he was not worthy of her."
"My poor Yunair, I don't know why she liked your son. He died, and you were heartbroken, but for me, it was nothing."
She sighed with sorrow, but even though her daughter had passed away, their bloodline still remained in this world.
Miley C challenged, "If you want to kill your only grandson, then go ahead."
A series of words flooded Mo's mind, causing his face to pale in disbelief. He gradually began to understand, was it because of the combination of Mu and Yunair, two types of space and dark powers, that they appeared together in his body? Mo looked at Tianyin, who stood dazed right in front of him, and within himself, he found the answer.
Tianyin was Mo's son. Miley C continued to explain in one breath, "Who is Tianyin? You can verify that yourself.
Although I am seen as an evil demon in your eyes, I do not know what lying is. There were many secrets that were not revealed in the past, but you can uncover the truth. Your son was not assassinated by someone with dark powers. I will not kill the man my daughter loves, nor do I have any reason to harm Yunair. I will not stop searching for the murderer who killed my daughter and son-in-law. The only thing is that I am old now, and everything can only be left to Tianyin to sustain the little breath I have left."
Mo did not respond to her.
He stood in deep thought, saying nothing, carefully studying Tianyin in front of him, his heart in turmoil.
Could it really be true that this was Mu's son, his own grandson? Miley C noticed that Tianyin's body could no longer hold up. "I must return to my spirit." Finally, Miley C wanted to remind him, "Do not let Tianyin know his identity, or else the hidden forces will appear and harm him. Everything must be left for the boy to resolve on his own." After saying these final words, Miley C vanished. Releasing Tianyin, he collapsed to the ground before regaining his awareness. Mo muttered his name, staring at Tianyin's face, but he had no intention of helping him up. Tianyin remained unconscious on the cold ground, still breathing steadily under Mo's hesitant gaze.
At this moment, in the forest, Feng Yuan, who had been taken outside earlier, gradually regained consciousness, with those around him attending to his treatment.
Feng Yuan touched his head in confusion and asked, "Isn't this the white cabbage spirit? Let me explain after I look at him. After you fainted, you were teleported here."
Feng Yuan soon realized that he had failed. His heart ached slightly, and he finally understood why someone who had been controlling it for 2 days had to leave.
The mental pain was truly unbearable.
Feng Yuan fumbled around for Tianyin to give him tea, while Mo Jianan didn't need to worry.
He hadn't proven yet that he was still training.
Since the discovery of the white cabbage spirit, no one had died in it.
Feng Yuan sighed and said, "That place is terrifying. Our attack had no effect, it didn't feel like we were doing anything."
Mo comforted him, "Don't be discouraged.
Even a level 15 controller couldn't last. Next time, if you prepare properly, you'll definitely make it. However, Rong Rong snorted coldly, does he even have the guts to go in there again? Feng Yuan stood up, brushing off his clothes, and said clearly, what's there to be afraid of? In fact, pain is also a kind of enjoyment. Haven't you all ever experienced it? Rong Rong was stunned, pain is a kind of enjoyment? She thought to herself, this was the first time someone dared to say that in front of her. Clouds, you seem to understand things quite well. Feng Yuan casually replied that he had gained insight. Just as he was dealing with Feng Lang, a figure suddenly appeared, and before his eyes, the light of teleportation flashed. The light immediately disappeared. The person in question was Tianyin, who had lost consciousness. Feng Yuan, worried, repeatedly called out, "Boss!" Mo quickly ran to Tianyin's side, extending his hand to channel energy into him, trying to revive him. However, after a while, Mo froze, staring at Tianyin in shock. It seemed as though he had stopped breathing. Tianyin's condition was extremely critical. His body was hollow, with neither cosmic energy nor any abilities. He was like a vegetative state. Rong Rong and Dylan noticed that Tianyin was in danger and quickly ran over to sit beside him, channeling energy to help. Feng Yuan stood helplessly, unable to do anything but worry. Suddenly, a strong killing intent spread from behind them, causing everyone to startle. Rong Rong turned around, and without hesitation, she recognized the figure emanating the killing intent. It was Mo teacher. Everyone broke into a sweat, surprised by Mo. Rong Rong's thought, why is the teacher here? She observed carefully and could sense something unspeakable in the teacher's eyes. Mo said nothing, extending his hand forward, using his power to levitate Tianyin, raising him up into the air before everyone. In the forest, the leaves rustled, and everyone fell silent, not making a single sound. Mo gently guided Tianyin next to him, cradling him in his arms for everyone to witness. Feng Yuan, confused, hurriedly asked, what's going to happen to Tianyin now? Mo calmly responded, he will be fine. He instructed Feng Yuan to continue training here while I temporarily take him away. He told Mo to inform Rong Rong to continue keeping watch. Although he heard the advice, Feng Yuan still worried about Tianyin. Mai suggested that he take a rest, as his spirit had been severely damaged when it was attacked. Feng Yuan's face was filled with sadness. I have to enter White Cabbage Spirit. My abilities are still too weak compared to the boss. I need to push myself harder. I want to see what caused the boss to become like this. Rong Rong intended to dissuade him. The second pain won't be any less than the first. Think it over carefully. Feng Yuan understood that Rong Rong's words were out of concern for him, but he just looked at her and smiled lightly before walking towards the entrance to White Cabbage Spirit. Rong Rong wanted to stop him, but couldn't, seeing the determination in Feng Yuan's eyes. At Mo's residence, a peaceful and fairly clean place, he had brought Tianyin here to rest. After a period of unconsciousness, Tianyin moved his eyes and awoke in a daze, not knowing where he was. He sat up, looked around, and what immediately caught his eye was the shimmering wallpaper. Paradise? The whole place was covered with pictures of beautiful women. Suddenly, Mo opened the door and entered, asking, "You're awake?" Tianyin was startled and turned to look at him. Mo coughed a few times and then used his powers to move all the wallpaper to another spot. He pretended to know nothing and advised Tianyin, forget about the pictures of the models. Tianyin was speechless. Tianyin anxiously asked, if you know my secret, then why didn't you kill me? Aren't you supposed to hate people with dark abilities? Mo didn't know how to respond. He fell silent for a long time, as if to gather his thoughts. He closed his eyes and recalled, now, thinking back, he could truly see Mu's shadow through the boy. He didn't know when it had started, but he wanted to help the boy more and more. Mo lowered his head, everything was over now. Tianyin suddenly asked, does he want to forgive me? Mo replied, there is no such thing as forgiveness or not. You are still the controller of holy wisdom, and I am still its overseer.
If you agree, you can call me teacher, just like them.
Tianyin was at a loss for words upon hearing the offer.
All he felt was confusion in his heart.
Has something happened?
He asked, bewildered, not understanding why Mo wanted him to call him teacher, even though he despised the dark powers. He asked for a reason, but Mo only answered, there is no reason.
You don't need to know right now.
He continued, I hope you conceal your abilities and don't let others find out. Mo emphasized, if your powers are exposed, even I won't be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Tianyin realized that there was no other choice in this situation. He understood that to protect both his future and his life, the only option left was to bow his head and accept.
Tianyin looked at Mo and gently bowed to thank him. At this moment, Mo relaxed his facial muscles, smiling warmly at Tianyin.
He turned the boy around and gently advised, don't move, I will transfer a bit of cosmic energy to you. After thanking him, Tianyin sat still, allowing Mo to focus and channel energy into his body. He quickly felt two strong currents of cosmic energy circulating within him. He thought to himself, let me slowly guide this energy. Both his powers and vitality quickly began to recover.
After a while, Mo finished transferring the energy and said, that's enough for now, you should rest a bit.
Tianyin lay down, intending to rest, but still spoke up.
Wait a moment, master. How is Feng Yuan doing?
Tianyin anxiously said, he doesn't know I have dark powers, please don't make it difficult for him.
Mo replied, quickly calm down, don't worry. He's still undergoing training as usual, there's no problem.
After saying that, he left the room, told Tianyin to rest, then stood outside the door, his face full of contemplation. He sighed, feeling both joy and murmuring to himself, Tianyin, my grandson, I have a grandson now. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, feeling for the first time that the heavens were on his side. He thought back to the past, how he once hated the woman who had taken away his beloved son, but now he had a grandson by his side. Earlier, while Tianyin was unconscious, Mo had taken a sample of his hair for testing, which confirmed they were indeed related by blood. He slowly began to understand the true meaning of life, even though he never revealed Tianyin's true identity. Yet, deep down, he had already come to see Tianyin as the only family he had left. Mo silently vowed to protect and raise his grandson. For Tianyin, he even set aside his grudges and eliminated every danger lurking around him. When Tianyin woke up, his body recovered quickly, and he realized that his master had always been there to care for him, aside from his parents. The relationship between Tianyin and his master grew closer. He trusted and shared the condition of his body when Mo asked. Tianyin tells the story of Manhwa City. Mo, angry, believes that Oya is unreasonable for blaming his disciple for his own child's actions. He also recounts a bizarre story that left the man surprised and furious, determined to seek justice for him. But Mo is stopped by Tianyin, who points out that both he and Lady Oya wield holy wisdom, and that she belongs to the Fei Air clan. He firmly asserts that there's no need for excuses when it comes to his daughter. She saw your talents and abilities as exceptional and wanted to exploit them. But now, as my disciple, I will help you. Even the old Fei Air will have to respect me. However, I do need to give you a piece of advice. In the future, avoid associating too much with those with dark powers, as they are born of darkness. I don't want you to be tainted. They quickly turned away, sighing. Once a mistake is made, it's hard to turn back. It's clear that darkness is a heretical faction, but all abilities, regardless of their nature, are neither good nor evil. It's how one uses them that defines them. Do you understand? Tianyin thought for a moment and muttered the man's words, use righteousness for righteousness, use darkness for darkness. Mo looked at Tianyin with satisfaction. I trust in your ability to understand. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place. Tianyin was puzzled. Where are we going? Is it more training? Given my current condition, I can barely pass one trial. He shook his head. It's not necessarily in the white cabbage spirit. Today, I will teach you a lesson about your understanding of space. Tianyin explained, space is formless, ever-changing, and infinite.
Every moment brings a shift, even the void is never the same. Imo nodded, acknowledging that the boy had a deep understanding, not just rote learning.
Indeed, we manipulate space and intensity of superpowers in different ways. He said, if you understand the rules of motion, you can reach the peak of your abilities. Your power changes when you act. Training your superpower requires you to feel with your heart.
Everything is linked to life, and with concentration, you will comprehend it. As Mo left, he continued, mastering the use of space is your task.
After he left, Tianyin gradually began to understand and started to close his eyes to focus.
Tianyin remained calm, breathing steadily, and concentrated all his spirit to control every part of the space. Under the influence of his mental power, just as Mo had said, he could feel the movement of space. In this small room, everywhere was space, with varying strengths. The order of movement differed depending on the intensity.
Tianyin continuously sensed the mystery that space brought, slowly entering a state of stillness.
Due to his intense concentration, on that day, Tianyin comprehended the mystery of the first layer of space. After a long day, the next morning, the sun was shining brightly, the very day Mo had arranged to take Tianyin somewhere. As Mo opened the door and entered, he was surprised to see Tianyin in the same state as he had been since yesterday. Mo sighed, Tianyin has been in this state since yesterday, finding the space to appear, he has understood the emptiness now. Mo smiled heartily, satisfied with Tianyin. It seemed that the boy had made the first step in understanding space. Tianyin thanked his master for helping him make progress. Mo was also pleased, there's no need to be formal, let's head out. I've wanted to go there for a while, and I hope we can both enjoy it together. After some time indoors, Tianyin was finally able to step outside and breathe in the fresh air. He excitedly enjoyed the outdoor atmosphere. Mo introduced, this is my base. Tianyin stopped jumping around and finally took notice of the scenery before him. He exclaimed in surprise. The scene before him was quite simple and peaceful. Tianyin knew that on Bright Yellow Star, the majority of ability users lived here. He was surprised, thinking that it looked like the countryside in a movie. Mo smiled, I still think of this as a joyful land. I find the noise of the city troublesome, and I don't like the tall buildings. Perhaps you won't believe that. Holy Wisdom and the Galactic Alliance decided to limit the development of science. Tianyin asked, isn't science supposed to make things more convenient? Mo sighed. You only see one side of it. In this world, nothing can go against the fundamental rules. If technology were to reach its peak, it wouldn't lead to a bright future but a catastrophe. Everything has its limits, and slowing down current scientific development is the best approach. The destruction of humanity is unpredictable. Mo created a beam of blue light that enveloped them. Tianyin was astonished, and he cheerfully said, let's go. He teleported to the outside, to a city with towering skyscrapers. Tianyin exclaimed, is this outside the dream forest? He excitedly blinked and, in an instant, arrived at a distant place, quickly humbling himself as he replied, this is the speed of light. When your level is like mine, you'll be able to do it. Tianyin asked in amazement, can humans really reach the speed of light? Quick, look at you. There is nothing impossible. The potential of humans is limitless, one must comprehend the profound meaning by themselves. Then he handed Tianyin a tube of medicine. Drink this nutritional supplement for now, we're going to the Manhwa abyss. Tianyin drank the medicine while pondering. What exactly are we doing? Mo hummed, actually, I want to take you to see a place. He shyly mentioned wanting to take Tianyin to a grand concert, causing Tianyin to spit out the medicine he just drank. Mo was proud. Melissa is my favorite singer. She's performing at Manhwa Abyss today. Tickets are very hard to get. Tianyin sweated nervously when he saw Mo beaming like 1,000 flowers. He smiled and said, I'm extremely excited today. We're taking the train. The royal seats at Manhwa Abyss are very high, we can't fly over. Tianyin felt awkward. What does a concert have to do with my cultivation? Mo explained, old cultivation is very lonely, relaxation will be more beneficial.
I hope you can share this joy with me.
Tianyin's eyes brightened with joy, not expecting Mo to be so thoughtful. He immediately agreed. The two of them took the train to the vast Hao Tian Arena. Tianyin and Mo had to blend into the crowd entering the stadium.
Tianyin, feeling unfamiliar, said, "This singer really is very famous."
Mo nodded, "Her concert is very hard to get tickets for." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, "Are you blind? How dare you bump into the big boss?" Tianyin turned his head curiously to see what was happening. At that moment, a thug was yelling in the middle of the road, "Dare to push the big boss? Are you tired of living?" Zhu Rong continuously apologized, but he wouldn't listen.
The thug pushed Zhu Rong forcefully backward.
"I can tell you're asking for a beating."
He stayed silent, listening to the man's grumbling.
"Luckily, I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'd already be lying on the ground." Tianyin was watching, unable to contain his anger. "You're really bullying him too much."
"I can't just stand here and watch."
Mo quickly tried to stop him.
Tianyin didn't understand why, but he only said, "This person doesn't need our help." Zhu Rong adjusted his hat and smirked, causing the thug to get even angrier.
"Kid, what are you laughing at?"
No sooner had he finished speaking than his eyes widened in shock. The area below the thug suddenly caught fire, leaving him confused and unsure of what to do.
Everyone around them was equally bewildered.
After a brief moment, silence settled as the fire extinguished, leaving only charred remains of his pants. Before the thug could react, his lower half was exposed, causing everyone around to gasp in surprise. Some quickly covered their eyes, while the thug hurriedly ran away from the crowd, and everyone burst out laughing.
Tianyin was left speechless. Where's he running off to now? Let's go.
See, that person doesn't need us to step in, don't worry about them. He led Tianyin to a pre-arranged room, which left the boy in awe. Tianyin kept complimenting him, marveling at how, even in such a crowded situation with tickets being hard to come by, he still managed to secure a VIP seat. Suddenly, a figure was lying on the soft bed, waiting.
Someone had already arrived.
Tianyin was taken aback, realizing that this was the person who had used fire to retaliate against the thug earlier.
He quickly frowned, "Why do I have to share a room with you?"
Knowing that the two were acquainted, Tianyin planned to greet him.
He politely bowed his head, "Senior, I am Tianyin. I look forward to your guidance."
The man became irritable, no need to be polite with him.
Zhu Rong smiled and extended his hand.
Tianyin shook it, feeling a jolt of electricity run through him. He froze, unable to believe the sensation he had just experienced.
"What level of ability is this? Cosmic energy?"
He stammered, realizing it was a fire-based power.
"Could you be one of the 5 judges of holy wisdom?"
After a long silence, Zhu Rong finally spoke and acknowledged the truth of Tianyin's observation. With his arms crossed, he introduced himself, "I am Zhu Rong, a judge of the Holy Wisdom Organization."
Tianyin was surprised to meet Zhu Rong, a judge, and he commented, "You've just joined Holy Wisdom, haven't you? That's quite lucky."
Zhu Rong mocked Mo, pointing out that he wasn't famous, which made Mo furious, calling him an old demon.
Zhu Rong teased Mo, then complimented Tianyin, saying his personality wasn't bad. "By the way, Rong, why are you still following him?" Mo confronted Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong didn't even bother to respond, instead mocking that every girl tried to avoid a pervert like Mo. Mo, radiating hostility, found Tianyin uncomfortable.
Zhu Rong confidently declared himself the fire god, "No one understands fire better than me in the galaxy." The two continued to bicker, arguing over who was stronger, each calling the other a loudmouthed duck.
Old lecher. Tianyin stood there trembling, wanting to advise them but having no idea how. How did this end up as a fight? The arena is about to be demolished, isn't it?
Both of them were still arguing non-stop.
Tianyin realized the close relationship between them. He seemed to be pleased with this thought of his and broke into a loud laugh. Seems like you two have quite a fondness for each other.
Both of them turned at the same time and spoke in unison, loudly.
If the feelings weren't good, not even a little bit would be good.
They started arguing loudly again, each one shouting over the other.
Tianyin helplessly noticed their shared preferences, confirming how close they really were. Suddenly, the arena darkened, causing him to feel uneasy. Mo and Zhu Rong also stopped their quarrel. Outside their room, people were in a commotion. So excited, the performance is about to start, it's finally beginning. Tianyin looked outside the window, surprised.
As expected of a VIP room, this spot was truly excellent. He gazed at the magnificent stage before him, feeling amazed inside.
Is this the premiere of Melissa?
In the darkness, the stage lights shone brightly, and the host appeared.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Melissa's concert night. Below, the audience eagerly waited for the host to continue, not wanting to delay anyone's time.
The host prolonged the introduction, and the stage doors opened, revealing the slender figure of a girl stepping out. A graceful, beautiful girl stepped onto the stage, and the audience clapped continuously. The host loudly introduced her.
Young Lady Melissa.
She gently opened her beautiful eyes as mesmerizing and clear as shimmering water, gazing deeply at the audience. Melissa waved and smiled brightly, while the audience cheered and called her name. She spoke loudly, "Hello everyone, I am Melissa.
Thank you for always supporting me." Tianyin blushed, as the entire auditorium erupted in cheers.
Moreover, Melissa resembled a fairy, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. On stage, Melissa gently spoke, "I hope my singing will bring joy to everyone this evening." No words could fully describe her singing. Her voice not only shared emotions but also transported everyone into a magical world. Melissa performed her song brilliantly, as if a halo had surrounded her. Zhu Rong, Mo, and Tianyin sat upright in silence. Surely, her uncle and the talented singer on stage. Everyone was completely captivated by the voice, not a single person moved or spoke. As Melissa sang, she extended her hand, illustrating the song. She exuded a radiant aura, her voice deepening, with gentleness blending seamlessly with the warmth of her singing. Melissa's eyes were filled with joy and hope, her gaze bright and smiling as she looked at the audience below. She had a natural gift for singing, her voice soaring and weaving into every cell.
Everyone enjoyed the song, including Tianyin. His face was constantly in awe. Tianyin now understood why Melissa was so adored. Anyone could feel the magic in this quiet space.
The energy in the air seemed to merge with Melissa's voice.
Time appeared to stand still.
Time passed quietly, and Melissa finished her song.
The audience, still stunned, waited to see what would come next.
Mo sighed, feeling as if each time he heard her sing, it brought him healing. She truly lived up to the image of the idol he adored. Suddenly, a fiery phoenix appeared out of nowhere, flying around her head in a playful manner.
Glimmers of light floated in the air, and although the phoenix vanished, its image remained deeply etched in everyone's memory.
Mo, not particularly impressed, muttered, "It's just a phoenix, she'll snap her fingers and show off her abilities." A white light surrounded Melissa, gradually forming an invisible shield that lifted her body high into the air. Melissa looked like a little fairy in front of everyone, and the audience clapped and cheered in delight. After soaring in the air for a while, Melissa beamed with a joyful smile.
"Thank you, my two friends."
She gently touched down, her heels landing with a soft, angelic sound.
Melissa announced she would sing another song as a thank you to the audience. The atmosphere at the concert became vibrant once again.
While Melissa performed her final song, snowflakes danced down from the sky, as if they were constantly swaying to the rhythm of the music. In this setting, Melissa's voice gradually merged with her graceful figure, stirring the hearts of all who watched.
The song she was performing was titled "Snow in the Fairyland." The audience below couldn't help but be moved by the song. Mo and Zhu Rong were no exception. It seemed as though everyone had forgotten everything else, lost in the serene atmosphere.
However, at that moment, Tian Yin's attention was caught by someone else. His gaze met the figure seated beneath the stage. Without a second thought, and without asking Mo's permission, Tian Yin quickly darted out the door like an arrow, unable to hide his surprise. His eyes were now filled with confusion and urgency. The two bodyguards saw Tian Yin rushing towards the stands and immediately moved to block him. "Who are you? You are not allowed to enter the competition area freely." He ignored their words and quickly pushed forward. "I have to meet her." At that moment, only a little time was left before the concert ended. A pair of beautiful hands reached out to catch the white snowflakes slowly falling down. Lan Lan stood beside, glancing up at the stands, quietly sighing, unable to resist using her water manipulation ability to transform the snowflakes as a way to praise Melissa's singing. "I'm more and more impressed by Melissa, her voice is so pure, truly worthy of the title fairy." Ever since being with Melissa, Lan Lan had avoided many troubles and also prevented her mother's henchmen from finding her. However, she couldn't help but be concerned about the phoenix and space abilities she had sensed earlier. It seemed like the power came from that VIP lounge. She looked into the distance with a thoughtful expression, as if she wanted to say something. Suddenly, Lan Lan felt an unusual sensation in her body. "What's going on? It feels like there's a burning light shining through." Her eyes widened in surprise, and a strong spiritual force was locking her body in place. Her body froze, and she couldn't help but feel scared. "I need to leave here quickly," she thought, "but I can't move." Suddenly, sensing someone approaching, she turned around in confusion. As soon as Lan Lan turned, Tian Yin came running toward her, panting. He had recognized her at last, he had finally found that girl. Lan Lan's face was filled with astonishment as she looked at the sudden appearance of Tian Yin. He, upon hearing this, was equally shocked, staring at her with wide eyes. "Young lady Lan Lan, so you still remember me?" She was both stunned and confused, staring at him cautiously, speechless. Suddenly, the bodyguard behind them aimed a gun at Tian Yin, signaling for him not to move. The bodyguard, breathing heavily, then issued an order to him. "Leave with us immediately, or we will force you to comply." Seeing how tense the bodyguard was, Lan Lan quickly intervened to ease the situation for Tian Yin. "Leave this to me, I know this person." She then stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and urgently urged him. "Come with me." Inside, there was a vast corridor. Lan Lan pulled Tian Yin to a corner, and only then did she feel somewhat relieved. "Perhaps there's no one here." Then, she and Tian Yin stood in silence, leaning against the wall behind them. After a while, Lan Lan spoke up, voicing her confusion. "How did you find me?" He immediately responded with honesty. "I came here to watch the concert, and I happened to see you in the crowd." Upon hearing this, Lan Lan's eyes shifted away slightly. "I thought you didn't even know what I looked like." Feeling slightly embarrassed by her question, Tian Yin explained. "I didn't know at first, but your gaze has always been engraved in my heart." Taking the opportunity, Lan Lan spoke her mind. "There's something I hope you can understand. Between us, it's impossible. I made it clear in Ding that I don't want any relationship to develop between us." Tian Yin immediately smiled wryly when he heard her and said, "You are the daughter of the person who controls holy wisdom, so you can quickly become the controller yourself. Of course, nothing can happen between us. I won't disturb you anymore. I just wanted to see what the girl who hugged me for the first time looked like." Upon hearing this, she blushed and hurriedly told him to stop talking. Lan Lan's tone was filled with anger. "If any compensation is needed, I can pay to help." Tian Yin was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He immediately retorted in anger. "I don't need compensation. I admit I'm poor, but I'm not at the point where I need charity from a girl. I just wanted to see what that girl looked like." Tian Yin's face grew serious as he spoke sincerely. "The person in real life is even more beautiful than I imagined, but there are a few things that aren't quite right. Is it really just sadness?" She felt a bit guilty and confused when he said this.
Didn't he know that it was because of that day that I changed?
Lan Lan clenched her fist, suppressing her anger.
What do you mean?
You can hate me, but my mother forced me to marry someone I don't love.
I had no choice. You don't need to think too much about it.
You said yourself that you're not worthy of me. Her face gradually turned red, and then she spoke to explain. Everything that happened that day was arranged by her, there was nothing between you two. Lan Lan tightly closed her eyes, feeling embarrassed as she shouted.
The things on the bed were what I found, and Ding in was what I purposely said. Do you understand now? Tianyin stared in astonishment upon hearing these explanations. When Tianyin heard her say that, he immediately burst out laughing. It truly is a shocking truth. Tianyin lowered his head and whispered, So, does that mean I am innocent?
I don't even know whether I should be happy or sad about this.
Right after that, he turned and walked away.
From her standpoint, she wasn't wrong. To control the fate of her own life, she had made calculations against her own biological mother and even against me.
But does she think this is fair to me?
As he walked forward, he chuckled softly, Although you've brought a lot of trouble to me, it's precisely because of this that I now live a different life.
I've stepped into a world I never thought I would, but don't you think you're being very selfish? Lan Lan's face twisted in response to Tianyin's words. I almost lost my life at the hands of your mother. I want to know, if I had died because of that, would you have regretted it? She immediately retorted, Is my mother really that terrifying?
She has always been very cold. Tianyin gently rubbed his head and continued, The one who would truly feel sorrow is her.
Her own daughter causes such a thing to happen, how could she remain calm? Perhaps I should feel lucky that I actually survived.
Then, he looked at Lan Lan and whispered, Just thinking about this makes me feel like I might actually hate you now. Her eyes involuntarily narrowed, looking at him in suspicion. Lan Lan glanced subtly to the side. Everything had already happened, and saying anything now would be useless.
Moreover, he had already joined Holy Wisdom.
Tianyin was a bit thoughtful when he heard her say these words, and soon after, he became slightly embarrassed.
Everything is in the past. Perhaps the bond between us was only meant to be this brief.
She reassured herself about her own happiness, I won't tell your mother about this. I'm just really curious why you chose me in the first place.
There are so many people in Manhwa City, why me?
Upon hearing Tianyin ask this, she fell into deep thought and began to explain.
This is something I truly regret. Once my engagement is annulled by my mother, I will make everything clear.
When it came to her mother, she found it a bit interesting.
In a moment of impulse, she chose him.
She immediately blushed after saying that. I really want to make up for the harm I've caused you, but I don't know how.
At that moment, Tianyin understood.
He had always wanted to meet Lan Lan. She was indeed very beautiful, even more so than Baihe, but Baihe's heart was far more beautiful than hers. Baihe's kindness was what made her truly beautiful.
Tianyin stood there silently for a moment before speaking again. I understand now. I'm sorry, young lady Lan Lan.
Perhaps my presence has made you uncomfortable, but I promise you that from now on, we will walk on the same path.
Tianyin stood some distance away from her in the corridor, staring intently. All that has happened between us no longer matters. I will continue to move forward.
Lan Lan was extremely surprised when she heard what he said.
Tianyin thanked her for telling him the truth, then said his farewell.
As he turned to leave, he reminded Lan Lan. I wish you could find someone who truly loves you and marry that person. Lan Lan silently watched in the direction Tianyin had gone. At that moment, suddenly a voice echoed, startling both of them.
Lan Lan, so you're here. Melissa suddenly appeared behind them and greeted Tianyin. Melissa was very excited to talk with him.
If you're a friend of Lan Lan, then you can come to my music event in Eming City today.
How about we sit down and have a cup of tea together, just the two of us? Tianyin thanked her, then immediately declined.
Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out.
That would be fine.
If young lady Melissa invites, it is our honor.
I believe young lady Melissa wouldn't mind having one more person, would she? Tianyin was very surprised and looked back and forth between the two people. It was Mo and Judge Zhu Rong. When did they arrive here? Melissa was thrilled upon receiving the approval. Lan Lan was surprised to hear the names of the two people. Mo approached Melissa and politely bowed. Young lady, please don't be so polite. May I have the honor of drinking tea with you?
Tianyin felt uneasy as he looked to the side, where he saw Lan Lan and Zhu Rong talking happily.
Little girl, your guts are growing. You don't seem to care about anyone anymore. This time, your grandfather is really angry. Wait until you get back and see what he does to you.
Lan Lan was immediately stunned, and Zhu Rong absolutely should not tell anyone about this here. At this moment, she walked over to her mother and sighed, I don't want to go.
I'll wait outside for the teacher. It'll be more confusing for him.
Lan Lan was a little surprised when she heard the two of them talking.
Are you a disciple of Uncle Mo?
Tianyin then respectfully responded, all right, I will listen to the teacher's words. At the CAF in the main hall of Hao Tian Stadium, everyone was sitting together, relaxing.
Tianyin glanced at Melissa and sighed inwardly. To avoid attracting attention, young lady Melissa had to wear a hat that covered most of her face.
At this moment, Lan Lan, sitting beside her, kept observing Tianyin. She had heard her mother say before that Mo's real strength was definitely not inferior to that of several judges, and it could even be considered on par with Judge Guangming. At this moment, Lan Lan felt a bit worried about what had just happened. Tianyin had been hurt by her words earlier, and she didn't expect him to be the disciple of that person.
Moreover, Mo seemed to care deeply about this disciple. Melissa then smiled lightly and spoke, You control him, this disciple of yours, right? This is the first time you've brought one of your disciples to watch my concert.
Mo immediately explained, Tianyin is a disciple I took in not long ago. He is also an ability user. Although he is not strong enough yet, this boy has great potential. He then smiled widely as he looked at her.
Melissa's singing was truly beautiful. It was a pity that she only held a grand concert once a year.
However, this time, she chose to host it at Bright Yellow Star, which was truly an honor for Hao Tian Stadium. Melissa immediately shyly said, You're both overpraising me. She then looked at Tianyin, You don't need to be so polite, it's just having coffee and chatting together.
Tianyin responded, I'm not being polite, it's just that you're an elder, so of course I can't speak rudely.
Tianyin gently picked up his tea and couldn't help but think to himself, I really want to leave here, I don't want to continue talking with Lan Lan, it's so troublesome. But Melissa seemed to read his thoughts and said eagerly, But I really want to know how you got to know my Lan Lan, it makes Lan Lan even more bashful.
Tianyin felt a bit awkward upon hearing this and thought to himself, How did we meet? I really don't want to bring this up again. At this moment, Mo spoke up to help him out. Let me answer for Tianyin.
He immediately turned to Lan Lan, making her feel puzzled. Then, Mo began to explain, My disciple is truly too kind, which is why others take advantage of him.
He met Lan Lan at Central Star, but they weren't exactly close.
However, young lady Melissa, you shouldn't let Lan Lan stay by your side. Lan Lan, hearing this, looked at him with a bit of disbelief and worry.
Uncle Mo, don't try to take me away. Would you really let someone destroy my happiness?
Upon hearing her words, Mo immediately rebutted, I don't have the time to worry about your matters, but you should leave Bright Yellow Star as soon as possible.
I can't guarantee whether Oya will come here or not.
Lan Lan was startled when she heard the distant tone in his voice. Although she had met Uncle Mo a few times before, this cold demeanor was the first time she had witnessed it. She glanced quietly at Tianyin, who was silently enjoying his tea, and whispered to herself, wondering if it had something to do with him.
After a moment of reflection, she responded to Mo. I understand. I'll leave right away.
Seeing the tense atmosphere, Zhu Rong immediately spoke up to mediate.
Don't scare her.
Little girl, don't worry.
As long as you don't like it, I'll definitely help you.
Lan Lan felt deeply grateful when she heard him say this.
Thank you, Uncle Zhu Rong.
At that moment, Tianyin could no longer sit still and stood up to ask Mo for permission.
I want to take a walk outside and get some fresh air.
Mo watched as the figure of the young man walked away and couldn't help but remind him.
Don't go too far.
Immediately after, Tianyin addressed the others.
Excuse me, seniors, I'm going outside for a bit. Sighing softly, Tianyin walked out of the CAF, lost in thought. He really didn't want to face Lan Lan.
A trace of discomfort flickered in his eyes as he reflected on how unpleasant it truly was to feel used. He recalled Lan Lan's previous confession and couldn't help but sigh, though she had done something that left him deeply disappointed. Outside, the sound of murmuring voices suddenly grew louder. A group of people quickly surrounded Tianyin and moved aggressively toward him.
Tianyin, utterly confused, spoke up. Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else. I haven't offended anyone here.
The leader of the bodyguard group immediately spoke up to explain.
You haven't offended anyone here, but what about in Central Star? If you've admitted to killing young Master Wei Lian, then today is your death day. Tianyin was somewhat confused upon hearing this. Why are they so sure that I killed Wei Lian?
Immediately, he suddenly realized something, and a flash of clarity struck him. Lian Na must have told them something. Truly, there was no sentiment or old bond left in her heart. Because of what had happened with Lan Lan before, Tianyin had always carried a burden in his heart. Now, with this new blow, his sorrow deepened. The bloodthirsty energy inside him grew stronger, and his gaze turned colder by the second.
You're assassins from the Lei Jie group, aren't you? They did not answer.
Without hesitation, he rushed forward and shouted loudly.
Prepare to die. Hundreds of blades were pointed directly at Tianyin.
Suddenly, Mo's voice rang out, causing Tianyin to be extremely surprised.
Go ahead, make your move.
They attacked first.
Holy wisdom's sanctity does not permit crimes.
Use your ability to trigger the world's heart.
After hearing Mo's advice, Tianyin seemed to understand something.
His body moved quickly, disappearing from his original spot, causing the swords to strike empty air. The group of assassins was shaken, stunned by the bizarre scene he had just performed. In an instant, Tianyin appeared behind one of the bodyguards, grabbed his arm tightly, causing him both pain and confusion.
Since when did he appear here? Tianyin's face showed a cruel expression. You brought this upon yourselves.
Then, he used his strength to snap his opponent's arm.
The man immediately endured the intense pain, continuously screaming in agony.
The man beside him, seeing him lying motionless, quickly approached with concern.
At that moment, Tianyin kicked him hard in the face.
His eyes were incredibly cold, emitting a powerful, sharp aura. Although these assassins all had protective weapons, each of Tianyin's strikes contained the power to separate space, shifting his form and confusing his enemies, making it impossible for them to catch him. After some time, the group of assassins was defeated, scattered all over the place inside.
Tianyin clenched his fists, gradually becoming more aware of the clear strength within him.
After a period of release, Tianyin felt much more at ease. Suddenly, a voice echoed, pulling Tianyin back to reality.
The young man in front.
The soldiers were now gathering in large numbers. The leader of the group held up a loudspeaker and directed it toward him, announcing,
Put down your weapon and surrender.
Upon hearing this, Tianyin lifted his innocent face and glared at them.
I don't have a weapon. It seems you've misunderstood, I'm the victim here.
At that moment, Mo's voice continued with praise. Tianyin looked at him, walking closer while observing. As expected of my disciple, a total of 23 people were injured, none of them dead.
Tianyin looked at him with gratitude until he spoke again. You have much better control over your emotions than I thought. The guards, upon seeing Mo, were filled with shock.
At that moment, Tianyin's body felt intensely hot, as if his emotions were about to spiral beyond his control.
Immediately after that, he swiftly ran towards Mo and knelt down. Mo quietly observed Tian Yin's actions, unable to help but sigh.
He couldn't fathom how many hardships Tian Yin had gone through, but there was always something that guided him. Tian Yin seemed helpless in front of him, his heart filled with complicated emotions, his face drenched in tears. In that moment, he realized that the humiliation he had endured for so long was now being soothed and pampered by Mo. Seeing this, Mo gently sat down and softly patted Tian Yin's head.
"Don't be so tense, what does any of that matter?" Tian Yin immediately felt the comforting embrace. Mo's face was filled with warmth as he spoke authoritatively, "Get up."
After the events with Lan Lan and Lian Na, Tian Yin had been deeply shaken.
Mo looked at his pitiful face and comforted him. "You are an adult, no matter what happens, you must never fall. Don't overthink your own status." Encouraged by Mo, the humiliation in Tian Yin's heart had eased somewhat.
At this moment, the group of bodyguards from An respectfully spoke in unison, greeting Mo. As he led Tian Yin away, he cast a glance at them and briefly explained the situation. "This is my disciple, and the people lying on the ground are assassins.
Take them for treatment and interrogate the perpetrators later."
They were all in awe, deeply intimidated by Mo's cold demeanor. Regarding the ambush tactics of holy wisdom, I'm sure you all already know, even without me having to teach you, right?
Although Tian Yin didn't put much effort into the attack, their lives are likely already half gone.
After returning to the CAF, everyone became silent. They sat inside the CAF, behind the transparent glass doors. Therefore, when Tian Yin acted with cold-blooded ruthlessness, it left a deep impression on them. At this moment, Melissa glanced at him and gently advised, "Young man, sometimes it's better to leave others with a way out." Hearing this, Tian Yin responded with confusion, "If I gave them a way out, I'd probably be the one lying down." His face was very serious.
"Not killing them is already showing mercy."
Upon hearing his response, Zhu Rong and Melissa fell silent.
Tian Yin's gaze fixed on Lan Lan as he explained, "I can give anyone a way to survive, but who's going to give me a way out?"
Seeing him like this, she felt a bit guilty and startled. Immediately, Ma stood up and spoke to Melissa, "Young lady Melissa, I apologize, but Tian Yin and I have some matters to attend to."
After exchanging farewells, the two of them stood up and left.
"We'll go ahead, sorry," Zhu Rong sighed, feeling somewhat dejected.
"It looks like this kid is quite important. Tian Yin must have a very special identity."
Lan Lan, sitting next to them, remained silent, lost in her feelings of guilt. She immediately remembered the words she had said that had made him upset.
Lan Lan reflected deeply, realizing she had offended Tian Yin.
She knew that she could no longer be friends with him, and what surprised her even more was his student status under Mo.
Seeing Lan Lan's unsettled mood, Melissa remained quietly observing.
Zhu Rong, upon hearing this, immediately spoke to bid them farewell.
"Well, I'll take my leave here.
I won't waste any more of your rest time." Before leaving, he turned to Lan Lan and said, "Little girl, be careful on your own." Lan Lan lowered her head in silence, listening quietly. After all, this incident had caused him a great deal of embarrassment.
"Thank you, uncle.
I'll quickly explain to my mother." Not long after Zhu Rong left, Melissa finally spoke up and asked about the situation.
She gently took Lan Lan's hand and inquired, "What exactly is your relationship with Tian Yin?"
Then, she immediately focused on the key point and asked, "When I first saw Most Divine Artifact, Lan Lan, you seemed to avoid answering me."
"Don't ask about Tian Yin. It's your fault."
Immediately after, Melissa became serious and assessed, "I can sense the aura he tried to conceal."
Lan Lan felt a bit troubled hearing Melissa's interpretation. Becoming an enemy of him was definitely not a wise choice. She began recounting the events to Melissa. "I once took advantage of him. In fact, I don't even know how to handle this situation now."
After hearing the story, Melissa appeared somewhat troubled.
"You really are causing chaos. Are you still curious about why your mother broke off the engagement?"
Her words made Lan Lan feel even more dejected. She shouldn't have dragged someone else into her troubles. She hadn't even apologized and was speaking like this to him. Melissa spoke up to advise Lon Lon, "This is your fault. I guess Mo must have overheard what happened between you two, which is why he's acting like this. You understand space ability better than I do, and I'm afraid what happened at the arena didn't escape Mo's ears." Right after that, Melissa stood up and grabbed Lon Lan's hand. "While they haven't gone too far, let me take you to apologize and resolve this matter." Lon Lon immediately shook off her hand and shouted, "I won't go." Seeing this, Melissa immediately scolded her, "Now is not the time to be stubborn. Xu Rong is right, Mo cares a lot about Tianyin." Lon Lan's face was filled with anxiety as she listened to Melissa's further warning, "This could even affect the relationship between Mo and your grandfather. The inner workings of holy wisdom are already very complicated." When she saw that Lon Lon was still being stubborn, Melissa went on to explain in more detail, "The person you hurt is a man with pride. If you had given him your first, he would definitely have pampered you. But instead, you took advantage of him. You were wrong, you shouldn't play with someone else's feelings like that." Despite this, Lon Lon remained as stubborn as ever and shouted, "I don't understand, don't force me. Let's leave here, I don't want to think about this anymore." Melissa, feeling a bit helpless, watched as Lon Lon rushed off. At that moment, she seriously thought about Tianyin. "I'm not a part of holy wisdom, but Strng is an expert in observing people. Even though I only interacted with Tianyin for a short time, I saw his excellence." Melissa couldn't help but sigh as she watched Lon Lon rush away. This way of doing things will cause her to lose the one thing she shouldn't lose in her life. Mo clasped his hands behind his back and walked side by side with Tianyin through the crowded streets. The young man, dejected, lowered his head and sighed. "I'm sorry, master. I made you lose face earlier." In contrast to Tianyin's gloomy appearance, Mo smiled and comforted him. "I'm very glad to see a young man who can pick himself up. You've grown much stronger than me." Tianyin blinked, his eyes reddening as he looked up. "I've come to understand. Knowing the truth only benefits me. At least I don't feel indebted to the Fei Air family, nor do I have to fulfill those 3 tasks for Madame Oya." At that moment, Mo's expression suddenly turned serious. No wonder Tianyin had been able to think so clearly. Don't blame Lon Lon either. She was spoiled and pampered since she was little. He explained that both her mother and her grandfather from the Fei Air family had indulged her, but she was not suitable for Tianyin. There was never meant to be any romantic connection between the two of them. "I'm happy that you could rise again. I believe that, in the near future, you'll definitely find a woman who's right for you." Tianyin blinked in confusion, staring at Mo. Upon hearing him, the image of Bai He and the sweet memories they shared together suddenly appeared in his mind. However, he quickly shut his eyes and shook his head. "I don't want to think about this kind of feeling. Right now, strength is more important than anything else to me. Before I came into contact with holy wisdom, I had no ambitions. I only hoped to find a stable job. I just wanted to be able to support my parents with my own earnings and have a warm family." Tianyin's gaze became determined, but now, things were different. "If heaven has granted me 2 kinds of talents, I can't just stay stagnant. I must become a powerhouse in the Galactic Alliance." Mo's eyes lit up when he heard these words, unable to hide the satisfaction in the depths of his gaze. The fact that he could sense the intense aura of his late son and his grandson moved him deeply. Tianyin now resembled himself when he was young, quickly observing the boy's face. The child had the same aspirations and was resolutely moving in that direction. Suddenly, he raised his hand and ruffled Tianyin's hair. "Although I want to fully support you in your supernatural abilities, only self-realization can allow you to grasp their deeper meaning. Therefore, I can only guide you. How you walk this path depends entirely on you." Tianyin smiled and responded that he understood. Lady Oya said the same thing before. "Don't worry, master, I won't disappoint you." Then, he asked Mo to explain in more detail about holy wisdom.
Mo raised his index finger and drew a diagram in the air. The highest authority of holy wisdom was held by 5 judges. They all possessed powerful supernatural abilities. Shu Rong controlled fire, while Lan Lan's grandfather controlled water. These 5 judges each had different management duties within holy wisdom. Except for Judge Guang Ming, Fei Er was the most powerful among them. Upon hearing this, Tianyin understood why Lan Lan was so arrogant. The Grand Elder, Judge Guang Ming, held the true power of holy wisdom, and his orders could be considered sacred decrees. Suddenly, he became curious if anyone was stronger than him. The other 4, whose powers were on par with Mo's, had yet to break through to the next level of supernatural abilities, while Guang Ming had broken through the 70th realm 20 years ago. He was now striving to reach the legendary 81st level, aiming to become the ultimate guardian among the supernatural community. Tianyin was confused when he heard the term guardian and asked for clarification. He explained that the guardian is the one who protects everything. If one truly reaches this level, then no matter what power they may have, it would be impossible to threaten him. The sound of Mo's calm voice echoed in the clear sky. That is the true strength. Within holy wisdom, there is a place responsible for overseeing all actions of the holy wisdom subordinates. They are directly managed by Judge Guang Ming, so nothing can escape his notice. He had only met them a few times, but each time he could feel their strength had grown significantly. Perhaps only Mo could break the deep connection between them. Tianyin's eyes widened in surprise once again, muttering the name, Mo. Mo immediately recounted the events between holy wisdom and the dark forces 30 years ago, when the dark forces were impossible to suppress due to the emergence of such a genius. Initially, he was just an ordinary dark ability user, but through hard training and an exceptional ability to comprehend, within just over a decade, he had united the dark forces, including all the factions of the 3 major dark powers from before. To prevent the dark forces from growing stronger, holy wisdom continuously attacked them. The 2 sides were always locked in intense stalemates. After many long battles, the dark forces weakened more and more. Although Mo was strong, without the support of a sacred beast, he could not lead the dark forces to victory over holy wisdom. In the end, Mo agreed to make a treaty with Holy Wisdom's galaxy and signed an agreement with the Galactic Alliance to ensure the safety of the dark forces. Tianyin frowned and asked nervously, what did he do? Mo found a decaying star, gathering all the power of darkness to control the nearby planets. Mo couldn't hide the look on his face, feeling fearful as he recalled it. If the Galactic Alliance and Holy Wisdom don't agree, he will turn the decaying star into a black hole, destroying everything. He was stunned and in disbelief upon hearing these words, while also suspecting that Mo might be the master Miley C had mentioned. The condition Mo proposed was to organize a battle between the psychics, with each side sending 5 people. The team that wins 3 out of 5 matches will be the victor. Furthermore, Mo demanded the liberation of Mo Huan planet for the dark power users. Tianyin was surprised that Mo had set such a simple condition. Mo analyzed that perhaps he didn't want the entire Galactic Alliance to be destroyed. After all, Mo was still human. He considered it a classic battle in the history of holy wisdom. Therefore, Mo greatly admired Mo's courage, as, in the end, that battle was also a gamble for him. Afterward, he returned to the story, revealing that the dark power user's representative was actually a master on par with the 5 judges, one of whom was named Tai Li. Tai Li's power could probably only be suppressed by Mo and Judge Guang Ming. A space power user who understood space better than Mo was one of the 7 great judges from back then and was also Mo's wife. It was because of Tai Li that Mo bravely issued the challenge to Holy Wisdom. Although the chances of winning were slim, there was at least a chance. Tianyin wondered, Tai Li is a space judge, but she agreed to marry Mo and became a force of darkness, right? Mo nodded in confirmation. However, there was one thing he did not say: Mo and Tai Li were Tianyin's great-grandparents. Tianyin was puzzled and asked, if Tai Li is a space system judge, then why did she choose to marry Mo instead of joining Holy Wisdom? Mo slowly began to explain, this is a matter related to them. At that moment, his eyes slightly drifted off, lost in thought. I once heard Guang Ming mention it. Back then, Guang Ming, Mo Shi, and Ty Lee grew up together. The three of them were as close as brothers. Guang Ming and Mo Shi both deeply loved Ty Lee, but in the end, Ty Lee chose Mo Shi. Guang Ming never clarified the reason, he simply told me that Ty Lee was a truly great woman. Guang Ming had promised Ty Lee that even if Mo Shi lost, he would spare his life. After the duel, Mo Shi lost. From then on, neither Mo Shi nor Ty Lee were seen again. Many people suspected they had died. In the end, Guang Ming won, but was left with barely any life left. Hearing this, Tianyin felt that the battle was not as simple as it seemed. Mo, please explain. The specifics of the situation are known only to the 5 judges. Everything he knows, he learned from Zhu Rong. Ultimately, Holy Wisdom gained control of the Galactic Alliance. Apart from Holy Wisdom, the other 2 organizations also held the greatest authority. The position of a judge is extremely prestigious, they are regarded as saviors, and that is why Holy Wisdom has reached its current status. At this point, Tianyin truly couldn't imagine it. Moreover, something in his intuition told him that none of this was the whole truth. Tianyin firmly grasped his hand and said, "Master, if I ever have the chance in the future, I will definitely find a way to uncover the truth." Mo smiled encouragingly, "I believe you will definitely be able to do it." Looking at him with enthusiasm, the elder fell into deep thought. Mo Shi and Ty Lee were his grandparents, and previously, in front of him, Mo Shi had tried to convey something with the power of Melissa. Now, Mo Shi's spiritual energy was also within his body. This secret would sooner or later be discovered by him. Mo's heart was filled with worry. His beloved grandson had so many expectations placed on his shoulders, and perhaps among them, there were also the hopes Mo Shi had entrusted to him, as he was the only heir. Now, I no longer care about the darkness. Feng Ming, the road ahead can only depend on you. The things I can do are only to protect you to the best of my ability. This is the responsibility of being a grandfather. They returned to the bright yellow star station. Although the 2 of them were reluctant to part, he still wanted to find a more suitable place for Tianyin to cultivate, and that place was Mo Huan planet. Tianyin was a little worried, as his abilities were still not even at the required level, and perhaps he wasn't qualified to go there. Seeing this, the elder playfully teased, "Did you think that this time, Zhu Rong and I only came to watch a concert?" Once every 3 years, Holy Wisdom sends a new group of people to Mo Huan planet to hone their skills and assist the 3 judges stationed there. I have already asked Zhu Rong to register you. Upon hearing this, Tianyin joyfully thanked him, "But I wonder, can I really conquer the sacred beast?" Mo explained, "Because you are someone with dual abilities, you can subdue 2 sacred beasts. However, the dark-type sacred beasts are extremely powerful, so you must be careful and never let them devour you. At the same time, you must be particularly cautious not to let anyone discover that you possess dark abilities." Tianyin obediently agreed. At that moment, he took out 2 stones and handed them to him. The white one was his token for protection, while the green one was an energy stone, a token to confirm his identity when he arrived at Mo Huan planet. Mo continued, "After you return to Central Star, you must go to Earth within a month and directly report to the Parliament. Bring these with you, and someone will naturally arrange your matters on Mo Huan planet. Once you return home, take care of your parents. The trip to Mo Huan planet will take at least 3 years. Before you leave, I will help you level up your spatial abilities." He raised his hand and touched Tianyin's forehead. This was a method to assist in enhancing spatial abilities, helping him to unlock them without affecting his personal cultivation. Tianyin felt as though a beam of white light was invading his brain, forming a white vortex. His spatial abilities became more solid, and his body was pulled in by the force of the spatial power, constantly moving rapidly. Then, he fainted. When he opened his eyes, Tianyin saw Mo anxiously asking how he was. Still not fully recovered from the sensation, Tianyin wearily replied, "I'm fine, I just fainted."
Mo explained, spatial abilities are entirely created by the power of the individual, so they are quite pure. I have helped you unlock a new energy. Feel it yourself and use your mental power to figure out how to open the door that belongs only to you. Tianyin obeyed, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on his body. As soon as his thoughts moved, a radiant glow emanated from his body. Although only a spatial gap of about 1 meter appeared, he noticed that it had drained a small amount of his spatial ability. Mo continued, our spatial type ability is called space chi essence. It's a unique advantage that only those with spatial abilities possess, allowing them to store items in it. You should use your mental energy to mark these 2 stones. Once your items are in the spatial pouch, just a little mental energy is enough to leave a mark on the surface of the objects, making them easier to preserve. Tianyin followed slowly. He found it quite strange. After placing them in, the 2 stones in his hands vanished. Mo reminded him, try using your thoughts to focus on the mark on the surface of the stone. At that moment, the stone reappeared in his hand. Tianyin's eyes lit up, feeling it was truly miraculous. Seeing this, Mo chuckled in satisfaction. Mo continued, 3 years after you return from Mo planet, come find me in Manhwa Lin. Don't worry about Kid Feng Yuan, in less than 2 years, I'll bring him to Mo planet to find you. At that moment, an indescribable feeling of longing rose within Tianyin. He asked sadly, Teacher, are you leaving? Mo gently placed his hand on his shoulder, advising him, I have to go. From now on, remember to take care of yourself. Remember, don't rely on anyone. Although his attitude had changed greatly, Tianyin could sense that Mo was someone he could trust. Mo suppressed the regret in his heart and bid farewell to him. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Mo knew he couldn't bear to part with Tianyin, couldn't bear to leave behind such a hard-to-find grandson. But for his future, he had no choice but to leave. Mo gazed into the distance, silently telling himself, my grandson, your grandfather can only help you create opportunities. Whether you can hold on to them or not depends on you. If you can't become stronger, I will have no choice but to force you to leave holy wisdom, become an ordinary person, and marry the girl you love to live a normal life. His departure only strengthened Tianyin's resolve. He would not disappoint him. At this moment, in the glittering universe, the transport ship was flying from bright yellow star to central star. After Tianyin boarded the transport ship, he immediately entered the life support chamber. Under Mo's guidance, the spatial differences within him could always be gathered in his mind. With the fixed speed of the small white spiral, it slowly rotated. As his consciousness entered it, Tianyin felt a strange sensation at that very moment. He could feel his mental power growing stronger. If spatial abilities could grow stronger, could his dark powers do the same? During this time, the 2 abilities no longer repelled each other, perhaps he should try to stimulate it. Tianyin thought to himself, first slowly guiding the cosmic energy to surround the dark powers under his mental control. The dark powers clung to the cosmic energy and gradually began to operate. After a while, small white and black particles from outside kept infiltrating the life support chamber and entering Tianyin's body. The white ones moved upward, while the black ones moved downward, gradually dissolving into his 2 abilities. 3 streams of black, white, and blue gas mixed together and suddenly dispersed, causing the economic zone of the cargo ship to distort as it shifted to a different space, 10 meters away. The life support chamber opened, white smoke billowing up in a haze. The cargo ship's emergency alarm sounded, indicating a jump to a different space. The crew was instructed not to leave the life support chamber. But at that moment, Tianyin had no mood to care about it. He was in a daze because he had become stronger. His black hair, which he didn't even notice until now, had turned silver, and one of his eyes had been dyed black, exuding a mysterious aura. He was stunned, feeling his psychic power had reached level 9, while his cosmic energy had reached level 8. He hadn't expected that just a slight change would make him stronger, almost as if he had jumped levels. At that very moment, his silver hair and black eye gradually faded away. What made it even harder for Tianyin to believe was that his psychic power, which had always been unstable, finally had its own system. His powers of space, darkness, and cosmic energy formed three distinct energies. With a mere thought, he could freely use any of them. His strength had somehow increased to an entirely new level in such a short amount of time. He was fortunate to have his teacher's guidance. Thinking about this, Tianyin felt deeply grateful to the teacher who had helped him so much. He silently promised to become the strongest. They had arrived at Central Star, and his home was in Wuding City. Because he missed home so much, he used magic to quickly fly back. At that moment, his mother was complaining. His father had quickly finished his work so that he could attend a saint's class in the afternoon. Tianyin hurriedly ran in and shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Manga and Molly couldn't believe their eyes. Their son had truly returned, and the longing to see him again overwhelmed their hearts. Tears welled up in her eyes as she rushed to hug him tightly. Molly stood beside them, his heart at peace as he looked at his son. "Finally, you're home. We haven't heard from you for over a year. All right, dear, don't cry anymore. Let Tianyin rest for a bit, then we can have a meal together." Halfway through the meal, Molly asked, "Where have you been all this time? Your parents wanted to go looking for you, but we're not familiar with this place, so we can only wait." Tianyin gently explained. "It's not that I didn't want to come home, I've just been working at Bright Yellow Star. I could only come back once the work there was temporarily finished." Hearing their curiosity about what kind of work would take him to another planet, and wanting to put their minds at ease, he explained, "I've been working in a business company over there. It's going well, and the benefits are good." Molly proudly praised him. "I knew our little Yuan had potential." He looked at Manga with great comfort. The boy has grown up. She too felt happy, but after being apart for so long, there was a sense of reluctance. In fact, when his parents asked about things outside, Tianyin answered very carefully. He was afraid of revealing something that would worry them. After resting, Tianyin asked a question he had been meaning to ask. "Do you still attend the Sacred Maidens class?" Molly, who was putting on his coat to go out, answered casually. "Of course, that's the greatest joy we have right now. We're learning more and more every day." Mengya chimed in. "Now that you've just come home, rest for a bit. Your father and I are going to class." At that moment, Tianyin spoke up to ask if he could join them. He explained to them, "Last time, the Sacred Maiden helped me. Now that she's back, I should go meet her." Hearing this, Mengya's face brightened with joy, while Molly smiled teasingly, as if she knew something. They both started teasing. "Do you like her now? Well, you need to try harder then." His father supported him, and Mengya was even happier. "If the Sacred Maiden becomes our daughter-in-law, I'll be happy to see her leave." A while later, Tianyin's family arrived at the slums. At that moment, he felt that everything was still the same, always out of reach. But Tianyin could still hear the gentle voice of the Sacred Maiden, and his heart fluttered slightly. When he saw her, he clearly felt how much he missed her, a feeling so intense. Even though he couldn't fully make out the words she was saying, that gentle sound continued to resonate. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. She slightly tilted her head, and her gentle gaze turned toward Tianyin. Their eyes met. Seeing him, a spark of joy appeared in Baihe's eyes. Although she was still lecturing, it felt as if they were in a silent space, silently understanding each other. Tianyin could clearly feel his heart being enveloped by a sense of calm. He gently smiled and whispered, "Baihe, I'm back." After the Sacred Maiden finished her lecture, Tianyin said goodbye to his parents first and then walked toward Baihe's house. He reminded himself, "Why am I so nervous? My heart is beating even faster than the time I met the white cabbage spirit." Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught sight of Lali standing in front of Baihe's house, holding a bouquet of flowers. Before he could think much, Tianyin quickly hid. He even found it confusing why he felt the need to hide, a sense of unease stirring in his heart. Watching Lali pace back and forth, anxious, Tianyin thought to himself, "Baihe is so pure and kind-hearted, it's only natural for someone to like her. Finally, Lolly gathered his courage, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. The door creaked open, and Bai He stepped out with a dreamy, expectant look on her face, yet slightly shy. But when she saw the boy standing before her, the joy in her eyes cooled down. Bai He remained silent for a moment before asking, "Lolly? Is there something you need?" At this, Lolly offered the bouquet and shouted loudly, "Sacred maiden, please accept my heart. I know I am not worthy of you." He shyly scratched his head and said softly, "I will always see you as a goddess, keeping you deep in my heart." Bai He gently and carefully replied, "Lolly, don't say that, I'm just like everyone else, I'm just an ordinary person. Thank you for your flowers, I accept your feelings, but please don't pick wild flowers anymore. They too have a life of their own." At that moment, Tianyin calmed his emotions. He realized there was nothing to hide from. He and Bai He were friends, so he slowly walked up to stand before them. Tianyin's appearance broke the awkward atmosphere between them. Lolly suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "Are you the Tianyin who once attended Zhongting Academy?" He nodded in response, "I just returned from a business trip." He glanced at Bai He and said, "The sacred maiden once saved me, so now that I'm back, I came to greet her." Hearing this, Bai He smiled, and her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, enhancing her already stunning beauty. Bai He gently said, "You've returned." Tianyin looked at her intently and smiled softly. Lolly, standing beside them, suddenly felt out of place. He quickly interrupted, "In that case, let's go together. It's a rare opportunity, let's visit my uncle." Tianyin declined, "I have other matters to attend to, you two can talk." Lolly readily agreed, saying they could talk next time when the opportunity arose. He then added in a friendly tone, "I just passed the entrance exam for Zhongting Academy as well, so technically, you're my senior." Tianyin was surprised, "You passed Zhongting Academy? I heard the tuition fees there are quite expensive." Lolly smiled and gestured towards Bai He, "Fortunately, the sacred maiden helped us. This time, more than a dozen of us made it into Zhongting Academy." Tianyin fell into deep thought, growing more puzzled by Bai He's actions. Did she really want to help all these poor people? But surely that was an arduous and long process. Most people wouldn't have the courage to take it on. After bidding them farewell, Tianyin turned to leave, but he didn't actually go far. Once again, he circled back from the residential area, using the technique of illusionary movement, and in no time, arrived at Bai He's house, waiting. Outside the door, Bai He could naturally sense the change inside the house. She gently thanked Lolly for the bouquet of flowers and tactfully mentioned that she wanted to rest. Upon hearing this, Lolly immediately agreed. He even promised that, no matter what happened when he reached the comprehensive academy, he would think of her every day. After bidding him farewell, Bai He slowly walked into the house and softly said, "It seems a bit impolite for you to come uninvited like this." Tianyin, feeling awkward, immediately apologized, "I didn't want to wait outside." She didn't respond, remaining silent for a long while. Seeing this, he gently asked, "Bai He, are you all right?" At that moment, Bai He was lost in thought, staring at Tianyin. When he spoke, she snapped out of her reverie, turning her face away to hide her feelings. "I'm fine, it's just that seeing people here happier each day makes me happy too. Perhaps in just a few years, they'll all be able to leave this place." "Tianyin, do you know what my wish is?" Tianyin, worried, replied, "Could your wish be to make all the poor people on this planet become ordinary people?" Bai He closed her eyes, smiling as she nodded. That was indeed her only wish. Tianyin quickly responded, "You must know that this is a very difficult task. With just your strength alone, it will be impossible to achieve." Bai He happily countered, "I'm not alone. There are people in Nin Nh City on the shared planet. Although their strength may not be as great as mine, they have all experienced days of being lost. Only they could understand the thoughts in their hearts. I want to gather this kind of power." A strong belief radiated from her, leaving him stunned.
Tianyin was deeply impressed. It turned out that the goal she wanted to achieve was so grand. This was indeed a good plan, but at the same time, it was an extremely difficult project. Tianyin asked. A goal so difficult and hard to achieve, yet he still wants to try? She looked embarrassed. It's just that all my money can only support a few people to attend Zhongting Academy for one term. Tianyin, would you like to help me? Tianyin widened his eyes in surprise, then he took Baihe's hand. Don't forget me. I was also born in a slum, I just wasn't as brave or smart as you, so I didn't know what to do. If you have a good plan, why wouldn't I help? This took Baihe completely by surprise, and she stared at Tianyin with wide eyes. He said that only when he was with her did his heart calm down. Baihe was like a windbreak harbor for Tianyin, always gentle like this. Moreover, her kindness and purity made him unwilling to show her any disrespect. Tianyin tightly grasped Baihe's hand and said something cheesy. You're so beautiful that I can hardly breathe. I have a bold request. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Can you not say it? Baihe hesitated and said. You also know that my heart has already been given to others, I can't. Ignoring her objections, Tianyin decided he had to say it. Then he gently kissed Baihe's hand. Don't worry, how could I force you? I just hope you could give me a chance. Tianyin and Baihe both had their own desires. He didn't want them to swap their hopes, but after helping her fulfill hers, he wished for a chance of his own. Tianyin longed to feel her tenderness every day. Baihe was flustered, quickly pulling her hand away and stepping back. We can't, please don't pressure me. But Tianyin believed that nothing was impossible. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Baihe had already filled his heart. If Baihe couldn't accept him because of his dark power, he didn't worry. For her, he would keep his heart calm. Tianyin whispered, will you agree to me? The feelings inside Baihe were constantly shifting, becoming more complicated. Today, when she saw him, she could clearly feel the joy in her heart, recalling what the master had told her not only for her own feelings but also for the safety of the Celestial Alliance. Under Tianyin's confession, she gently nodded. He was overjoyed, so happy that he rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Then, Tianyin suddenly felt embarrassed and released Baihe. Sorry, I was just so happy. He reassured her, telling her not to worry, he wouldn't act impulsively before her wish was fulfilled, and that she should have time to adjust. If Baihe found someone she liked, he would let her go. If not, she would become his wife. Tianyin even gave Baihe an identification card, saying that the 30,000 remaining would be enough for her for a while, as he would have to leave soon. If things went well in 3 years, he would come back to find her. Baihe felt that 3 years was a long time. Tianyin's face carefully explained, I also have my own dreams, and we should both strive for them. Right now, I don't have the ability to protect the one I love. Baihe's expression showed some confusion as she asked, are you saying that what you pursue is power? At this, Tianyin smiled and said, yes, what I pursue is great power. Only with strength can I repay those who support me and protect those I want to protect. Baihe hesitated and then said, knowing that you're this strong now, I feel a little scared. Tianyin guessed that she was afraid. Baihe was afraid that when strength reached a certain level, it wouldn't be as easy to control as he imagined. She also feared that one day they might be on opposing sides, but Tianyin assured her that he would never be on the opposite side of her. After hearing this, Baihe tightly grasped Tianyin's hand, continuing, you still don't understand. It's very likely that will happen. Or perhaps the moment we were born, it also meant we would become adversaries. God's plan was for them to meet in a slum or to give them a chance. Baihe wanted Tianyin to promise her something. She hoped that he could promise that if one day they were on opposing sides, he would give up all desires for her sake. Baihe threw herself into Tianyin's arms, crying uncontrollably, which took him by surprise. He gently pushed her away and looked directly into her eyes. Tianyin softly said, don't you think this promise is too serious?
If a person has no desires, it means they've lost the meaning of existence. Bai he fell into deep thought, then said, I know, I'm sorry.
Bai he was wrong.
Then, she willingly said, if that day really comes, I will live and die with you, Tianyin. When he heard those words, he was both surprised and deeply moved. Then, he tightly held Bai he's hand.
Please don't say such things anymore. I'm really happy to see you again today.
I don't want these empty words to affect our mood. Bai he also felt that perhaps her worries were unfounded, and she was curious about when Tianyin would leave.
He happily replied, I will probably stay here for about a month. After all, I've been away for over a year. I want to spend more time with my parents.
Bai he reminded him that his energy sensitivity had become stronger, and before leaving, he should be especially cautious in Central Star. A few days ago, Bai he sensed that a considerable amount of dark forces had arrived on this planet. They were likely gathering in Zhongding City. They might have some kind of plot, and perhaps Holy Wisdom would sense it too. Tianyin then wondered, could the dark forces really be foolish enough to challenge Holy Wisdom again? Bai he hadn't expected that he knew about the battle from 30 years ago. Tianyin explained that he had heard about it from his master. During this time away, he had taken on a new teacher. Bai he immediately guessed that his teacher was Manipulator Mo from Holy Wisdom. Tianyin was astonished that she had figured it out. Bai he slowly explained, you know I cultivate light energy. If you have taken a teacher from the dark side, you would never bring it up in front of me. She also realized that his other ability was spatial manipulation. Now, the only person who could have guided Tianyin to reach this level so quickly was Manipulator Mo. Tianyin took Bai he's hand to check, only to find that she didn't have the gem in her hand. He was a little confused. He realized that Bai he was not a member of Holy Wisdom, but how could she know so much about Holy Wisdom? Bai he smiled, this is a secret. Although you are not part of Holy Wisdom, you have a close connection with it. Tianyin deduced, the only person who could teach an outstanding disciple like Bai he would be the Grand Elder of Holy Wisdom, Guangming. Bai he straightforwardly replied, it seems that Manipulator Mo has told you a lot about Holy Wisdom, but Grand Elder Guangming is not my teacher.
Tianyin was curious, do you know what the dark forces gathering in Zhongding City are plotting?
Bai he thought carefully and said, this time, the gathering of the dark forces is just internal action within their ranks. After all, the dark forces have been hiding for only a few years, and for now, they don't want to engage in conflict with Holy Wisdom. Moreover, Zhongding City is under the protection of Oya from the Fei Air family, and she must have noticed the movements of the dark forces. If anything changes, she will be the first to report it to the higher-ups.
Bai he continued, the dark forces are not so easily eradicated, and Holy Wisdom does not intend to completely annihilate them.
Tianyin wondered, why doesn't Holy Wisdom wipe them out entirely? Bai he quickly responded, there is a principle in heaven that values life and virtue, the dark forces are also life, and besides, you've probably heard the saying once the bridge is crossed, take down the planks.
Tianyin also understood, in fact, the Galactic Alliance Congress never wanted Holy Wisdom to exist.
It was only because of the huge threat from the dark forces, and their refusal to cooperate, that they elevated Holy Wisdom to such a high position.
Once the dark forces are eradicated, the Congress will turn against Holy Wisdom.
Bai he understood as well. She added, why would the Council, which controls the power of the Galactic Alliance, want a group of people who won't listen to their orders? At this moment, Tianyin silently thought to himself that it seemed neither side was simple. He held Bai he's hand and reminded her to be careful, after all, she was alone. If those dark forces found out, it would be detrimental to her.
Bai he reassured Tianyin, don't worry, I will be fine.
Then, she reminded him to leave quickly as it was getting late. Tianyin also hoped that her wish would be fulfilled soon and that he would go to collect the identity card tomorrow. Bai he said a few polite words, thank you. Actually, I didn't expect you to support me like this. Since Bai he was Tianyin's lover, it was only right for him to help her, after all, it was his wish. After speaking, Tianyin gently kissed her hand. A moment later, he swiftly used his ability to teleport back home. He only hoped that Tianyin would always maintain his pure heart. If darkness ever swallowed him, she hoped he could be like Emosher with Ty Lee back then. Tianyin stayed at home for 3 days, trying his best to spend more time with his parents and help them with household chores. Of course, what he most desired was to meet Bai He. As long as he was with her, he could feel her gentleness and kindness. This warmed his heart. But for the sake of the future, Tianyin had no choice but to leave. After all, there were still many things happening out there that needed his involvement. Although he also wanted to go to Miley to investigate the situation with the dark forces, Tianyin decided to visit the ancient tower of Madame Oya first, to clarify the matter of Lan Lan and resolve the misunderstanding. Seeing the familiar old tower, Tianyin couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, it's been over a year, and I'm back here again. Madame Oya has always been hard to deal with. He worried about how she would react when she saw him appear once more, but to Tianyin's misfortune, Madame Oya had been downcast and unhappy these past few days. Her territory had been tainted with dark energy, and when the report was submitted, the order was to observe quietly. Though Oya loathed the darkness, she could only obey, though she didn't understand why this time Holy Wisdom had shown such leniency. Moreover, her father had cancelled Lan Lan's engagement because of a relative's words, and ordered Lan Lan to be brought back immediately for personal teaching. She was extremely frustrated. Now, the case was urgently requiring her to find Lan Lan before her fiancé. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Liao En, the controller, requesting an audience. Coincidentally, Oya also wanted to find him. She ordered him to attend to the small team and share all the clues about Lan Lan with them. From now on, he would not be involved in the search for Lan Lan. Liao En obeyed the order, but in his heart, he was surprised that they were using the Blue Capital's small team to search for a young lady. Just then, Tianyin stepped in. Madame Oya, it seems you didn't notice me. I've returned. Liao En quickly added, I was just about to report this. I saw a familiar face outside the door. Oya silently sensed it. His aura seemed much calmer than before. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Tianyin, have you reached it? He replied bluntly, not yet. Right now, I am someone controlling space at level 9. Madam, I came back this time because there is something I need to explain to you. As if sensing something, she agreed. Tianyin spoke directly, you think I can't accomplish the 3 things I originally promised her? Oya furrowed her brow, remaining silent for a moment before speaking, tell me the reason. Do you think you're strong enough now? Indeed, you've progressed quickly, but your strength is still far from sufficient. Don't forget who brought you into holy wisdom, and never forget what you once did. Indeed, Tianyin owed her a favor, but as for Lan Lan's matter, he felt no responsibility whatsoever. Perhaps in a few days, she would return, and everything would be explained clearly. The reason he came back this time was to clarify this matter with her. Oya slowly stood up, her voice cold, I can help you join holy wisdom, but I can also destroy you. She angrily waved her hand, releasing her fury. Despite enduring her anger, Tianyin calmly took out an item and showed it to her. This is the snake-engraved stone, the symbol of the demon emperor star that was given to me. Oya retracted her aura, shocked, and asked, You've met Master Manipulator Mo? Tianyin calmly admitted, I even became his disciple and learned spatial powers from him. Oya gave a slight smile, understanding, no wonder you dare to come here and say such things. So, you have Master Manipulator Mo backing you up. Tianyin, you need to think carefully. The more the situation escalated, the more determined Tianyin became. He had thought it through carefully, he didn't want to be threatened. Even though the lady might be dissatisfied, he could never forget the favor she had shown him. As for the 3 demands, Tianyin refused. He couldn't explain why at this moment. Oya's gaze was filled with icy coldness. The anger in her heart had reached its peak. Everything was going wrong, and her patience had reached its limit. Oya gathered her magic to attack Tianyin. Blue light merged with countless ice and snow, blocking every possible escape route for him. But Tianyin was not the same as before. The moment the light flashed, he immediately used the DHNH technique. Though he successfully escaped the attack range, Tianyin found his body stiffening, as if the blood inside him was freezing. The cosmic energy within his body quickly formed a protective layer, but there was a fundamental difference between a master manipulator and a manipulator. Oya caught up to him swiftly. In that instant, she extended her hand and quickly thrust out a palm strike. Although Tianyin's cosmic energy was strong enough, under the overwhelming power of her water-based ability, his body was instantly blasted away, crashing violently into the wall. The wall behind him cracked, and dust and debris fell. He silently felt grateful that he had worn artificial clothing before coming, or else he would have been badly injured this time. She couldn't defeat him with a single strike, which made her even angrier. Oya waved her hand and created a large ice wall behind him, wondering if he could withstand this blow. Right at this moment, Liaowen tried to stop her. "Madam, we shouldn't confront the master manipulator." The anger overwhelmed reason, and she coldly swatted Liaowen away. Seeing this, Tianyin's eyes revealed fury. Liaowen could be considered his master's apprentice, and without his guidance, Tianyin wouldn't have had such a solid foundation today. Yet, in a fit of rage, she dared to strike him. In an instant, Tianyin's controlling power erupted. His hand reached into the air and gently clenched. At that moment, Madame Oya's Tenmai ice spear froze mid-air. Immediately afterward, Tianyin appeared beside her and struck with a blow. With full force attack, the space was torn apart by the relentless increase of cosmic energy. Oya was stunned, never expecting that this kid would actually dare to fight her. However, as soon as he made contact with her, he disappeared without a trace. The next second, he suddenly appeared behind her. Enraged, she attacked but immediately shielded herself. Water-based supernatural energy instantly condensed behind her, a powerful force like a flood, chaotically rushing toward Tianyin. However, having undergone a year of training with the sacred beast Xiaobai, Tianyin's combat experience was rich. His shifting and dodging reached their peak, making Oya's attack strike nothing but empty air. Because he had used the shortest time to return to Madame Oya's front, the defense around her, weakened by the use of water wave, was significantly diminished. Just like that, he struck through her defense, delivering a punch. But when Tianyin looked at the spot he was about to attack, he suddenly panicked. TR didn't dare to move forward, yet he couldn't help but remain stunned. At that moment, Oya also realized she had seized this opportunity. With all her strength and fury, she threw a punch that echoed. Tianyin's body sank deep into the alloy floor. If it hadn't been for the protection of the artificial servants, his internal organs would likely have been shattered. Seeing him in this state, she stopped. Liaowen anxiously ran over to check on him. He skillfully mentioned Tianyin but was chased out by Oya. Liaowen sighed inwardly. Could it be that Tianyin really couldn't escape this fate? She stepped closer, and he lay there, motionless, as if dead. In fact, at that moment, Oya felt a twinge of regret. Mo was not someone she should have offended. If Tianyin could hold his token, it meant his relationship with Mo was far from simple. At that instant, Tianyin exhaled a breath and coughed. Oya, startled, asked, "You're still alive?" He took a deep breath and replied, "For now, I'm not dead, but if you keep hitting me, I'm afraid I will be." Tianyin was fine. Oya coldly turned away and told him to get lost, never to let her see him again. Struggling, he stood up and still managed to say, "Goodbye, madam." The words Tianyin had once said still held true, "I owe you this favor. One day, I will repay you." Oya, deep in thought, hesitated. Letting him go like this made her pause, slightly unsure. In a short period of time, Tianyin had become so powerful, and soon she would face her own daughter. With Mo's support, Tianyin had no limits. Oya quietly thanked her father for not knowing about Tianyin's existence. Although Tianyin had no real impact on her, at least from what was said earlier, Tianyin would not become an enemy of Oya. When Liaowen saw him come out, he was shocked. Tianyin still had the strength to tease him, which made Liaowen angry. He scolded him, though still holding back his words. Your body is truly resilient. You can still stand up and walk out. Come here quickly, let me help you to a quiet place to rest. With someone he could trust, Tianyin stopped pretending. He let out a cry of pain. After finding a hotel, Liao En immediately used his cosmic power to help heal Tianyin's wounds. During the healing process, he was once again amazed at the resilience of Tianyin's body. Tianyin's cosmic energy, combined with external strength, cleared all the meridians in his body at the fastest speed. With a little rest, his body would fully recover. Liaoan was about to leave and reminded him to take care. Tianyin was deeply grateful and thanked him repeatedly, but Liaoan felt that he hadn't been much help. When he heard Tianyin call him master, Liaoan felt embarrassed for not being able to persuade Oya. He sighed gently, this time, goodbye, and I don't know when we will meet again. You are the most extraordinary ability user I have ever met. Not only is your body incredibly resilient, but you also work so hard. Now, I am really looking forward to seeing you become even stronger. Tianyin gently reassured him, Master, don't worry. Although I don't submit to Madam's control, I still belong to the saint. I am sure we will meet again in the future. Master, no matter what kind of person I become, you will always be the teacher I respect. Liao En immediately turned away, hiding his expression. For Tianyin, both Liao En and Mo were among the few people who truly cared for him. After the battle with Lady Oya, it made him deeply aware of the gap in strength. Only by becoming stronger could he face such powerful opponents. This realization further solidified Tianyin's determination. In Zhongding City, Inya, the whole city was brightly lit. This place was a mixture of good and bad, with many criminals. The government had not completely eradicated it, but instead left a guard force stationed outside. Tianyin could only use the strategy of attack the east to distract the west and then employ a technique like the shadow body swap to infiltrate Inya. He wondered to himself, what is the purpose of the dark forces gathering at the top of the city? If Miley C is here, it should be safe, right? After entering the city, things truly began. While Tianyin was unsure of where to go, a girl walked up, teasing him. She looked quite handsome. Tell me, what crime have you committed to be here? Oh, why are you hiding in an alley? Do you need my help? Tianyin, disliking the strong scent of perfume, took a step back. The girl, seeing his rude behavior, scolded him. But Tianyin remained firm, I have no interest in filthy souls. Can you move away? She slowly revealed her true nature, it had been a while since she had fed on human blood. Luckily, today she found something fresh. Tianyin froze. Was she from the vampire clan? At the same time, he wondered, could she be a user of dark power? Suddenly, Sifenshin interrupted their conversation. He flew above them. Our vampire clan is the noblest race. Don't you know that? Sifenshin transformed into a human form, widened his eyes and said, Open your eyes and see, you are the true member of the vampire clan. The girl bowed and explained, he is the new arrival. Tianyin observed the features on him, his wings were yellow, so he must be from the pheasant clan. He asked, What kind of person are you? He didn't answer immediately, instead, he thought to himself, far inferior to the vampires Feng Yuan had captured before. They were all marquises and counts. Tianyin raised his hand, and a ring radiated with dark energy, thinking to himself, given his status, he doesn't deserve to give orders to me. In his mind, he thought the ring Miley C had given him would prove useful. When Sifenshin saw it, his expression changed immediately, and he quickly knelt before Tianyin, Your Grace, I didn't know you had arrived. Please forgive me for my disrespect. Tianyin retracted his dark energy, giving the impression of mystery, not revealing his true power. He commanded, Take me to see Miley C. Sifenshin promptly obeyed. Tianyin was curious, What is your name? Are you a subordinate of Miley C? He replied, I am Sifenshin, not under the jurisdiction of Duke Miley C, but have been trained by the great Duke Aoer's family. It is an honor to guide you.
Then he asked, Your Grace, are you here to attend the Dark Alliance conference as well? Tianyin agreed. Has everyone arrived now?
Sifan Shen respectfully answered, Shui and the two princes arrived yesterday.
Everyone is here.
This is the territory of the vampire clan, where the Dark Alliance conference is held. Lord Shui Huang takes it very seriously, and we dare not neglect it.
The subordinate also followed the Duke Ao heir's orders to patrol outside.
Don't be deceived by Inya's unchanged demeanor. The area has already been set up with an intricate web of traps. I can guarantee that the Holy Wisdom's men will be able to enter, but they won't be able to leave once they step inside.
Tianyin thought for a moment.
Indeed, this place was a gathering of many dark forces.
Why hold a Dark Alliance meeting but not directly inquire? He cleverly posed the question. Has the chairman of the Dark Alliance and the High Priest of Souls arrived as well?
The young man walked on, only mentioning the delegation of representatives. I heard from Lord Ao heir that tomorrow he will lead 10 members of the Dark Alliance's council. When that happens, the official meeting will begin.
Tianyin wondered internally, could there be some kind of action against the Galactic Alliance?
The two of them reached a door, and Sifan Shen spoke up.
We've arrived. He looked around, then murmured an incantation. Great darkness, I am your servant. I ask for your permission to enter the world of shadows.
He placed his hand on the door and used magic to create a portal.
Tianyin peered inside.
The portal not only had the power of darkness, but it seemed to have some spatial moving abilities as well.
He could sense a mysterious flow of magical power emanating from within. Despite this, Tianyin showed no hesitation and stepped forward.
The portal began to shift, transporting him to another place.
Tianyin was somewhat surprised by the surroundings. He found himself in an underground city of darkness. One of the figures inside noticed Tianyin's appearance and immediately asked, Is it the Dark Lord who's coming?
Sifan Shen stepped closer. This is the heir of our vampire clan. The two figures immediately moved aside.
Tianyin observed them. They were the green-winged ones in the shadows.
Despite their appearance, they held the rank of Count. This passage was one of the other tunnels leading into the underground city of darkness.
Sifan Shen glanced at him. Are you planning to meet with Lord Shui Huang?
He's currently in a meeting with 2 princes and 12 dukes, with Grand Duke Milesi also present. He thought for a moment, if all 12 Grand Dukes were gathered, it would be not only dangerous for him but also troublesome for Milesi.
Tianyin didn't know what to do.
He was about to speak when Milesi suddenly approached, interrupting the conversation.
There's no need, I'll handle the dukes, she ordered him to step aside.
Seeing Milesi approach, Sifan Shen bowed his head in greeting. She reminded him that the identities of the Grand Dukes were a secret of the vampire clan and also key to the Dark Alliance conference.
Even if you face Grand Duke Ao heir, you must not reveal anything. If Lord Shui Huang finds out, you know the consequences, don't you?
After hearing this, he immediately obeyed the order.
Sifan Shen then quickly turned and left. Tianyin wondered, did she just use dark power to erase Sifan Shen's memory?
Tianyin speculated that with Milesi's status, she still had to be this cautious. It seemed that the underground city was not peaceful anymore. Milesi led Tianyin to her bedroom and used magic to lock the door.
Once everything was settled, Milesi let out a sigh of relief. All right, it's safer this way.
Milesi pulled out a chair. The dark forces in Zhongding City were too powerful. It seemed like there were many dark factions gathered here.
When Sifan Shen mentioned the Dark Alliance conference, did something really happen? You shouldn't have come here. When you returned, I sensed your presence but couldn't go out.
When you were in Inya, I was having a meeting with Lord Shui Huang. If Lord Demon Emperor had discovered your identity.
Tianyin interrupted, so that's why you rushed to erase his memory?
She reassured, luckily, I handled it in time.
The guards both inside and outside are my people. They've been infected by my bloodline poison and are only loyal to me.
So you don't need to worry.
As long as you don't leave this room, you'll be safe for now. He wanted Miley C to elaborate on the Dark Alliance Conference.
She immediately explained. The Dark Alliance Conference is the highest level meeting in the Dark World, held once every 5 years, mainly hosted by either a dragon clan or the head of the conference. This time, the Dark Priest is presiding over the meeting. The third party, which is currently the third largest force in the Dark World, always aims to gather the remaining two factions, but only the king can unify the Dark World. This time, a high priest presided over the conference. Although only one person attended, he brought something that both the Dragon Clan and the conference found intriguing. The Soul Priest used his mysterious dark power to announce the future to everyone. Tianyin questioned, "Is the Dark Force also threatened by death?" Miley C shook his head. "Except for the Dark Priest, no one knows their secret. The Soul Priest has a special ability before they die. They can transfer all of their power to their successor, though it is an extremely difficult process. Fortunately, it works this way, or they would have already dominated everything. The dark forces have always hidden themselves well, and their power cannot be underestimated. In the Great War 30 years ago, the Soul Priest defeated Judge Su Si Fei Er, and from then on, the dark forces became one of the most powerful factions. The position of the Soul Priest has changed many times, and every 20 years, a new term begins. They not only pass on their power but also have the ability to foresee certain future events. This was the first time the Soul Priest revealed such a secret, and Tianyin still had many questions. Miley C continued, "But now, Lord Demon Emperor is hesitating whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate all the Dark Priests, which surprised me." Tianyin was confused. Could it be that Lord Shuehuan wants to act against the Dark Priests? But the Soul Priest is about to die, can they just replace him with a new successor? She explained, "It's not that simple. The Soul Priest selects a successor very strictly, requiring many tests before one can inherit the power. Only when the Dark Priest accepts the inheritance of the Soul Priest can they come here. If Lord Shuehuang takes action, it will be hard to avoid consequences." He offered his opinion. The darkness is already oppressed by holy wisdom. If it loses a force, the situation will become even more severe. Shuehuan wanted to discuss with the second-tier association members, and after facing the priest, both sides would take joint responsibility. Miley C wondered, there's not only Lord Shuehuang here, but also 2 dukes and 12 grand dukes. Isn't this a good opportunity to eliminate their bloodline? Tianyin immediately scolded her. He was very frustrated. How could they be foolish enough to let their successor attend the Dark Alliance Conference? If you want to protect your family, go advise Lord Shuehuan right away and tell him to abandon that thought. You won't succeed in your goal. Miley C, scolded by Tianyin, fell silent and couldn't say anything back. She became moved. "Master, you're right. I didn't expect you to be smarter than you look." Miley C made up her mind to advise Lord Shuehuang. She invited him to attend the Dark Alliance Conference. Tianyin was puzzled. "Didn't you say it's better to stay in this office?" "Miley C is looking for something. I've prepared something good." She took out a multi-dimensional helmet. Miley C instructed, "Once the conference begins, wear this helmet, and it will feel real. It is still possible to change the angle of view without anyone noticing that he is still hesitant about the gift she gave him." While Miley C was looking for Shuehuang, Tianyin also focused on his cultivation in this underground dark city. He sat on a bed, his body radiating a powerful magic power. His dark abilities grew much stronger, with the dark particles being visibly more intense than outside. The 3 types of power within Tianyin's body continued to enhance, and this formidable existence would impact the entire galactic alliance that was currently leveling up. No one could predict his destiny. After a while of meditation, Tianyin slowly opened his eyes. The 3 types of power inside his body merged together, and at last, he could control all his powers without any backlash. Under the influence of his mind, 3 circular lights, 1 green, 1 white, and 1 black appeared in the palms of his hands. He looked at the glowing orbs filled with powerful energy, feeling confident about his future. Tianyin intended to return to the bed to continue his cultivation, but suddenly he heard footsteps outside. At first, he thought it was Miley C, but the sound was heavier, so Tianyin changed his mind. After a voice rang out, he became flustered. It's someone else, damn, I'm about to be discovered. Tianyin fell silent, straining to listen to the noise outside the door. He was incredibly panicked. Could they really be coming in? But he couldn't respond to them. A old man stood before the door. Miley C, don't be so cold. Don't forget, you are where you are today because of me. If you don't mind, I'll come in. Hearing his words, Tianyin became even more panicked. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, he quickly pulled down the bed curtain. A mysterious surge of magic power appeared near the door. It was the magic power AO man used to teleport inside. He opened his eyes. AO man sensed that someone was inside, and indeed, she was here. Why aren't you answering? Are you tired of me? How many sweet moments did we share together? Are you just going to forget them? Are you angry with me for not looking for you lately? My father locked me up when he found out, and it took a lot for me to escape. Hearing him talk about their relationship made Tianyin extremely uncomfortable. On the bed, she remained silent, which only made AO man more frustrated. Is this how you're going to be with me? To help you grow stronger, I sacrificed myself. Now you've become the 12th Grand Duke, while I've fallen from Marquis to Count. Are you just going to throw me away like this? I came here today for you to explain things clearly to me. He thought for a moment. It seemed difficult to make him leave on his own. If he were discovered, Miley C would also be dragged into this. It would be best to kill him as soon as he found out. But Tianyin still hesitated, unsure if she could bring herself to do it. He stood waiting, but when nothing happened, AO man, growing angry, pulled back the curtain. At this point, all I can do is risk my life with him. Tianyin was waiting for the right opportunity to strike. When he saw that the person sitting inside wasn't Miley C, AO man was completely taken by surprise. He immediately seized the moment as the other party was caught off guard by his presence. Under Tianyin's control, 10 bright lightning clusters gathered in the air, targeting the opponent's chest. He didn't let his guard down, focusing all his energy into the attack, then filling his hands with force that tore through the space, pushing forward. From behind Tianyin, countless black threads shot out from multiple directions. This was the first time he used both types of abilities since leaving the Demon God Temple. He had already used all his offensive power. As long as AO man was severely injured, he would be able to subdue him. Tianyin was utterly shocked by the scene before him. The floor had a large hole, and no one had been standing there all this time. There was no time to hesitate, so he immediately used his illusionary shifting technique. As Tianyin vanished, a black flash darted across, using the speed to teleport him to another location. AO man's body was still intact, without a single scratch. Enraged, he asked him, could it be that you're the new plaything of Miley C? She must have really poor eyesight if she chose someone like you. How could someone like you ever compare to me? Today, I must make you die. As long as you die, Miley C will definitely come back to me. Tianyin was provoked. He said, now, you're just a count. AO man saw that he was only seeking death. He immediately attacked toward Tianyin. He quickly used the shadow substitution technique to dodge the strike. AO man noticed something unusual. He exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, what you just used was the shadow substitution technique. You are the spatial ability user of Holy Wisdom. Could it be that Miley C has betrayed the vampire clan? Tianyin smiled, asking him to look at him. A powerful magic power surrounded his body. AO man was extremely surprised upon seeing this. His eyes widened, his face turned pale, and he said, darkness ability, space and darkness combined as one, this can't be possible. Tianyin seized the opportunity to intimidate him. Now that you know my identity, I am the new master of the dark world. AO man found it hard to believe. He stammered. You
You are the new master of the dark world? Tian boasted. That's right, now do you still want to strike at me? The two sides suddenly fell silent, making the atmosphere even more tense. Ao Man began to have doubts. He asked, if you are the new master of the dark world, why would you want a woman like Miley C? Tian explained. Miley C is not my woman. She is my loyal subordinate. Tian words caught Ao Man completely off guard. He pondered for a moment, thinking that he had already shaken Ao Man's resolve. Even if he let him know the strength of the new master of the dark world, it wouldn't really give him any significant advantage, nor would it change the current situation. He retorted, so what if you're the new master of the dark world? Tian froze for a moment, and Ao Man showed a sly grin. He was still far from being able to dominate the dark world. At this moment, killing him or draining his blood would allow him to soon become the great heir of the darkness. Hearing his words, Tian could only remain silent. He silently cursed, what is wrong with the brains of these bloodsuckers? It's like the situation with Miley C at the beginning. She tried to drain my blood but still couldn't get my supernatural abilities. But it was clear he was speaking directly to him. No matter how much he relied on his identity as the new master of the dark world, it wouldn't scare Ao Man. Now, his only choice was to risk everything. With his strength inferior to the opponent's, Tian could only rely on the effects of his lightning ray attacks. Ao Man kept using afterimages, while the lightning rays continued to strike the walls without hitting any solid target. He did his best, but all he could do was shoot out continuous attacks to keep Ao Man restrained, preventing him from getting close. Ao Man's anger had reached its peak. Although he constantly avoided with swift reactions, it still consumed a lot of his energy. He thought to himself, the lightning beams created by my subordinates are limited. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. After 100 lightning beams were fired, the room immediately fell into silence. Both of them knew that the lightning beams had been exhausted. With no more threat from the lightning beams, Ao Man immediately launched an attack on Tian. At that moment, Tian had calmed down. He finally understood what Mo had told him, a psychic should not rely too much on external forces, it is best to depend on one's own strength. Tian did not dare to stop, continuously using his shifting illusions to escape the fatal attacks. He wore a sinister smile, attacking relentlessly, seeing how long Tian could continue dodging. Ao Man's speed increased rapidly, and more afterimages of himself appeared. After all, space was limited, and Tian could no longer escape. It was only a matter of time before he would be struck. Ao Man's punch caused Tian's body to crash to the ground. He laughed loudly, let's see how long you can run. Someone like you wants to dominate the dark world? Ao Man looked at him and said, you have been struck by one of my dark abilities, the cursed darkness. Even if you have a created servant, it's useless. Just endure the torment until your life is lost, unless you are stronger than me or possess a light-type ability. The dark power within him moved through Tian's body. His strength was insufficient to expel it. The agony relentlessly seeped into both his body and mind. Ao Man was certain that Tian had donned a creation made by Miley C. If an ordinary person were hit by this attack of mine, their body would have been torn to pieces by now. After all, he's dying anyway, and now he's giving me a big gift. Although the remaining power is limited, only a Grand Duke who wears artificial creations, like me, could manage this. Tian gritted his teeth, trying his best to endure the pain. He became excited, delivering the final blow to send him to hell, allowing me to drain his blood completely. Suddenly, a strange beam of light radiated in front of Ao Man. It was so blinding that he had to shield his face with his hand. Tian's body suddenly emitted a powerful magic energy, causing Ao Man to panic, not understanding what was happening. His magic was so strong that it sent him flying away. The atmosphere around Tian gradually became more suffocating than before. Ao Man saw him floating in mid-air and began to panic. His face turned pale, he had never heard of a transformation like this in any ability. Why does it feel like his power has undergone a reversal?
shaking the very heavens and earth. A.O. Man saw strange symbols appear on Tianyin's body, and his curiosity about his identity grew even more. He smirked maliciously. "Didn't you want to challenge my dignity? Then go ahead and die." He seemed to sense danger closing in on him. Tianyin was like the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind A.O. Man. He couldn't hide the extreme fear on his face and glanced over his shoulder. A.O. Man didn't even dare turn his head. It felt as though he had stepped into a dreamlike world, no longer able to feel his own strength, even his body not obeying his commands. He stood frozen in place. The only thing he could do was lower his head. He clearly saw 3 fist-sized blood holes appear on his chest, but he didn't know when they had formed. His consciousness faded little by little until the moment of death. Strangely, he didn't feel any pain, and his body didn't even fall. What was even more peculiar was that the dead skin of A.O. Man started to exude a faint aura of death. In no time, he was dead, his body turning into amethyst, like a sculpture frozen in place, his face filled with astonishment and an expression of incomprehension, all preserved perfectly. Only then did Tianyin slowly regain his awareness. He raised his hand to look at it. Just now, his mind was empty, and the thought he had made caused A.O. Man to end up like this. Tianyin seemed unable to read the magic power information he had used. He clenched his fist. A.O. Man, who had been right in front of him earlier, now seemed so small, and his defense was as fragile as paper. Tianyin could feel the strength coursing through his body. At this moment, Miley C returned to the room. He looked at her and asked, "Why did you only come now?" Miley C explained, "I was in a meeting with Shui Huang." "What exactly happened?" He pointed at A.O. Man. "He claims to be your ex-lover. He came in on his own." She was taken aback. Even though A.O. Man had been trying to cling to her recently, she never expected he would come to this place. Miley C touched his body. How did he end up like this? What exactly happened? Amethyst's body cracked, and in less than 3 seconds, the cracks spread across his entire body, turning into a purple mist that filled the room. Both Tianyin and she fell into a daze, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly, he felt a sound calling to him. The voice contained a mysterious magic power, guiding Tianyin to sense its existence. He sat on the bed. "Leave the rest to you. I need to meditate first." Miley C snapped back to her senses, looking at Tianyin's power continuously increasing, unable to hide her own weakness. Although he was just sitting there, she felt a sense of reverence in her heart. Suddenly, she kneeled on the floor, bowed her head, and hoped that Tianyin would grow even stronger. He did not say a word, only focusing intensely on practicing the spell. Tianyin could not help but be surprised by the scene around him. As he looked around, he realized that he was in a purple space. While Tianyin was still wondering if he was dreaming, a voice suddenly rang out. "You are not dreaming. I brought you here because I must leave soon." He wondered who the person was. The stranger immediately answered. "It doesn't matter who I am. I can only tell you that I am the one who helped you, as long as you believe in me." The mysterious words made Tianyin even more doubtful. Seeing that he didn't trust him, the stranger decided to show Tianyin a few things. Suddenly, he found the scene around him strangely familiar. Tianyin realized that there were 2 people in front of him. He quickly recognized them as himself and Miley C. This was the first time they had met. She wanted to drink his blood. After that, he couldn't remember what had happened. Suddenly, the mysterious voice spoke again. "Miley C, how dare you?" Tianyin quickly realized that this was the same mysterious voice from earlier. He didn't understand why it was coming from his own body. Tianyin frowned, his mind in complete confusion. How is this possible? I don't remember knowing this power. Yet I can feel the terror within me. Why has my body become like this? At this point, he no longer understood himself. Tianyin was stunned when he saw that the person before him was himself. His body was emitting a powerful magic power, causing Miley C to panic.
It can't be. This is hellfire. At that moment, demonic fire entered Tianyin's body. She thought he didn't realize her greed?
She had long sensed his presence. He also knew very well that he was the heir to the Dark King, yet he still foolishly dreamed of taking his blood and strength. Despite My Lee kneeling and begging, he remained unmoved. She was willing to offer her soul to Mosher. Upon hearing this, he immediately changed his mind. All right, considering what you have contributed to the world of darkness, I will grant you this honor. From now on, as long as he lives, you live, as long as he is strong, you will be too, if he dies, you will die with him, and your death will be far more miserable than his. After connecting the dots, Tianin realized that this was the reason why My Lee became his subordinate. At the same time, he understood that he was the heir the dark world had been waiting for. After recounting everything, Mosher turned to ask, "Do you now know who you are?" Tianin frowned and thought. Hellfire symbolized the greatest power, and even My Lee had to call him master. He came to the conclusion, "You are Mosher, the Dark King who once ruled all the forces of darkness." Mosher smiled with satisfaction, not denying Tianyin's words. He covered his face with his hand. "Then I am the new master of the dark world. The legend that My Lee spoke of is true. I am the heir you chose." Mosher asked, "Don't you want to inherit my power?" Seeing that Tianin seemed displeased with this identity, he quickly explained, "Many people desire this position. To rule the darkness is to rule half of the world, much like the Galactic Alliance." At that moment, an image of Bai He suddenly appeared in his mind. It seems that this appearance has caused Tianin to hesitate, moved by his emotions. At this moment, he only thought of her. Tianin did not want to become the master of darkness, he did not want his soul to fall into corruption. Tianin shouted loudly to show Mosher that he did not want to become like that. He loved freedom and also loved Guangming, the right way. Tianin was deeply fond of that kind-hearted girl. He was astonished by his decision, not expecting him to refuse. "Or shall we clarify his condition?" Tianin asked, "Could it be that everything was done by you?" Mosher explained, "Although there is some connection between me and Mo, it is because of your understanding of the three abilities within you that this mutated power has appeared. You are the first person to harmonize both the powers of darkness and space. The combination of these three powers creates a completely new kind of strength. I didn't expect that the dark ability, space, and cosmic power within you, when fused through the cursed darkness of that vampire, have become one." "Do you know what level you reached just now?" Tianin replied, "I don't know. The Holy Wisdom biocomputer malfunctioned, it only showed 3 question marks. He then explained, "When the biocomputer shows question marks, it means either the power is not sufficient for level 1, or the ability has surpassed level 36. Tianin was deeply shocked. Could it be that the power I just exhibited has reached the level of a master manipulator? Mosher did not deny the mutation, his power had surpassed level 40, equivalent to a power user at the general commander level. Tianin seemed unable to believe what he was saying. Tianin asked, "Could it be that Liaowen has always been inside my body, seeing everything?" He replied, "That's right. Do you remember the person who helped you cultivate your space power in the first stage? That was me, arranging for someone to do it. Everything that's happened to you in the past 10 years, I've seen it all. Only now do you realize that during that time, you were completely unaware." Tianin asked, "But reaching the level of master manipulator so quickly, has it harmed my body? Can you explain that?" "Probably not," he answered. "It's the mutation of the 3 fire powers into one. Right now, you don't have that power, it only manifested for a short time. After you leave the spiritual world, your previous abilities will return." Tianin broke into a cold sweat. "So, it turns out I'm still a mutant below level 10. He laughed. "But you have 2 powerful advanced mutant abilities. Right now, your strength is equivalent to a normal level 12 mutant. And when those 2 powers combine, your true strength has reached level 15, though you still can't control it fully. But after the mutation of the 3 fire abilities into one, for a short period, your power can reach a terrifying level. Once mutated, it can make your 3 powers even stronger. But it also causes your own energy to deplete rapidly, and on top of that, it will contain both dark and space abilities. Neither holy wisdom nor the dark power accepts it. Therefore, if this power is destroyed, it can no longer combine. But having this mutated power is a good thing. As long as you put in the effort, there will come a day when you reach the level I once attained. Tianyin seemed to think that Emoshur had finished speaking, and only then did he speak up. If that's the case, I can also borrow my own strength to activate the 3 types of fire-based abilities and merge them into one. He hesitated before replying, all of it depends on you. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Tianyin was deeply grateful. I will definitely try to control this power, but there's something I need to make clear to you. Emoshur remained silent, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Tianyin skillfully declined, I can't become the heir. Although I don't reject the darkness, I don't want to become a lost soul. Emoshur stayed silent for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke, don't worry, I have no intention of forcing you. Whatever choice you make in the future is entirely up to you. Becoming the Dark King doesn't necessarily mean your soul will be lost. Darkness isn't necessarily evil, didn't Master Mo tell you that? Emoshur stood in front of Tianyin, recounting the words of his master, using them precisely, as using them incorrectly would lead to mistakes. He expressed his viewpoint that if the power of darkness is used to save people, isn't that also a good thing? Hearing Emoshur's analysis, it gave him a different perspective of the man. Emoshur continued to explain, what you need to do in the future is to enhance your own strength. Whether it's me or Guangming from the Holy Sect, we both aspire to achieve the legendary level of the hopeful challenger to challenge the last 2 levels of the demon god's hall you once entered. Unfortunately, neither of us succeeded. The hope I place in you now is that you will become stronger. When the dark ability reaches level 64, the ability user will face the greatest test of their soul. For someone like you, wanting to maintain mental clarity and not be controlled by the darkness, this is a matter of life and death. At that point, you must carefully pass through that challenge in order to roam the world. If not, the only options are torment or death. Tianyin could sense that he was still very clear-headed. How did you manage to overcome that challenge? Actually, at that time I chose the path of torment, but someone pulled me back. Because of her, the dark world is now suppressed by holy wisdom. She sacrificed herself to ensure the well-being of the entire world. In the Galactic Alliance, the bravest person is not Guangming, he confidently asserts that it was that girl. He instructed, when you reach the level of a judge, we will meet again, and I will tell you some secrets. I will also assign you a task to complete. As for how to overcome the difficult challenge, I can only give you one hint. Sacred Maiden by He is the key. Tianyin asked, so, you're actually just missing, right? He replied, it's true that I am not dead, but I will never appear in the Galactic Alliance again. This is the oath I made back then, to never betray it. You must remember that when you continue your cultivation, the 2 abilities must increase together. Only then can they complement each other. This will be very helpful to you. You must pay attention to the upper and lower parliaments of the Galactic Alliance. You're surprised. Even though they have military forces in the Galactic Alliance, ordinary people are no match for us, the psychic users. That being said, putting forth my thoughts, when it comes to technology, the Galactic Alliance is the most powerful. They hold over 1,000 advanced military units and cutting-edge scientific staff, outnumbering all others. The 2 parliaments, the upper and lower, have never been peaceful, and the forces they command are not the same. The modified soldiers are a product of technological research and the integration of human bodies. The strength of these modified soldiers is incredibly powerful, and they may not necessarily be weaker than psychic users. I guess the upper parliament has no more than 300 modified soldiers, and their strength varies. As long as you manage to destroy their main body part, it will deal them a fatal blow. The lower parliament primarily focuses on gene research, combining animal genes with human ones to create a kind of soldier similar to beastmen, called the Tianyin gene warriors. To combine them, experiments are required. Do they directly experiment on people? That being said, they exploit certain special forces soldiers with strong bodies from the military. Upon hearing this, you feel upset. How can they treat human lives like grass? They even dare to claim they are fair and just. That being said, you remind me that there are still many unknowns in this world. One should not act out of blind rage and make irrational decisions. I have one more thing I want you to pay attention to. This is useful for your own benefit. Tianyin wondered, what is it? The 3 divine weapons of the dark world. They contain powerful and strange dark energy. If one possesses them, the power obtained will be beyond imagination. Simply wearing the dark mask will conceal your identity from everyone. It also has the function of an illusion, which can make your body partially invisible. The illusion is still a good method of defense. The opponent can only seal the entire space, otherwise, it will be very difficult to catch a glimpse of your shadow. Tianyin quickly understood. The dark mask can cover everything about me without anyone knowing. If I have it, it would be very beneficial for me. Mosher continued to explain, the dark mask, also known as the sorrow of the blue sky, can generate extremely strong resistance to light-based abilities. This gives it an incredible defensive layer. Xianhan also won against Sostin thanks to this. Tianyin asked, so, the dark mask is currently in the hands of the dark sacrifice group? He cautioned him, do not act impulsively. Wait until you have cultivated to a certain level. Only then should you think about collecting the 13 dark divine weapons. Tianyin was about to leave and asked, do I have to leave now? Mosher replied, when your strength is sufficient, I will come to find you. Whatever happens, think carefully before acting. After reaching the 3rd stage, the cultivation will be much harder than before. I will leave the method for cultivating the 3rd stage weapon in your subconscious. Tianyin still had many things he wanted to say to him. But then you refuse. You must find the answer yourself. Wait until the Dark Alliance conference is over, and you should leave here. If you don't want to be trapped in the darkness, you must stay vigilant. I must go now, see you later. I hope we can meet again a little sooner. Seeing him leave made Tianyin somewhat dissatisfied, and he opened his eyes, gradually becoming more awake. When Miley C saw that Tianyin had regained consciousness, she immediately called out to him. Tianyin, are you awake? Tianyin thought for a moment, realizing that he had fully recovered. He put on his clothes and said, sorry, the layer you created for me is ruined. She replied, it's fine, a few days ago I passed by the Family Research Institute. They seem to have invented a new type of artificial servant. If I get the chance, I'll bring one back here. Tianyin asked directly. Is it because you gave your soul to me that you're treating me so well? Miley C was surprised. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? I'm your servant, and I will follow you forever. He felt that she was losing what she had, and because of the soul bond, he asked her to teach him how to break the soul contract. But Miley C was still willing to serve him. Tianyin wondered. Don't you wish to be free again? She thought for a moment. To be able to control someone else's soul meant having a servant who would never betray them, yet he was talking about returning her soul. Miley C explained. Although my soul is kept by you, it has already been purified. So losing my soul is not something that torments me. She was confused inside, but why exactly? She wasn't dissatisfied with being his servant. Miley C willingly followed Shui Huang until he had enough power, and then Tianyin would have to accept it as well. He asked, has the matter with A.O. Man been properly handled? She replied, although I've erased all traces, I'm afraid his father won't let it go. He's the only son of the Grand Duke On, the most powerful among the Grand Dukes. I fear that with his disappearance, the first person his father will suspect will be me. But as long as there's no evidence, even a Grand Duke like me can't be touched.
Tianyin felt guilty.
I didn't want to cause you trouble. But in that situation, I had no choice but to kill him.
Miley C reassured him, "It's fine, don't worry about it."
What was the power you unleashed?
He shook his head. "I don't even understand what it was myself."
It must be a power created by the combination of my strength with cosmic energy. The force was indeed formidable, but I won't be able to use it easily again.
Have the people from the Dark Alliance arrived?
She reported it already.
Soon, the Dark Alliance conference would begin.
There was no guarantee what would happen at the conference, they could only assess the situation as it unfolded.
I've activated the strongest defense in this room. Once the conference ends, I'll return immediately.
You have to be a bit more careful, wait until they've all left, and then I'll take you outside, Tianyin reminded him. If the conference is about to start, then she'd better hurry, or others might start to get suspicious. The ring from the Duke of the Dracula family had been handed over to her, and this also represented her status. The virtual reality helmet was already broken, probably from interference during the last use.
Miley C looked towards the bed. "I've prepared a new one for you.
Put it on, and you'll be able to observe the situation inside the conference."
"I'm leaving now, Master." He looked at the brand new helmet resting on the bed.
The purple energy in Tianyin's body had disappeared. Both of his abilities had been upgraded to level 10. The Master of Elements had also reached the 9th stage of the second tier.
He put the helmet on, and it became clear. Using his thoughts to activate it, then the sensor would link directly to the user's body? Tianyin observed the surroundings.
Indeed, this must be the place where the Dark Alliance conference was being held.
After half an hour of waiting, the conference finally began.
The door opened, and 2 people entered.
He could sense a heavy atmosphere.
Tianyin scanned the room, and Miley C stood at the far end. This was definitely the most powerful leadership team within the Dracula family. The 3 people at the front made him feel extremely cautious. This was not something that someone at the level of a controller could explain.
Tianyin pondered, although the 2 individuals didn't speak a word, their silence alone made the air feel suffocating.
He suspected they were likely vampire princes. He paid attention to the person walking ahead of them, a young man with an attractive appearance and a tall, imposing figure, showing no outward sign of any emotion. However, there were 2 things about him that caught Tianyin's attention.
One was a black ring worn on his right middle finger.
The air swirling around the ring moved constantly.
Tianyin thought, it might be one of the 13 holy dark weapons. The man's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, displaying his commanding presence. Another detail that caught Tianyin's focus was the gaze in his eyes, one capable of striking fear into anyone.
He recognized him as the leader of the Dracula clan, the royal figure among the vampires. As if sensing being watched, Tianyin feared that Xue Huang had detected his presence. He quickly shut his eyes.
He could sense that Xue Huang's strength was even greater than that of MO teacher adjudicator Zhu Rong. After calming himself, Tianyin dared to open his eyes again.
The 2 groups had arrived at the 3-cornered table.
The Dark Alliance meeting was about to begin.
Everyone had gathered in the Dark Alliance's conference room.
Xue Huang greeted the elders, "How have you all been lately?"
Then, he invited everyone to sit down. While Xue Huang was sitting down, the host, standing above, laughed. He also leaned on his cane, sat down, and said, "He doesn't need to be polite."
Tianyin wondered, "Are you representing the upcoming dark sacrifice?" The host quickly got to the point. The Dark Conference might possess the Dark Sword.
He thought for a moment, realizing the host of the Dark Conference didn't seem to carry it with him, nor could he sense any special aura. He voiced his opinion, "After careful consideration, I feel this matter isn't urgent. First, we should see what the heir of Xianhan brings to us. Perhaps what they bring will surprise us." He agreed to follow Xue Huang's suggestion.
The host said, "If your side is willing, we can sign the cooperation agreement anytime." After all, the second faction is better than the third. Tianyin stood aside, pondering, are the two sides in conflict? Both intend to eliminate the dark sacrifice, but they're afraid of retaliation and don't want to expose themselves? Suddenly, someone walked up. The sound of footsteps caught his attention. He quickly realized someone was entering. Tianyin speculated that Luo Jia must be the heir of Xianhun. She was covered from head to toe, not revealing her face. Luo Jia sat down in her chair, and Tianyin felt an unexpected difficulty, harder than he had imagined. Xue Huang glanced over, perhaps having noticed the symbol on her attire. Xue Huang wondered, surprised that she had inherited the position of Xianhun. The spirit robe in blue symbolized the liberation of the soul. Could it be that our old friend has passed away? Luo Jia mocked. It seems we were never friends, were we? My master truly has returned to the roots of darkness. I came to this Dark Alliance conference because I have something to discuss with all of you. I have officially become the leader of the Dark Sacrifice Society. Tianyin was shocked. Xianhun is a young girl? What kind of power does Xianhun have? Could this young girl possibly possess the strength comparable to Xue Huang and the Master of the Assembly? The Master of the Assembly wondered what she wanted to ask. Luo Jia got straight to the point. I bring with me a prophecy from my master, spoken just before his death. Her words took both of them by surprise. Luo Jia speculated, I think you must be quite interested in this, right? But before I reveal this. He fell silent, waiting for her to speak on the matter. Luo Jia set a condition. I hope Xue Huang and the Master of the Dark Assembly will swear with both of your souls. The entire room suddenly became eerily silent. He bluntly refused. Isn't that a bit too much? Do you think that just because you've inherited Xianhun, you can control power? No, we all belong to the world of darkness. Everyone knows what swearing with one's soul symbolizes. She took out the box. It's not too late to hear me explain the full story first and then make your decision. Every action that the Dark Sacrifice Council takes is for the safety of this world. Xue Huang urged Luo Jia, then quickly tell us what the departed soul said. She repeated her condition, I want both of you to swear on your own souls, pledging loyalty to the heir as written in the historical records. Tianyin was very surprised by Luo Jia's proposal. The host opposed, saying that her request seemed a bit excessive. After all, legends were just legends. He agreed with his opinion. Xue Huang provided a reason, if something goes wrong, we will fall into an irreversible abyss. The Dracula family cannot agree so easily. She opened the box. I know you two won't agree easily. First, please take a look at what Master left behind. Perhaps your thoughts will change somewhat. Master could have lived for a few more years, but for the future of the dark world, you decided to sacrifice yourself to gain insight into our future. The future will be determined by the Dark King who will succeed. That person really exists. Before he passed away, Master told me that the Dark King would appear at Central Star. That's why I decided to choose this place to hold the Dark Alliance Conference. The reason I want you to be here is because I hope that no incident will occur in the future. I kindly ask you to observe first. One of them recognized that this was the Soul Stone. Luo Jia explained, before passing away, the dark power of each Xianhun reaches its peak. This Soul Stone contains everything that the Master left behind in this world. She chanted, O soul condensed in darkness, I invoke you in the name of Xianhun. Open, O mysterious Soul Stone. Tianyin was greatly surprised by the scene before her. The Soul Stone immediately emitted a brilliant light, forming a screen in the air. Luo Jia instructed everyone to observe carefully. Tianyin looked inside and couldn't help but ask, is that the future of the dark world? An image of a planet gradually appeared, slowly rotating. Surrounding it was a ring of pure black darkness, and beyond that, a stretch of pink void. Then, countless black dots appeared. Upon closer inspection, those were figures with red wings. Shui Huang immediately recognized that it was him after transforming. Soon after, the staff in the hand of the Dark Lord also appeared before everyone. Finally, two figures, one black and one purple, appeared. However, the purple figure was surrounded by a halo, making it impossible to see clearly. The voice of this person sounded very solemn. 3 planets were surrounded by dark black stripes. In between these 3 planets was a very small planet. It emitted a brilliant light. The 3 planets slowly orbited around it like a miniature solar system. The stern voice resounded again. Dark, depraved freedom. That is our world. The enemy is about to arrive. In order to protect our homeland, the Dark Tribe will certainly respond with all its strength. After the projection ended, the Soul Stone events gradually faded, and all images quickly vanished. The conference fell silent once more. Even Tianyin couldn't believe what the images meant. Could it be that the 3 small planets were the origin of the Dark World? But there was no such planet in the Galactic Alliance. Looking at that scene, it seemed that someone was leading the dark forces in search of a territory of their own. He blankly realized, could it be that the shadowy figure, cloaked in purple, was himself? Luo Jia spoke up. Everyone has witnessed everything that the master left for me. Perhaps the master saw much more, but in order to pass on their power to me, only this fragment of memory remains. Before passing away, the master instructed me that no matter what happens, I must assist the master of the Dark World until the end. That is our best path. Shui Huang and the president of the Dark Guild, if either of them were still hesitating, unsure whether to trust or not, she was confident she could prove it to everyone. Luo Jia stood up and declared, all the dark forces in the heavens and earth have gathered. She extended her hand, a wave of magic enveloping her arm. She recited the incantation, I, Xin Han Ciela, swear to serve the new master of the Dark World with all that I have. Should I violate this oath, my soul will fall into the endless night, bound and withered, never to transcend. Tianyin was utterly surprised, as Luo Jia had indeed made the oath. She let a drop of blood fall onto her index finger, the blood of a soul that had been tamed. Shui Huang thought, once an oath of soul submission is made, it cannot be undone. It's like tying a death knot to one's own soul. The chairman of the meeting also hesitated. If the oath was violated, the soul of the one who swore would immediately disintegrate, and the pain one would endure was so terrifying that no one dared to face it. He watched as Luo Jia swayed, noticing that she made the oath without the slightest hesitation. Luo Jia questioned, why is everyone still hesitating? He made an excuse, I feel this matter should be discussed more thoroughly. Once the master of the Dark World appears, swearing the oath will not be too late. The chairman of the meeting also agreed with his opinion, wondering in his heart, could it be that Xian Han has found a new master for the Dark World? She smiled lightly, Master, you are too naive. I told you that you would never agree, yet you still held on to hope. If that's the case, then I won't force it anymore. I hope that when something unfortunate happens, you won't regret it. Shui Huang gently glanced at him, signaling. The chairperson of the meeting seemed to understand his meaning. Tianyin was incredibly surprised by the scene before him. In the blink of an eye, everyone had surrounded Luo Jia. Shui Huang held her back. Xianhan, why are you in such a hurry to leave so soon? The chairperson of the meeting made a suggestion, hoping that Luo Jia would stay and discuss matters with them longer. She quickly realized their intention. So, you want to keep me here? The chairperson of the Dark Society spoke. If you hand over the dark mask and the blue spirit robe you're wearing, we will let you leave. After that, the Dark Sacrifice Society will bow to both of us. Luo Jia exclaimed, I never expected you to be this despicable, but have you forgotten something? Before a new master of the Dark World appears, Xianhan is the most powerful existence here. She immediately used her soul to suppress her body. Suddenly, Tianyin's eyes widened in confusion. When he looked at Luo Jia's face, he was certain it was the dark mask. Shui Huang and the chairperson of the Dark Society were the first to react.
Two enormous orbs of light flew toward the dark mist, exploding in an instant. The dark mist vanished, but in mid-air, only a black six-pointed star symbol remained. Xianhun Luojia had completely disappeared without a trace.
Someone inside exclaimed, "Where is she?" "She's gone."
The leader of the Dark Society explained, "The dark fog locator spell, I never expected she could use such a move.
It seems she prepared everything before coming here. She certainly isn't fully familiar with the power of Xianhun yet. When she used the dark fog earlier, we definitely inflicted severe injuries on her."
Shui Huang said, "This is your territory, so I guess I don't need to tell you what to do, right?"
He immediately glanced at Miley C.
He continued, "Miley C. immediately reinforced the manpower to seal off the transit station, and keep track of Xianhun's every move, every second. If you encounter her, report back immediately."
She immediately obeyed. He Huang ordered, "The rest of you assist Miley C in the investigation."
The leader of the Dark Society thought to himself, "The Xianhun forces are known as the strongest, second only to the king of the Dark World. We must not be careless." He instructed, "You all go arrange spies everywhere, we can't let her escape." The leader thought to himself, "If Luo Jia manages to return to her territory with the mystery of the Dark Priest, our Dark Society and Shui Huang's Dracula clan will never live in peace." Their subordinates gradually left the meeting, and Shui Huang and the leader of the Dark Society sat back in their seats.
He Huang calmly spoke, "It seems Miley C's words are true. Before coming here, she had everything prepared."
He replied, "Of course. If we could eliminate Xianhun right here at Central Star, the Dark Sacrifice Society would be like a headless snake.
We can only temporarily concentrate our forces in a more secretive place. To prevent any unfortunate events from happening, we need to devise a flawless strategy." He raised a question, "If she successfully escapes, what should we do?"
The leader replied, "At the same time, we must locate the lair of the Dark Sacrifice group in the shortest time possible." He Huang hurriedly added, realizing that they had to put all their effort into exterminating them, pulling up the roots. He continued, "Then I will stay for 3 days to assist in the search. If there is still no news after 3 days, it's likely that the girl has already escaped. After all, she is wearing the dark mask, which can conceal her traces."
He asked, "President, what do you think about those images?"
The leader answered, "Perhaps the soul's prediction is correct. I believe there's an 80–90% chance that it's true, so we must also leave ourselves an escape route.
Isn't the new master appearing at Central Star?
If we run into that person, it will be troublesome."
Tianyin could only feel helpless after hearing these words.
He added, "At that time, at least we can imprison that person first. As for how to deal with it later, we'll have to assess the situation."
"You want to scold the leader, but I'm quite grateful to you all." He Huang responded, "Understood. If I receive any news, I'll immediately inform the president."
He thought to himself that if they found that person, he would probably keep it quiet.
"You have your thoughts, and I have mine. Let's wait and see." Tianyin observed them, thinking that it seemed nothing else would happen in this conference hall. It was time to return.
Right after that, he slowly took off the hat from his head. Tianyin sighed as he removed it, not expecting to have gained so much information.
Is the Xianhun Soul Stone really capable of predicting the future? Could that purple shadow be me from the future? Upon further reflection, leading the dark forces might not necessarily be an impossible task.
Becoming the focal point of all the dark powers wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it could even benefit humanity.
Then why couldn't I sit on the throne as the master of this dark world? However, Shui Huang and the president of the Dark Association would not submit to him easily.
Both of these powers were difficult to deal with, but it was also hard to believe that Xianhun, who had sworn loyalty in front of the president of the Dark Association and Shui Huang, would betray him. Perhaps in the future, I'll be able to use some of the power from the Sacrifice Guild, even if it's just to learn a few of their secrets. Several days passed, and Miley C still hadn't returned.
Tianyin continued to wait in this room, tirelessly practicing his cultivation.
In the area filled with the essence of darkness, he could feel the power granted to him by the three spirals. He also used every method to probe and find a way to merge these three powers together. Tianyin called it the heavenly demon transformation. He thought to himself, through relentless training, the heavenly demon transformation is becoming more and more refined. It's the most powerful technique at this stage. A few days later, Miley C finally returned. Tianyin asked about the situation, and she quickly responded. The Xianhun was prepared in advance. We concentrated all our forces to investigate, but still couldn't find any trace of them. The president has left, but he left his subordinates behind to track down the master. I think you should leave as soon as possible, and you must contact the Sacrifice Association immediately. Tianyin felt helpless, as he had no idea where they were hiding. Miley C then instructed. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you out of the underground city. You must be very careful. Tianyin agreed, and the next day, she quietly escorted him out. Though Tianyin had only spent a few short days in the underground city, many events had unfolded. Not only had he learned more about the dark forces, but he had also managed to enhance his own strength. He gazed at the sky, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he had seen the sunlight and breathed fresh air. This journey in the underground city had been truly fruitful. Most importantly, although he still couldn't fully control it, the power of the heavenly demon transformation was now strong enough to protect him. Tianyin had been missing for several days without a trace, and as soon as he returned home, his mother scolded him thoroughly. He made up an excuse, saying that he had returned to the Central Star Academy to greet his teachers and smooth things over. Tianyin said, I'll probably have to go back to the company in a few days, there's some work that needs to be handled. Manga, concerned, replied, so soon? You've only just come back, it's only been a few days. He quickly answered, you both know this is an opportunity for my career advancement. She can't bear it, can't I stay a few more days? Tianyin himself didn't want to leave either, and his parents responded, all right, you can stay another week, which made them both happy again. With Tianyin comforting them like that, his parents felt reassured. In the afternoon, the whole family, along with his mother, went to hear Sacred Maiden by He give a sermon. After being apart for so long, Tianyin missed her dearly. On the way back from the underground city, he even bought pudding to bring home, as it was one of the few sweet treats available in that area. Tianyin thought to himself, one for mom and dad, and the rest for Bai-He, I hope she'll like it. Suddenly, he remembered that the time he could spend with her would likely become even shorter in the future. In a week, he would have to leave again, and he wasn't sure when he'd be able to see Bai-He next. But it was always the same. Whenever he thought of Bai-He, Long Ming felt like a storm was rising. Therefore, in order to protect her more, he needed to become stronger. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in his mind. Tianyin sensed an energy, as if someone was trying to reach out to him. Though vague, the connection felt incredibly clear. Similarly to the spiritual connection between you and Miley C, but not as profound, Tianyin immediately turned around. Did you run off quickly? Your parents went to hear the Sacred Maiden speak first, I still have something to do, I'll come later. They helplessly watched Tianyin's retreating figure, the feeling of an elusive, almost invisible soul seemed to be calling to him, drawing him to keep walking towards it. Tianyin was led into a desolate place, seemingly uninhabited. He thought to himself, this must be the place, I can sense someone inside. Tianyin stared at the door, is it that person? Three swirling forces within Tianyin began to spin at dizzying speeds. As he pushed the door open, he glanced inside. The room was empty, except for Luo Jia sitting cross-legged in the farthest corner. In the center of the floor, on the black pentagram symbol, there were bloodstains that had already started to fade. Her eyes opened slightly as she sensed Tianyin. He politely spoke, hello, Ms. Xianhun Luo Jia. I am Tianyin. It seems you are the one who summoned me here. She immediately responded, greetings, new master of the dark world. Your finding Luo Jia is my greeting to you, but it seems you already know everything. Seeing that he didn't understand, Luo Jia continued, you witnessed everything that happened at the Dark Alliance conference.
We are the ones who understand souls the most. In the dark room, I sensed your existence and identity. That's why I swore to serve you forever in front of everyone. Tianyin thought that using a virtual reality helmet to observe the situation would not be discovered? Fortunately, she had no ill intentions. If it were Xue Huang or the leader of the Dark Society, even with wings, escaping would be nearly impossible. You curiously asked, but are you sure I am the one you are looking for? I am the one who manipulates holy wisdom, Luo Jia replied immediately. It doesn't matter what identity you hold right now, what matters is that you will lead the dark world into a new phase. We remain absolutely loyal to our former master, but at the same time, we trust our own instincts. The power of darkness and space will protect you in everything. You will undoubtedly become a new king of the dark world. The people of Dark Priest will follow you forever, obeying your commands. Tianyin interrupted, forget about that, weren't you injured? Right now, the Dracula family is searching for you everywhere, and she is upset. Even if they find you, so what? This fate cannot be changed. Although I was prepared in advance, I was still hurt by them. At least I need a week to recover before I can leave. Because I knew of your existence, I have been healing while using my power to search for you, but fate led you here. She stood up from her kneeling position, and Luo Jia officially swore her allegiance. From now on, you are the leader of Dark Priest. We will help you achieve everything you desire. Just remember one thing, the people of Dark Priest are your most loyal subordinates. Tianyin hesitated, feeling that this was too heavy. You don't have to call me a leader or anything. I'm not worthy of being the Dark Priest leader yet. If you're willing, let's be friends. We can call each other by our full names. Wouldn't that make our relationship much closer? She firmly replied, that is not possible. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from Luo Jia's stomach. Hearing that, he silently apologized to Bai He and then suggested, I don't have any dry rations on me, but I do have some pudding. You can eat that first. She curiously asked, is this called pudding? Luo Jia quickly put a piece in her mouth. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the pudding jar. What is this? It's so delicious. No wonder you're the master of the dark world. Tianyin was puzzled and wondered, can dark priests like Luo Jia not eat sweets? He spoke up, don't call me master anymore. From now on, I will treat you like my little sister. She hurriedly asked, how can that be, master? Before she could finish speaking, Tianyin cut in, I'll give you more pudding. Luo Jia immediately agreed. He thought to himself, she's really easy to persuade. On a foggy day at the ancient castle in Central Star, Lan Lan timidly approached Oya and said, Mom, I'm home. She immediately asked, so you know how to come back? Do you have any idea how much trouble your leaving has caused me and your grandfather? Because of you, our family had to break the engagement with the Bai Air family. The engagement has been postponed now. Are you satisfied with that? She exclaimed indignantly, but Mom, how can everyone expect me to marry someone I don't love? Are you really willing to sacrifice my happiness for the benefit of the family? Hearing Lan Lan's words, Oya crossed her arms and pondered for a moment. She had been forced to make the same kind of choice in the past. Standing up, she explained, you must listen obediently. Considering our family's status and your grandfather's position, we must also take into account the interests of the family. Oya placed her hand on the girl's head. The Bai Air family is the oldest family in holy wisdom. The heir is worthy of you in every way. If you don't want to marry him, you could at least get to know him for a while. Lan Lan replied, but Aunt Ma Rue Lu has already inquired. That young master has many lovers surrounding him. How could I possibly be happy marrying someone like that? I definitely won't marry him. The engagement has been temporarily postponed, so please don't force me anymore. Mom, please talk to Grandpa about it. I'd rather lock myself in the house to cultivate my strength than marry someone like him. She thought to herself, what did Ma Rue Lu say? Ma Ruelu is a knowledgeable person, and her words must be based on facts. So clearly, my father also knows what kind of person this Bayer is. Why is he still insisting on Lan Lan marrying him? Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence in the room, and both of them turned toward the sound. Oya said the call was from her grandfather. She picked up the phone, and a transparent screen appeared before them. Lati Fayer's voice rang out, Lan Lan, so you finally decided to come back? You've completely destroyed the reputation of the Fayer family. She quickly hid behind Oya, and the woman spoke, if this has already happened, then father, please don't make Lan Lan uncomfortable anymore. Moreover, the heir of the Bayer family doesn't seem suitable for Lan Lan. I'm sure you already know his true nature. She anxiously glanced at Oya. This was the first time she had seen her mother oppose her grandfather. Fayer explained, everything I do is for the benefit of the family. Sometimes, we have to sacrifice our own interests for the sake of the family. Oya said, Lan Lan has made such a serious mistake, and you're still protecting her? She immediately replied, Father, I'm not trying to protect Lan Lan, but this concerns the happiness of her entire life. Since the engagement has been temporarily cancelled, I hope you can let Lan Lan choose the person she truly loves. The old man continued, Lan Lan has lost her virginity to an outsider. This is a very serious matter for the family. I have already sent people to investigate that boy's background. He's an apprentice of that old man Mo. I will go personally to question Mo and get to the bottom of this. Lan Lan exclaimed, Grandfather, please don't make things difficult for Tianyin. Actually, he is also a victim. It was my fault, and Tianyin was only used by me to break off the engagement. The truth is, nothing really happened between him and me. The whole room suddenly fell silent. Oya was taken aback, is this true? No wonder that day Tianyin left here so openly, even saying that he owed us nothing. Lan Lan hesitated, feeling afraid that her grandfather would force her to marry that young master Fayer. She had made a mistake, but Fayer spoke up. Hold back what? Lan Lan, this little girl, was truly crafty, even her grandfather had been deceived by her. She lowered her head, Grandfather, I know I was wrong. Lan Lan is still young. I promise I will work hard to cultivate my strength in the future. Please don't force me to marry that person anymore, okay? Fayer continued, if you follow the family rules, then your grandfather will have no reason to be angry. But this time, you have made an even bigger mistake. I still hope that you can inherit my medical skills in the future. Right now, I am giving you two choices. The first choice, you must honor the engagement and marry the heir of the Bayer family, Nilu Bayer. Lan Lan stuck out her tongue, even if you beat me to death, I won't choose that option. He continued, you are no longer a child. It's time to find a place for yourself. If you don't want to marry him, then the second choice is that I will use my status as the judge of holy wisdom to organize an internal competition within holy wisdom. All single, able-bodied men under the age of 35 will be allowed to compete, and the most talented among them will become your husband. Of course, Nilu Bayer can also participate in this competition. If you refuse to choose either option, or run away again, I will send the Lan Jing squad to bring you back here. She sighed, then I choose option 2, but the winner must defeat me before it counts. The old man continued, let's do it this way, I will arrange it quickly. When the time comes, oh yeah, you should bring Lan Lan here. That's all for today. Then Fayer hung up the phone. Lan Lan was overjoyed, that's great. I don't have to marry him after all. Oya was startled, are you changing your mind again? She quickly replied, of course not. But, Mom, think about it. Right now, I have a level 35 water element ability. How many people under the age of 35 in holy wisdom can compare to me? No matter who wins, if they can't defeat me, there's no way I'm getting married. I'll work hard to cultivate my water element ability, aiming to reach the strength of a level 36 manipulator. You'll have to guide me in detail. Oya smiled faintly, thinking to herself, this child,
this is the first time she has actively asked to train with me. Meanwhile, in a rather simple and modest house, Tianyin curiously asked Luo Jia, didn't you inherit all of Xianhun's power? How come you were still injured by Shui Huang's group? She explained, although the master passed all his power to me, it is still sealed inside the soul gem. I've only comprehended a small part of it. He understood, no wonder they all guessed you haven't fully gained all the power. It seems you still need more time. Luo Jia responded, some Xianhun worked hard their entire lives but still didn't obtain all the power of the soul gem. My physical condition has never been good since I was young, and because of the urgency of time, I also gained insight into dark power, which is why the master chose me. I don't want to disappoint the master, so no matter how difficult it is, I must become the strongest Xianhun. When she spoke these words, her eyes were filled with determination. As soon as she finished, Luo Jia suddenly became alert and said, I have a bad feeling. I think we're about to face some dangerous and unpredictable situation. Hearing this, Tianyin looked around, feeling confused that his spiritual power couldn't sense anything. Luo Jia immediately stood up and said, they can't detect us. It's the eyes and ears of the soul priest that informed me. At that moment, a black vortex appeared before their astonished eyes. A man's voice chuckled, saying, it seems I've found the right person. Then, Ao Air gradually emerged and introduced himself. Hello, sir, the new master of the dark world, Sir Tianyin. Tianyin warily asked, are you the Grand Duke of the Dracula family? I'm not sure how I should address you. At the same time, he was thinking to himself that if Shui Huang had sent someone here, they would likely spare his life. He must protect Luo Jia. She seemed very surprised by this protective action. The old man replied, you can call me Ao Air. I am the strongest Grand Duke of the Dracula clan. Hearing this, Tianyin speculated. Is he the father of Ao Man? The strongest duke must have at least a level 40 ability, right? Even if I can use heavenly demon transformation, I'm not sure I could defeat him. Tianyin acknowledged that Luo Jia's prediction was correct. This situation was indeed dangerous. He directly asked Grand Duke Ao Air, how did you find this place? Central Star is so vast, why would you pay attention to this poor city? Tianyin stretched out the conversation while quietly operating the 3 water vortices within his body. However, for some reason, the 3 vortices couldn't merge with each other, let alone release the power of the heavenly demon transformation. Ao Air indifferently said, I secretly asked Lord Shui Huang for instructions to monitor my Li Si. This morning, I saw her secretly leading you out of the city, so I quietly followed. I thought I would only find some weakness of hers, but unexpectedly, I got such a big benefit. Upon hearing these words, Tianyin was surprised that the old man had been following him all day. He quickly thought, has he already met my parents? If I'm captured, my parents will definitely be in danger. Tianyin decided that Ao Air must be eliminated. 3 streams of black, white, and green light radiated from his body, spinning around him at an incredible speed. Luo Jia immediately put on his mask. He watched as the blue and black lights merged, creating a combination of darkness and space. You truly are the one in the prophecy. Ao Air immediately unleashed streams of black energy to attack and shouted, come with me, you don't stand a chance. Tianyin tried to dodge, but he couldn't teleport in time. The black shadow, shaped like a claw, grabbed Tianyin in an instant, crushing the 3 layers of defense he had set up and sealing the connection between him and his abilities. He could no longer control his power. Seeing this, Ao Air laughed loudly, so this is the power of the new ruler of the dark world? With the title Ao Air of the Dracula clan, I will call you the Dark Minions. After this summoning, countless black shadows with sharp claws appeared. Luo Jia put on his dark mask, immediately rushing forward. His whole body turned into an illusion, standing in front of Tianyin, blocking his way. She seemed to use all her strength to launch an attack toward the group of specters, which represented darkness and fear. That move successfully stopped their advance. The old man observed this scene and thought deeply. It seemed that Lord Xuehuang had inflicted significant damage on her, and the once formidable stamina that even I feared had now disappeared. After that attack, Luo Jiao weakly collapsed, and Tianyin quickly supported her. Aoer chuckled, "It seems I've not only captured the two of you, but I've also taken the dark mask to present to Lord Xuehuang. This achievement is enough for him to make me the third prince of the Dracula family." Without giving them any time to rest, the old man immediately ordered the specters to charge forward. Unable to use his full strength, Tianyin could only watch as they rushed toward him. But at that very moment, his body suddenly changed, releasing a powerful force that struck the specters. Even Aoer was affected and couldn't tell what it was. He couldn't believe what he saw on the ground was his subordinate really shattered to pieces. Staring at Tianyin's current gloomy appearance, the old man kept asking, "What in the world is going on?" Tianyin slowly raised his hand to support his head. Even he himself didn't understand what had happened. He stared blankly at the symbols on his hand, while Aoer continued to watch his every move. Moments later, Tianyin's eyes suddenly lit up, and his body began to change. His form brightened, moving at an astonishing speed. The old man realized this must be shape-shifting. Aoer could not keep up with that speed. As he got closer, a burst of purple light emanated from Tianyin's hand. To Aoer's astonishment, Tianyin struck him square in the face. A huge explosion immediately followed, sending rocks and debris flying. In just a few seconds, the previously intact house was blown to pieces, reduced to rubble. Tianyin gently carried Luo Jia out of the thick cloud of smoke and dust. He found a clean spot to lay her down before turning back to look at Aoer. The old man clutched his chest, muttering angrily, "Damn it, that punch contained the flames of hell and the power of a demon." Though it wasn't as strong as actual hellfire or demonic power, it still made his meridians burn with heat. Unable to gauge Tianyin's true strength, Aoer decided it was better to retreat for now. With that, he immediately flew off without saying a word, leaving Tianyin standing alone. However, for the sake of Mai Lixi and his parents, Tianyin had to take Aoer's life. Only the dead can keep secrets. No matter what, he had to kill him. As he chased after the old man, Aoer couldn't understand how Tianyin's speed had suddenly increased so drastically and tried to trip him up with a counterattack. Tianyin immediately retaliated with a strike of his own. Two streams of purple and red light shot toward each other at lightning speed. Under the immense force, Aoer had no choice but to cover his face, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, this is really hard to deal with." The dense energy in the air created explosive sounds, carrying the power of darkness. Both were wearing down the other's body. At this moment, Tianyin had to admit, no wonder he's the strongest Grand Duke of the vampire clan, it's not easy to overpower him. The two of them were suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, Tianyin spoke. "Is it true that your son has gone missing?" The old man didn't understand why the boy suddenly brought up this topic. Without waiting for a response, the boy continued. "Actually, disappeared would be the right word. He turned into smoke before my heavenly demon transformation. He was ground into fine powder, just like your subordinates." These words completely stunned Aoer. He asked in disbelief, "What did you say? You killed my son?" Tianyin didn't answer. Instead, while Aoer wasn't paying attention, he quietly circled behind him. By the time Aoer realized, it was already too late. Tianyin immediately struck with immense force. Unable to defend himself, Aoer was sent flying to the ground, the power gradually condensing into a giant meteor. Determined, Tianyin poured all his strength into delivering a fatal blow to Aoer. But at that exact moment, Tianyin suddenly felt his body change, and even he couldn't understand what was happening to him. Soon after, Tianyin completely lost all strength and fell from the air. The ground cracked open where he landed, collapsing into a deep crater. Aoer shakily stood up, surveying the situation before muttering, "What's going on here?" At this moment, Tianyin still lay there, silently suffering and thinking. "My power, it's gone completely. I remembered what that senior had told me before, how to severely wound AOR. I used all my energy. Of course, the heavenly demon transformation power vanished because of that. Now, less than 30% of my energy remains. Although AOR did not understand what had happened, now was a good opportunity to strike back. He immediately launched an attack directly toward the spot where Tianyin was lying, thinking to himself, hurry up and join my son in the afterlife. At this point, Tianyin had very little energy left, only able to barely form a faint purple crystal shield to protect himself. But soon after, under the overwhelming force of darkness, the fragile shield shattered into mist. The explosion's power sent him flying a great distance. His body slammed into the ground once more, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Seeing this, AOR laughed loudly. So, it turns out you only have these little tricks. He decided not to capture him anymore, instead proclaiming, pay for the life of my son. With those words, he recited an incantation, in the name of AOR of the Dracula clan, gather now, O Dracula spear. Immediately, a red spear began to materialize in his hand. During this time, Tianyin slowly sat up, cursing inwardly, this is so frustrating, the overwhelming power is just too much, and I'm so disappointed. After all, heavenly demon transformation is not my own strength. Just like Luojia said, now I can't even use my shape-shifting anymore. As he was deep in thought, AOR shouted loudly, the one who is called the new master of the dark world. With his final words, he hurled the spear imbued with tremendous power at Tianyin. In that moment, as death loomed near, Tianyin thought of his loved ones, his parents, his teacher, and even Baihe. Tianyin silently uttered his final apology to them. Just as the sharp spear was only a short distance away from him, he had already prepared himself to embrace death. Baihe's figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking the spear. Tianyin was extremely surprised. The spear shattered as a result. AOR was utterly stunned, wondering, is that the spear of Dracula that just shattered? Is that light the power of light capable of countering the darkness? Tianyin, in disbelief, softly called out her name. At this moment, Luojia had also regained consciousness and made a conjecture, this is the power of light. Baihe ignored them and began muttering. She closed her eyes and recited the incantation, the light dispels the night. The night passes. Play returns, and the golden god will clear all obstacles. The golden light will save all fallen souls. As soon as Baihe finished speaking, the Guangming unicorn appeared in a dazzling light. AOR was completely astonished by the sight. From the single horn on the unicorn's head, a brilliant golden light radiated. Immediately after, the old man was surrounded by a golden ring of light that rendered him completely immobile. Once the target was secured, the unicorn spread its wings and flew directly towards AOR. Before the astonished eyes of Tianyin and Luojia, the horn on the unicorn's head emitted a brilliant golden glow, and the light power, designed specifically to purify the darkness, gathered into a beam of light that pierced through AOR's body. He was struck with a fatal blow, then purified, dissolving into smoke. Tianyin suddenly thought of something and quickly said, Baihe, hurry up and leave this place, the forces of darkness could arrive here any moment. She slowly turned back and said, wait, the existence of darkness. Baihe stared at Luojia and clearly enunciated each word, there is still one more. Hearing this, he rushed forward to stop her. Wait, Baihe, stop. Luojia is my friend. I've accepted her as my sister. Don't hurt her. She silently observed Luojia, unsure of what to say. Tianyin tried to persuade her, Baihe, let's leave here first. Once we find a safe place, I'll explain everything to you. At this point, she had seen the star symbol on Luojia's clothes. Baihe stood still, staring at it for a while, as if thinking of something. Then, Baihe used her powers to bring both of them back to her home in the slums. Tianyin, feeling grateful, grabbed her hand and said, thank you, Baihe. Thanks to you, we managed to escape death. But she sharply pushed his hand away. Baihe suddenly said with sadness, maybe I should go to that world of darkness. It seems everything is part of fate's plan. Of course, we will only drift farther apart.
Upon hearing this, Tianyin quickly grabbed Bai He's hand to refute. Bai He, can you at least let me explain? She sighed and said, that is the blue robe of Xianhun. If you're involved with Xianhun from the dark forces, then what's left to explain? Luo Jia thought to herself, is Tianyin still in contact with someone from the light faction? I must seize the chance to recover my strength. On this side, you hurriedly explained, it's because I didn't listen to your advice, sneaking into the underground city where the dark forces are hiding, and discovered they were holding a Dark Alliance conference. Bai He seemed to understand a little better, saying, so those dark forces gathered to hold some kind of meeting. She thought for a moment, then analyzed, but for Tianyin to get down to the underground city, it couldn't have been a simple matter. If no one helped, he wouldn't have been able to do it alone. Bai He said in disappointment, the power you displayed earlier is not something a level 10 manipulator should be able to achieve. You've hidden so much from me. How am I supposed to trust you? If you can't make me trust you, then from now on, let's go our separate ways. She lowered her head in sadness as she spoke. After a long silence, Bai He softly asked, is that okay? Upon hearing this, Tianyin was slightly stunned, but soon declined, no, that's not acceptable. I will tell you everything. Everything started when I left Central Star. Then, Tianyin recounted everything that had happened during his journey, explaining how he met Mai Lixi and was captured by her subordinates. Apart from the fact that his mental power was circulating through his body, he told her everything, leaving nothing out, including his involvement in the prophecy. When Bai He heard about Luo Jia using the Soul Stone, she was even more astonished. Tianyin explained, the truth is, I thought that the dark forces would change the fate of the future, which is why I intended to make contact with them. Of course, all your connections to the dark world are limited to the scope of the dark priest. The power of darkness you possess is also a result of fate's arrangement. Heavenly demon transformation is a technique you gained insight into while on the brink of life and death. You calmly explained everything. Tianyin took Bai He's hand earnestly. At the moment I sensed the danger from Duke Ao Air, your figure appeared in my subconscious. The feelings I have for you are clear. I hope to use my strength to change the dark world. My mind has always been clear because you are in my heart. Bai He fell silent for a moment, then awkwardly said, I sincerely apologize, I misunderstood you. You were honest in your explanation, and I never expected you to face so many hardships. Seeing you wield a power beyond your capabilities, standing shoulder to shoulder with a Xianhun, I'm really confused. Bai He, the misunderstanding is my fault for not thinking carefully. I'm sorry. Tianyin, touched, looked at her and replied, this is not your fault. After all, from our standpoint, such things can't be taken lightly. Suddenly, he suggested, let Luo Jia stay at your place to rest for a few days. I need to hurry back and visit my parents, I'm quite worried about them. Although Luo Jia is a Xianhun, I consider her like a younger sister. Please take care of her. Luo Jia sat quietly, listening as they spoke about her. Bai He kindly said, I belong to the light and cannot heal her, but I will treat her like a younger sister and take care of her. Hearing this, Tianyin suddenly remembered something and asked, how did you realize that I was in danger? Could it be that our souls are connected? Seeing this, she shyly shouted, who would want a soul connection with you? Bai He explained that she could sense the dark energy approaching. Tianyin, being honest, said, you're even stronger than I imagined. Your light-based ability has reached level 40, and you can summon a beautiful sacred beast. She knew what he was thinking, so she reassured him, don't worry, I completely agree with your thoughts. Bai He happily said, if we can break the corruption of the darkness, this would definitely be a good thing, a rare opportunity. Tianyin seemed to see her sincerity, as her whole being seemed to glow, attracting the gaze of others. In the end, he had to say goodbye, but before leaving, he took her hand and placed a kiss on it, leaving her standing there embarrassed, only saying a brief see you next time. Fearing that people from the dark forces might come, Tianyin tried to find a less crowded path and then walked back. Finally, only 2 people remained in the room. Bai He observed Luo Jia for a while before speaking first, do you have something you want to say to me? There seemed to be a lot of emotions hidden in her eyes. After a moment, Luo Jia finally spoke, "You really are strong. Even the strength of my soul could be detected by you. I don't know how Tianyin became acquainted with you." She made a guess. If Tianyin is the new master of the dark world, called the Child of Darkness, then you must be the child silently nurtured by holy wisdom, right? Or should I call you the Woman of Light? Is that why you have the title of Sacred Maiden? Luo Jia wondered. You and Tianyin belong to two opposing sides, and moreover, you are much stronger than him, so why haven't you taken action against him? In the prophecies left by holy wisdom in our dark world, the purpose of the Sacred Maiden and the Holy Son's birth is to destroy the Child of Darkness, the one who has the ability to resurrect the dark world once again. Bai He quietly listened to her analysis. Through Bai He's eyes, one could clearly see a hint of sadness. No wonder she is Xianhun, she truly knows a lot. But my existence is not just to fight against Tianyin, at least that's how I see it. She slowly raised her face and looked directly into Luo Jia's eyes. For me, if I could change the dark world, that would be something immensely good for the entire Galactic Alliance. Luo Jia was stunned upon hearing this. She recalled moments from the past and then continued. If I wanted to take action against Tianyin, I would have done so a year ago when we first met. But I didn't, because I believe that Tianyin's soul will not fall into depravity. His heart will always remain kind. You saw everything too. Bai He expressed her innermost thoughts. She was certain of this because, until now, her judgments had never been wrong. Hearing Bai He's words, Luo Jia was truly surprised by her way of thinking. She lowered her head slightly, trying to find a counter-argument. Well, that may only be the case for now. Dark element abilities will consume anyone who practices them. Although Tianyin has not changed yet, we cannot be sure that he won't in the future. If that happens, and his heart falls into darkness. At this point, the two of them looked at each other, their gazes locked in a silent struggle. Luo Jia wanted to know how Bai He would react when Tianyin eventually changed. After a long pause, Bai He turned to answer, "I've made it clear that if Tianyin truly disappoints me, I will handle it on my own. I did not make the right decision before, and I will bear all the responsibility for that." In her eyes now was a fierce determination. Faced with such a strong will, Luo Jia was momentarily at a loss. She gazed at a spot in the distance, then finally accepted it. She understood what would happen in the future was unpredictable, but for now, she and he were still friends. To be honest, I don't really like you. After all, you belong to the light. But still, I'll treat you like my own sister, Luo Jia sincerely expressed as she sat across from Bai He. Bai He, puzzled, looked up and asked, "There's just one thing I don't understand. Why are you asking me about this?" Luo Jia shifted her gaze and smiled lightly. "I'm not sure either. I find it quite laughable myself. You, Tianyin's companion, and I, of all people, are getting along. It's really the strangest thing in the world." Upon hearing this, Bai He didn't know how to respond. She could only advise Luo Jia, "Your injury is serious. You should rest properly." From then on, every weekend, Tianyin would visit Bai He. Both his strength and Luo Jia's health were gradually recovering. The three of them seemed to have forgotten their roles, the distance between them was erased, and they spent time together like the closest of friends. "Every time you come, you bring something interesting. Everyone tends to avoid mentioning things related to darkness and light. Recently, Tianyin can't help but blush like an eggplant every time he sees Bai He smile. He cherishes these weekends deeply because Tianyin knows that once he leaves, time will never return. Demon Mirage Star is where Tianyin had been waiting for, but now there is something he cannot bring himself to let go of. Tianyin keeps Bai He in his heart. However, if fate has decided this way, no matter how regretful it may be, he has no choice but to accept it. He can only close his eyes and turn a blind eye to the feelings within his soul. Another week passes, and tomorrow will be the day of happiness for Tianyin and Luo Jia. The three of them gather together. At this moment, Tianyin speaks. "Tomorrow, I will go to Earth and then head straight to Demon Mirage Star. Perhaps I will vanish without a trace from the Galactic Alliance for 3 years. When Luo Jia leaves here, where do you plan to go? Both Tianyin and Bai He look at her, curious. Luo Jia gently places her hand on her chest, responding calmly. The dark priest needs a leader, so of course, I must return there. Moreover, I also need time to integrate the power of Xianhun. Take care of yourself, Tianyin. When you return from Demon Mirage Star, I will come and find you. She faces him, speaking decisively. Immediately afterward, Luo Jia takes out a black orb. There are countless strong individuals within holy wisdom. You must be more careful on this journey. This thing I have with me is useless, so I'm giving it to you. Anyway, sooner or later, it will belong to you. Tianyin reaches out to receive the orb, utterly puzzled. But as soon as he touched the black orb, he could clearly feel a cold, ice-like energy quickly spreading throughout his body. Tianyin was startled, his eyes widening, and the vortex of dark energy within him began to stir, seemingly wanting to break free from his body. Tianyin was deeply surprised, thinking, the small black orb contains the demonic energy of the dark world. Suddenly, Bai He seemed to sense something and exclaimed, the sorrow of the heavens. She quickly glanced at Luo Jia as if to say something, but Luo Jia, feeling guilty, turned her face away to avoid Bai He's gaze. Tianyin overheard her words and thought, the sorrow of the heavens? I didn't expect this to be the dark mask, one of the 3 sacred relics of the dark world. He then quickly returned it to Luo Jia, saying, this belongs to Xianhun. It's too precious. Or perhaps you should just keep it, she smiled softly. No wonder Sister Bai He has always believed you wouldn't fall astray. Tianyin, you have a compassionate heart. If it were someone else, they'd probably be overjoyed as if it were a festival. Luo Jia immediately accepted it, her eyes filled with pride for having placed her trust in the right person. She then continued to speak about the item from earlier. The dark mask not only has the ability to separate dark energy and conceal one's aura, but it can also enhance defensive capabilities to the utmost level, especially against light-based attacks. Upon hearing this, Tianyin asked, now that the transport center has been blocked, without it, how do you plan to leave Central Star? Luo Jia looked at him and smiled happily, replying, you don't need to worry about me. After I return, I will enter seclusion to cultivate. Keeping it will be useless, so think of it as me lending it to you. Although she said this, Tianyin still found it somewhat difficult to accept such a huge gift. Bai He had to step in and advise, Luo Jia means well, so you should accept it. Right now, the dark mask is truly useful to you. In the end, he decided to accept it. After returning from Demon Mirage Star, he would return it. After hearing Luo Jia's explanation, Tianyin quickly understood how to use the dark mask. He should have been happy to have it, but seeing the sad expression on Bai He's face, he couldn't feel happy even for a second. To him, there was an unmistakable sadness in Bai He's eyes that she couldn't hide. Tianyin could clearly sense her confusion, and all of this was because of him. Tianyin watched Bai He for a long while before gently calling her name and moving closer to pull her into his arms. His forehead lightly pressed against hers, and he softly comforted her, don't look so sad. Suddenly being embraced by Tianyin took Bai He by surprise, but she didn't feel repulsed or resist. Instead, she felt both happy and embarrassed, her face turning red. Bai He quickly returned the hug, burying her face into Tianyin's chest, and quietly whispered, Tianyin, do you know? I'm very scared. His gentle gaze settled on the girl in his arms. Don't be scared. Don't forget the promise I made to you. After saying this, Tianyin let go of Bai He and held her hand. Bai He's eyes were slightly misty with tears. I won't forget. I'm not sure if this is the right thing, though. When she spoke those words, tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with sadness, heavy with melancholy. Luo Jia, standing nearby, saw and heard everything. She gently closed her eyes and then spoke. There's no right or wrong in this. Bai He, why must you overthink things like this? Luo Jia was confused, her eyes fixed on her. She looked at both of them and shared her perspective. Kindness is the most admirable virtue of yours, but it's also the chain that binds you. If things continue this way, how will you face what's to come? Bai quickly shook her head in rejection and responded. That's just my nature, how can it change so easily? But she had full faith in Tianyin. Voicing her feelings, she buried her face in his chest. Facing a Bai who trusted him like this, Tianyin was truly surprised. She smiled softly and gently said, Time is running out, you should spend more time with your family. Tianyin really didn't want to part from Bai, but she quickly reassured him. It's okay, tomorrow morning, Luo Jia and I will wait for you at the corner of this alley. Just leave, the people here will already be on their way, following the right direction. I'll use the money you leave behind to build a school. She listed what would happen the following day, and one thing Bai was sure if she would stay here and wait for Tianyin for the next 3 years. She looked him straight in the eye and smiled gently. 3 years from now, I will start pursuing my dreams. If you're still not back by then, we'll have met by chance, but not by fate. Hearing these words, Tianyin fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, after a while, he raised his gaze and looked towards Bai, softly calling her name. Tianyin and Bai both had feelings for each other, but they also had their own missions and ideals that they needed to strive to fulfill. Tomorrow, before setting off, they would not meet again. Perhaps they both understood this well. If Bai couldn't hold back and tried to make him stay, Tianyin's resolve to leave might waver. The next morning, when he arrived at the location, he saw Luo Jia standing there waiting. Tianyin immediately called out to her. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Jia turned around with joy, and he looked at her and sighed, You look like a completely different person, I almost didn't recognize you. She cheerfully replied that it was thanks to Bai's help in choosing her appearance. Right after that, Tianyin asked Luo Jia to hand over her luggage to him, as his spatial power was very useful. Hearing this, she felt very pleased. The two of them set off together. Luo Jia spoke up from the side, Let's get ready to leave. Does Tianyin want to take me to the transport bridge first? Here, we have to go up the bridge ourselves, he gladly agreed. Suddenly, Tianyin turned to her and whispered, With an innocent look like that, no one would ever suspect your Xianhun. Luo Jia also smiled brightly and quietly responded, It's true, and my dark powers are well concealed now. Tianyin turned his head and looked back. His eyes were fixed on the house in the distance, silently thinking, Bai, I'm leaving. We'll meet again next time. Although the regret and sadness in his heart still lingered, Tianyin now wanted to hurry even more to return to Bai. The city was gradually being illuminated by the sunlight. Bai, from inside the house, looked out through the window to gaze at him. I'm sorry, Tianyin, I lied to you. I couldn't wait for you to come back. There will be no future for us. I truly apologize to you. Perhaps they would meet again someday, but all the sorrow was clearly shown on Bai's face. She was truly more confused than ever. By the time they would reunite, they would be on opposite sides. The pain in her heart had now turned into tears. The words you spoke were like a shining declaration that forced me to make a choice against my own will. But do you know this? Although you belong to the darkness, you are the light in my heart, the one I truly love. Tianyin and Luo Jia departed from the small village, and the two of them successfully reached the transfer station. Although before they arrived there, several dark forces had noticed them, the two managed to play the role of good brothers throughout the journey. Moreover, both of them had the ability to conceal the dark power deep within their bodies, so ordinary dark ability users could not detect them. As a result, the dark forces stopped tailing them, giving Tianyin and Luo Jia the chance to enter the transfer station smoothly. He bought her a ticket to Phoenix Star, while he himself headed toward Earth. The two parted ways there. Although the time spent together was not very long, to you, Luo Jia, in her role as a younger sister, made Tianyin feel an immense warmth. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the palm of Tianyin's hand. Elder Latif Ayer, the water system judge, has made a decision. Attention all members, on Earth, the birthplace of humanity, a martial arts tournament will be held. The final winner will become the fiancé of young Lady Lan Lan. He was caught off guard upon hearing this. The announcement specified that anyone with a supernatural ability under the age of 30 and with a power level of 10 could participate.
Tianyin was truly surprised by the news. He had never expected them to hold a martial arts competition to find a suitor for Lan Lan.
Tianyin thought of her and quietly reflected, is this how the judge intends to choose a husband for Lan Lan?
For that proud young lady.
Ah, I bet she's not too willing, and had to agree.
Ever since he had heard the news, he had been standing there, lost in thought. At that moment, Tianyin found this situation quite interesting, and he couldn't help but smile to himself.
Maybe I'll go and watch the fun? On the day of the martial arts tournament, I'll be on Earth too. Tianyin will just be there to see how evil people don't get their comeuppance.
On the way to Earth, he kept looking forward to the day of the tournament to see who would end up marrying Lan Lan. Tianyin gazed out into space, feeling a little anxious. This was also his first time visiting Earth, and unexpectedly, a loud voice suddenly called out his name. As soon as Tianyin turned his face, he saw Demeng with a look of astonishment. He truly hadn't expected to encounter him here.
Tianyin's face clearly showed his surprise. Demeng was very happy to see him.
Behind him were Xuan and Xuemai. When he saw Tianyin, he was just as shocked, but when he noticed her slightly grim expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. It was still the same old expression on his face. It had been a long time since they last met, and both Demeng and Xuan warmly inquired about Tianyin, listening to everything that had happened until now.
Tianyin was extremely pleased to meet his mentor. The three of them chatted together all the way.
Tianyin recounted all the events he encountered on the bright yellow star to them, though he left out the matter of his dark power and what happened with Lan Lan. During their conversation, Tianyin also learned that they had received information from the city of Ming, and the place they were headed to was Earth. When he found out, Tianyin was very surprised. He couldn't help but ask them, are you two also planning to attend the martial arts tournament? Xuan confidently replied, it's on the way, so why not join? What's the big deal?
I'm just over 30 this year, Demeng added. Hearing this, Tianyin could only force a smile.
In fact, the three of them simply wanted to go for in learning.
Suddenly, he was asked by Demeng, so, aren't you going to participate in the martial arts tournament? Tianyin gave a half smile and replied, I think I'll pass. There are so many experts at the tournament, there's no chance for someone like me.
But deep down, he really didn't want to get tangled up with Lan Lan.
Xuemai arrogantly snorted at this moment, as if to say, so you know that I know you.
Hearing that, everyone felt a bit helpless with this little girl. Suddenly, she asked Demeng about Tianyin's ability level.
Tianyin smiled faintly and replied, I just broke through level 10, still far behind the two teachers.
She sat there listening, feeling a bit uncomfortable. But when she heard about level 10, Xuemai stood up in shock, staring at him. Xuan and the old man were also surprised by such a rapid advancement. Faced with the astonished expressions of the people around him, he could only smile awkwardly. She couldn't hold back and raised her voice, how is that possible?
You must have done something dishonest.
Upon hearing Xuemai's words, he frowned.
Don't talk nonsense. Cultivation must be done step by step, this is the best method.
After learning about Tianyin's current ability level, Demeng proudly talked about his previous training process.
He then turned to remind Xuemai, did you hear that? This is why I told you to train in cosmic energy.
She felt a little embarrassed, quietly replying to Xuan, who would have thought cosmic energy could be so powerful.
The four of them continued to discuss Tianyin's method of cultivating cosmic energy.
It seemed that she was really interested in the topic, listening attentively to every word he said. In that atmosphere, it seemed she had forgotten the distance between herself and Tianyin. Their relationship, through the discussion about cosmic energy, no longer felt as distant as before. After a while, the spaceship they were traveling on finally arrived at its destination Earth. From the outside of space, looking out, Tianyin was deeply amazed by this planet. This was the first time he had seen a planet with such a beautiful turquoise color. His eyes brightened as he gazed upon the birthplace of humanity, and an indescribable sense of emotion suddenly filled his heart. They had finally landed on Earth in Nation T, but the skyscraper with its advanced development left all four of them in awe. Xuemai couldn't hold back. All their astonishment was clearly visible on their faces. "This is also the first time I've left my central star," she said. At that moment, Tianyin curiously turned to Demeng and Shuiyan and asked, "Master, where are we heading now?" He smiled softly in response. "Of course, we're going to the Holy Wisdom headquarters to register. After that, we'll have to wait for at least a week for the martial arts tournament to begin. During that time, we can go sightseeing." Upon hearing this, Tianyin awkwardly scratched his cheek and replied, "I'm not going to register or participate." Upon hearing this, Demeng gently advised him, "If you don't register, you might not be able to enter the tournament. Just register. You don't have to participate, but even if you do, you'll be able to learn a lot." Since Demeng had said all that, Tianyin reluctantly agreed. Once this matter was settled, the four of them got into the car and prepared to depart. They decided to head to the Holy Wisdom headquarters first, the Heavenly Libra Orb building. After some time traveling, they finally arrived at the Holy Wisdom headquarters. Tianyin walked while feeling curious. "Master Demeng, is the Holy Wisdom Research Institute located here as well?" He turned around and replied, "The Research Institute is the greatest secret of Holy Wisdom, and with our current identities, we cannot know about it." Upon hearing this, both Yu and Xuemai were extremely eager and looked forward to visiting the headquarters of Holy Wisdom. However, for a mid-level manipulator, the headquarters holds many secrets that are not disclosed to outsiders. But for Tianyin and her, simply being inside the headquarters already brought them immense joy. There were many people inside the headquarters of Holy Wisdom, and everyone had to undergo a check before entering. A hand gently extended in front of the four of them. Fei Ji smiled brightly and, as per the usual practice, invited them to present their biological systems. They followed his instructions, raising their right hands for Fei Ji to scan. If nothing unusual was found, they could enter. However, when the scanner reached Xuemai's hand, an abnormal alert sounded. She was immediately confused and bewildered. Fei Ji looked at her and announced, "Sorry, your ability hasn't reached level 10 yet, and according to the rules, you're not allowed to enter the Holy Wisdom headquarters freely." Xuemai felt a deep sense of regret upon hearing this. He smiled softly and nodded, gently comforting her, "Sorry, but this is the rule." Shuiyan walked over with a bright smile, "Forget it, Xuemai, let's wait here for Demeng and Tianyin." Although he said this, Xuemai still felt very regretful, hesitating before responding to him. Tianyin, who had been quietly observing Xuemai's situation, wanted to step in and help. He walked over to Fei Ji. "Excuse me, are you a spatial ability user?" Hearing Tianyin's words, he was extremely astonished. "Can you tell what my ability is? You really are something else." Upon hearing Fei Ji's response, Tianyin quickly took a step forward. "I just observed you using that power to test us." His words piqued Fei Ji's interest. This guy is also a space-type ability user? At such a young age, he's already at level 10. Not bad at all, keep it up and you'll go far. If you ever get the chance, come visit Bright Yellow Star, that's the home of space-type ability users like us. Upon hearing Fei Ji, Tianyin wasn't particularly surprised since he'd already been there. On the other hand, Xuemai was rather puzzled by his actions. Suddenly, Tianyin opened a small spatial rift that Master Huang Xing had taught him to create. He raised his hand to the sky and pulled out a camouflage gem from the space. The gem was a deep green and carved with an intricately detailed snake. The moment Fei Ji laid eyes on it, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Is this the token from Master Huang Xing?" At once, he looked at Tianyin with admiration, his hand tightly gripping his. "I've never seen Master Huang Xing give anyone this camouflage gem. You're one lucky kid." Tianyin smiled awkwardly. "Master asked me to take care of a few things, so he gave it to me. We come from a place far away from Earth. These people are all my good friends. Can you let us in?" We just want to watch the martial arts tournament, we won't cause any trouble. He sheepishly asked for his permission. Fei Ji saw his junior like this and chose to turn a blind eye. Tian Yin's actions had deeply moved Shui Mai. He even happily became a pillar of support for him. Junior, if you ever need assistance in the future, just let me know. After all, we are fellow disciples. Tian Yin and the others thanked him and entered inside. Later, Tian Yin would learn that space-type ability users were incredibly united. Though their numbers were small, under Huang Xing's leadership, they formed a very powerful force. As they were walking, Shui Mai turned back and smiled brightly at him. Tian Yin, I truly appreciate what you did earlier. The misunderstanding from before is now cleared. Let's be good friends from now on. After expressing her gratitude, she returned to her usual high and mighty demeanor. Tian Yin, still stunned, waved his hand. Then I am honored as well. At that moment, Shuiyan, who had been walking ahead, suddenly turned around. You really should thank Tian Yin. It took me a while to realize. That person is a manipulator who is in charge of the entire defense line of the heavenly Libra orb. I can't believe he managed to bribe the guard. You're impressive, Tian Yin. Upon hearing this information, Tian Yin was utterly astonished. What? He's a manipulator? Shui Mai had to admit that, based on appearances alone, it was hard to tell. De Meng chuckled lightly. Don't underestimate that guy. Tian Yin's identity as a member of Holy Wisdom needed to be verified, so everyone was moved to a room designated for new arrivals. After many rounds of examination, they finally witnessed a scene with the gray-colored office printing periodic inspection. De Meng quickly instructed, Manipulator Masana here is very easygoing. There might be a test to assess your abilities, but don't worry, with your current physical condition, you'll definitely pass with ease. Reassured and encouraged by his words, Tian Yin's spirit lifted, and he felt much more confident. The door to the routine inspection office slowly opened. Tian Yin walked in slowly, and in front of him, there was someone sound asleep. He was drooling, completely unaware of his surroundings. Shui Mai, seeing Sana's utterly undignified state, frowned. Is this the manipulator? Oh my god. At that moment, De Meng stepped forward and asked, Manipulator Masana has always been a heavy sleeper. Should we wake him up? Tianyin felt it wasn't necessary, as he thought Sana was already old and shouldn't be disturbed from his precious sleep. He decided to sit and wait for Sana to wake up, or the others could go ahead and find the competition registration location. After Shuiyan and the others left, Tianyin continued to stand and wait. They had decided to communicate via the biological computers inside their bodies. After more than 30 minutes, Sana still showed no sign of waking up. Tian Yin's actions were entirely out of respect for Sana, not impatience. Since leaving his old village, he had always helped others. This place was the headquarters of Holy Wisdom, and as someone who valued manners, Tian Yin knew it was not a disadvantage to behave properly. He stood still, carefully concealing his dark ability, and began absorbing the energy flowing around him, practicing cosmic energy and spatial abilities. He didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, the person sleeping on the chair finally stirred. Sana stretched and said, How did I oversleep? That little elf really kept me wrapped up last night. By this point, he had realized that there was someone else in the room. Hey kid, you're here to test the strength of the manipulator, right? Tian Yin respectfully bowed his head and introduced himself, Greetings, Manipulator Masana. My psychic power has reached level 10, and I'm here to confirm my official membership. Seeing his behavior, Sana chuckled softly a few times, crossed his arms, rested his chin on them, and then made a suggestion, then hurry up and show it. Sana's casual remark left Tian Yin confused. He asked him in bewilderment, Do I need to present something? Sana raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a thoughtful expression, Kid, don't tell me you don't understand something as basic as this? Don't think that just because you're a space-type psychic, you'll be exempt from the rules. Naturally, you should show respect to a senior like me.
Despite hearing such a lengthy speech, Tianyin still couldn't make sense of any of it. Unable to hold back, he asked, "What did you just say?" Sana calmly gazed at him. "Where is the gift showing respect to a senior? Are you really so stunned by the outright bribery from him?" Tianyin couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Manipulator, I don't have anything valuable on me." Upon hearing this, Sana looked slightly puzzled. He faced Tianyin without any hesitation and made an offer, that I'll reduce the fee by 100,000 cosmic coins. Hearing the amount, Tianyin couldn't suppress his shock and blurted out, "What? 100,000? Why don't you just rob me outright?" Feeling insulted by the loud objection from such a junior, Sana's mood turned sour, and his voice deepened slightly. "Hey, you rude brat, do you dare speak to me like that?" Sana glared at Tianyin, his murderous intent growing stronger. As Sana fixed his cold gaze on him, an overwhelming sense of oppression flooded Tianyin's mind. It felt as though an invisible pressure was weighing down on him. Tianyin felt as if his blood was freezing, his whole body going numb. Meanwhile, he continued to look at him with those sharp eyes for a long time. Suddenly, Manhwa frowned and laughed loudly. "I see your little boy isn't bad at all. Do you have any sisters you'd like to introduce to me? If so, I'll help you become official." Upon hearing his words, Tianyin's face immediately darkened. In response to this shameless attitude, he was filled with intense anger. His hand clenched into a fist, and in a low voice, he spat, "Don't even mention it. Even if I had sisters, I wouldn't let you get to know them. I never expected there would be people like you in holy wisdom. This manipulator title doesn't matter to me." Unable to stand Sana's behavior any longer, Tianyin pushed back fiercely. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Encountering such a shameless person, Tianyin was filled with disgust. After only a few steps, a voice called out from behind, blocking his way. "Stop right there, turn around. You're really stupid, don't you actually want to become official?" At that moment, Tianyin did not look back. If he had, he would have seen the lewd smile on Sana's face. After a while, he slowly turned his head, his gaze hard as stone. "What else do you want? Trying to humiliate me? You may be a manipulator, but I will never lower myself before someone like you." Sana heard those words and could only smile faintly. In his heart, he silently thought that someone as young as Tianyin was truly easily moved by the words of others. Suddenly, Sana announced that Tianyin had met the standard, and those words left him stunned, stammering in disbelief. "What? Was that the test just now?" He burst out laughing. From the moment he entered the room, the test had already begun. No wonder he was Huang Xing's disciple, kind-hearted, yet courageous and upright. That was more than enough to make him a qualified manipulator. He praised Tianyin enthusiastically. Tianyin, now frozen with a blank expression, didn't know how to respond. Sana gently extended his hand and smiled softly. "Don't be dazed. Quickly, extend your hand. The test just now was given by your senior brother, Fei Ji. Your temperament is perfectly suited for this, and your ability level is not bad." Tianyin followed his instructions and lightly placed his hand on Sana's. Suddenly, Sana spoke. "No wonder Huang Xing took in a disciple with such a low ability level like you." After a moment, he finally spoke again. "All right, let's move on to the next test." Upon hearing this, Tianyin was quite surprised. "There's still another test? Isn't just confirming the level enough to pass?" Sana chuckled softly and took out a small box. "I just want to see how strong you really are. Don't worry, if you perform well, there will be a reward." Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Tianyin grew eager, but when he looked at what Sana was holding, he froze for a moment. This is the Demon Mirage Star. If used as a token, it allows you to stay on the Demon Mirage Star for 3 years under the title of permanent residence. Sana glanced at him subtly, observing his reaction. Not only does the Demon Mirage Star have many sacred beasts, but it is also suitable for cultivation. Staying there for 3 years,
you might very well find a sacred beast that suits you.
Is the reward big enough?
Tianyin then opened his spatial bag and replied, although this reward isn't bad, I already have one. He showed the demon mirage star that Huang Xing had given him. When Sana saw the emerald stone resting in his hand, she paused.
He really values you. Then let's make it something even more special.
With that, he pulled out an oval-shaped golden medallion from a drawer and handed it to him.
This is a Earth attribute medallion, called the Wujia medallion.
In times of danger, it will release its stored energy, and at the very least, it can save Tianyin's life once. When you're in a state of panic, its defensive ability will activate.
Tianyin stared at the Wujia medallion, deep in thought.
A treasure that could save a life like this would certainly help him survive any dangerous situation. As long as he still had a breath left when facing a life-threatening moment, he would be able to hold on to his life.
With that in mind, Tianyin decided to accept it. Sana opened a hidden door in the wall.
Behind the door was a dark space, and Tianyin's next test would take place in that room. He would have to rely on his own strength to defeat virtual enemies created through technology. At this point, he felt a bit uneasy, since this would be the first time he had ever faced such a test. He spoke again from beside her, based on your abilities, I prepared an opponent at level 18.
Tianyin slowly responded, alright, then I'll begin now.
His foot slowly stepped into the pitch-black room. There was not a single ray of light from any direction, causing Tianyin to carefully activate his spatial abilities. As he entered, he clearly felt his body growing heavier, with each movement consuming more and more physical strength. At that moment, Tianyin realized that the gravity in this space was 3 times greater than outside.
He took out his alloy dagger and gripped it tightly in his hand.
Tianyin's eyes were constantly scanning around.
He was on high alert about everything. Here, he couldn't use his shadow manipulation ability, nor could he rely on heavenly demon transformation. He could only use cosmic energy and spatial abilities. Tianyin slowly extended his mental power outside of his body, sensing the surroundings.
Before long, he pinpointed his position. Closing his eyes, he enveloped himself in cosmic energy while preparing for shapeshifting. His mental power remained focused, and he soon detected an abrupt fluctuation in energy. It was a humanoid energy form. At this moment, the test for him in this dark space had officially begun.
Tianyin quickly realized and heightened his vigilance towards the energy form. A blinding light burst forth, swallowing up the darkness in the room.
At the same time, outside, Sana was also waiting for a new guest.
He looked at the person and cheerfully spoke, "What brings you here?"
"The martial arts competition to choose a husband for you is in a few days."
"Aren't you planning to scout the ones who want to be your husband?"
Faced with those questions, she did not respond. Lan Lan just stood there, hands on her hips, her face full of helplessness as she looked at Masana. She was so angry that steam could have come out of her ears, seeing his cheerful face.
"Uncle Masana, stop laughing at me, I came to see you because there's obviously something going on."
Sana flustered, hurriedly putting away his precious items.
"Whenever you've come to see me, it's never been for anything good."
Before he could hide his treasure, Lan Lan had already spotted it and used magic to snatch it away.
"What kind of treasure was that?"
The blue light emanating from the small box fell into her hand.
Sana panicked and shouted,
"Quick, give it back to me, this is for preparing the elite official manipulator." Lan Lan looked at the demon mirage star, and her face instantly lit up with joy, no longer the scowl from earlier. She picked up the stone and examined it carefully. No wonder he valued it so much, it was just the right time for her to find a sacred beast for herself after the demon mirage.
"Can you give it to me?"
Lan Lan smiled brightly, asking Sana. He didn't know what to do, his heart filled with regret for losing his demon mirage star. Sana tried to hold onto the stone, already knowing that the little imp had come here with no good intentions. "If you take the demon mirage star, you have to stay there for 3 years.
Haven't you always hated training?"
Contrary to his expectations, Lan Lan cheerfully replied.
"My mom says the higher your abilities, the better sacred beast you can find."
That's why I never came before, but now I know I should try harder.
Uncle, please help me, and don't tell Grandpa about this, okay?
Sanaa had no way to keep the demon Mirage Star, so she reluctantly agreed to let her go to the demon Mirage Star. As long as your grandfather doesn't come to settle the score with me, of course, I won't say anything. At that moment, Lan Lan noticed something else on the table. She curiously stared at it. After a while, Lan Lan asked, "What is this? A medal?" Sanaa immediately became highly alert. This time, her movement was a beat slower. As the beam of blue light flew toward it, a dome of light appeared around the infinite metal, encasing it. He looked at Lan Lan with discontent. This little girl was really insatiable. He had already promised to give this to someone else. Noticing Sanaa's gaze, she could only force a smile. Lan Lan suddenly waved her hand back and forth. "Uncle, I came to find you this time to exchange for a biological computer. Mine is broken, and Mom told me to come to you to get a red one." Upon hearing this, he was slightly startled. Could it be that this little girl was about to become a manipulator? Sanaa quickly checked her level, and a voice announced, "Ability level 36, Cosmic Energy level 2, grade 9. Lan Lan was so happy that her voice trembled. "Really? Am I going to become a manipulator soon? I'm truly a genius." After checking, Sanaa felt a bit dejected. Heaven is unfair. You never seriously practiced, and yet your ability has reached level 36. She shyly smiled. "Still not as good as you, uncle." He chuckled and replied, "If you practice hard, you could reach the judge level in about 10 years. She smiled gently when she heard Sanaa's words. Yes, now Lan Lan understands her mistake. It's only now, at this moment, that I realize only when you have the ability can you do the things you love. He crossed his arms, rested his chin on them, and chuckled softly. Having power over others isn't just to protect yourself, but also to protect those you love. You must use your strength where it's needed most. Lan Lan grinned. Thank you, Uncle, for confirming that I'm a manipulator. I'll be on my way now, but I'll definitely come visit you when I have the chance. He felt a bit uneasy despite her cheerful demeanor. Every time you come, you end up taking something of mine. After their conversation, Lan Lan turned to leave. The door to the office slowly closed behind her. In the hallway outside, she leaned against the wall, giggling softly. Lan Lan extended her hand, holding the demon Mirage Star, and quietly reflected on how easily she had obtained it. Even if Grandpa arranges for me to marry someone I don't like, I don't need to worry. At least I have this, it can hide me for 3 years. Though the demon Mirage Star may seem boring, it's still better than marrying someone I don't like. She happily clenched the stone in her palm. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the heavenly Libra orb Holy Wisdom, the water element judge, Fei Air, was welcoming a young man into his room. The young man cautiously bowed his head in greeting. Hello, esteemed Mr. Latif Fei Air. I've come on behalf of my family to check in with you. Nyla smiled lightly, raising his gaze to look at the elder Fei Air, quickly inquiring. Nyla, it's been 5 or 6 years since I last saw you, hasn't it? You're looking more handsome every day, and you've grown so much taller. He replied cheerfully, Mr. Fei Air, I've come here this time to participate in the martial arts competition. Has Gue Ming encountered any formidable opponents yet? Originally, my grandfather didn't intend for me to come, but I didn't want the relationship between the two sides to become strained. Therefore, I sincerely hope to be paired with young Lady Lan Lan, your granddaughter. I hope you can give me a chance. Nyla stood facing the old man, explaining his story and his wishes. Fei Air was very pleased to see him like this. You are indeed a sensible child. This matter was caused by Lan Lan's mistake. I arranged this martial arts competition also with your best interests in mind. Don't worry, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you will emerge victorious. After all, your family is famous for its cultivation methods. The Azure Dragon power,
although the methods differ, the results are more powerful. He stood still, smiling as he listened to the old man speak. Fei Er suddenly fell silent for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. Has your Azure Dragon power reached the 5th level? The winner must defeat Lan Lan before she will acknowledge them. Her level is currently 35. Nyla quickly responded, that's true. After all, a husband should be stronger than his wife to make her feel protected. Mr. Fei Er, please rest assured, I will definitely succeed. This is a gift from my grandfather to you. Please accept it. He took out 2 bottles of rare wine and placed them on the table. The old man was stunned. This is red wine aged for several hundred years from Nation P, isn't it? This is too precious. Nyla respectfully nodded and smiled gently. Although these 2 bottles of wine are indeed precious, they are still nothing compared to the relationship between the 2 sides. I still have to prepare for the martial arts competition and cannot bother you any longer, Grandpa. The old man responded with a grunt and remained silent. Nyla then left. He slowly exited the room and closed the door behind him, his expression growing noticeably more somber. Suddenly, Nyla lifted his head, his face hidden by his disheveled hair, concealing his expression. He called out softly, "Asan, come here." His subordinate appeared quickly upon hearing the order, bowing respectfully. "Young master, is there anything you would like to command?" Nyla stared into the empty space ahead, letting out a cold snort. This old fox Fei Er has come up with such a method, clearly trying to probe our family's Azure Dragon power. I want you to have someone gather all the information on individuals with abilities of level 25 or higher who are participating in this competition. Analyze it thoroughly and bring it to me. LC turned and issued a serious command to Asan. He quickly accepted the order with a respectful reply. "Young master, it is said that young lady Lan Lan has an ability of level 35, which might be difficult to deal with." Without any worry, Nyla's lips curled into a faint smile. "Oh, that woman who had the guts to run away from her marriage. Once I catch her, I'll take my time teaching her a lesson. Even if she has a level 35 ability, I'll have my ways to handle her. At most, I'll let the old man Fei Er see the true power of the Azure Dragon power. But even if he does, he still won't understand its profundity." Nyla seemed to be full of confidence. However, in truth, he still had another method, one that wouldn't require the old man to witness the Azure Dragon power. Elsie's eyes were filled with hatred and a firm resolve for revenge. In the dark void, the intense battle between Tian and the energy entity finally entered its final stage. He breathed heavily, thinking to himself. The power of an 18th level ability user is really tough to handle. Even though the alloy dagger had struck its weak points dozens of times, it only slowed the entity down a little. He desperately wanted to use the heavenly demon transformation to tear the energy form apart, but he had to stay calm and not act impulsively. Tianyin struggled with the current situation, his teeth clenched in frustration. Suddenly, Tianyin quickly realized that the entity was about to attack him again. A massive fireball shot out from the palm of the energy form. Faced with this situation, he could not help but panic, with no choice but to take a risky step and launch an attack. Tianyin charged straight at the fire snake, distorting the space around him. The fire snake was split in two, but he also had to endure its scorching heat. Standing in the heart of the fire snake, the temperature soared even higher. Tianyin felt as though he was about to be roasted alive, but this time, he was certain he would strike the energy form's weakness. Tianyin utilized all his spatial abilities and successfully dashed in front of it, forcefully stabbing into its celestial core. The dagger sank deeper into the entity's weak point. A large fireball appeared at its head. Tianyin didn't have time to dodge and let the fireball break through the spatial shield he had just created. Tianyin summoned all the cosmic energy within his body to block the attack. He screamed in agony as the flames quickly erupted, burning his flesh. But Tianyin refused to give up. He wanted the energy form to die. His fighting spirit flared, and he swung his dagger with all his might. Tianyin decisively embraced his energy form, activating the paralyzed space as he made contact with it. The space in the room was completely distorted. Within the warped space, the energy form was shattered into pieces. Its fragments gradually fell apart and vanished into the surroundings. Exhausted, he leaned on his hands and took deep breaths. This paralyzed space technique also caused him some harm, but it proved far more useful than he had anticipated. Tianyin slowly wiped the sweat from his face. He had to use all his strength just to avoid collapsing. He had to rely on cosmic energy to protect himself externally. His mental strength continued to work hard to conceal the swirling darkness within him. At that moment, Sana opened the door and walked in. The kid was impressive, managing to pass through. Upon hearing him say that, Tianyin shot him a look of disdain. Back in Sana's office, he had originally planned to wait for Tianyin to hold out for about 5 minutes, considering that as passing the trial. However, he didn't expect Tianyin to completely eliminate the energy form. Tianyin spoke up in frustration, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sana happily explained, "Seeing that you could hold on for that long, I didn't intend to stop you. But in the end, you looked like a helpless baby pig, quite a pitiful sight. Just tidy yourself up here for a bit." A little while later, Tianyin had changed into another set of clothes. Seeing it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the attire of a Holy Wisdom member?" Tianyin could feel that the material was incredibly soft and light, making it extremely comfortable to wear. Wearing such a comfortable outfit that also looked expensive, he felt a little happier. Seeing Tianyin's intrigued expression, Sana couldn't help but laugh with delight. He hadn't expected Huang Xing to be so lucky to find a disciple with capabilities like him. "Kid, you'll have to work hard in the future. I hope you won't make me wait too long and come find me soon to verify your manipulator rank." He said this while placing the medal on Tianyin's chest. Upon hearing that, Tianyin became somewhat fearful. "I really hope that day can come a little later, as I said before. Next time, I definitely won't take any more tests." Hearing Tianyin's words, Sana laughed even louder. The infinite medal automatically linked with the biological computer. After being activated, the biological computer gained many additional functions, but everyone could contact him through his codename, 444. He continued to place a golden card in Tianyin's hand. "Are you preparing for the martial arts competition? Although the hope isn't very high, I still want to give you this. No need to go through the registration process, right?" Tianyin curiously accepted it. Was it a registration card? When asked, Sana quickly answered with a bright smile. "Yes, there's no information inside. If you agree, I'll add the data, but if you just want to go and watch, you can keep it as it is." Tianyin smiled happily and faced him with a cheerful grin. "Then, thank you." Sana, seeing his opportunity, tempted him further. "If one day you find that old man Huang Xing is no longer suitable to be your master, come find me. Although I don't have space-based powers, I still know quite a bit about other things." He confidently laughed, slapping his chest, but Tianyin could only smile awkwardly and politely decline. "He treats me very well, and I hope to continue learning from him." With that, Tianyin quickly bowed his head and bid Sana farewell. Sana did not keep Tianyin for long. "All right, go ahead." The door to Sana's office slowly closed. He remained inside, standing there muttering to himself. Indeed, a good seed. It seems Holy Wisdom has someone to carry on the legacy. The corridor now hardly had any figures walking back and forth. Tianyin walked a short distance before stopping, seeming a bit weak. During the recent test, his space ability had been nearly exhausted. After thinking for a moment, he let out a deep breath and decided to contact Demeng. Tianyin typed in his title, and not long after, they were connected. From the biocomputer came Demeng's astonished voice. "Tianyin, you've been verified already?" Tianyin cheerfully accepted and asked for the location of their group. He quickly responded. "The teachers on the 3rd floor have finished registering."
Take the sound speed elevator up here. Everyone's waiting for you by the elevator doors. Upon hearing about the sound speed elevator, Tianyin looked around and saw it. He quickly replied, "Okay, I've just entered the elevator, I'll meet everyone soon." Just as he hung up, the elevator arrived. Tianyin lifted his gaze and felt a sense of joy when the elevator arrived right on time. The doors slowly opened, and a figure gradually appeared from behind the doors. He was quite surprised to see that there was someone inside. When he saw the person, Tianyin's eyes whitened slightly. Nyla crossed his arms, looking at him with a completely emotionless expression. As the elevator doors opened, Tianyin and Nyla came face to face. Tianyin stepped aside to let him out first before stepping in himself. Suddenly, Tianyin's whole body was racked with intense pain. Having used up so much energy in the recent test, he was now exhausted. As he looked up, Nyla had already moved close to him, making Tianyin jump in surprise. He couldn't understand why Nyla looked so irritated to encounter him. Nyla furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he let out a cold snort. He aggressively walked over and intentionally bumped his shoulder into Tianyin's. Wounds piled upon wounds. Tianyin coughed up blood in pain, his chest hurting unbearably. He couldn't comprehend what kind of strength that was. His body felt weak and powerless as he collapsed backward. Gradually, Tianyin's body slid down, while Nyla merely stood there watching him. At this moment, he laughed mockingly. Is this the kind of people holy wisdom has? Remember this. You're nothing more than a dog of holy wisdom. As he spoke, Nyla looked at Tianyin with disdain, brushing the shoulder of his coat lightly. Tianyin trembled in pain, his eyes filled with intense hatred as he glared at him. Tianyin stared at Nyla, frustrated. Who the hell is this bastard? So pissed, but I can't make a sound. He used his mental force to control his ability, preparing to break free from the mental control and unleash the strength of heavenly demon transformation. Tianyin closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his body. Unexpectedly, after releasing the control, 3 differently sized orbs of power began to operate continuously, not merging as they would when Tianyin used heavenly demon transformation. Before long, the spirals returned to their original positions. However, the spatial power that had been depleted returned to its original state. The 3 spirals gradually evened out in size. Although the energy balance was much smaller than in its optimal state, the feeling of weakness had completely dissipated. The pain in his chest from the blood loss earlier had also improved significantly. Tianyin slowly stood up, gritting his teeth in anger. That kid earlier drove me crazy. The humiliation of today, I'll make sure to pay him back tenfold one day. When meeting the Demang group again, Tianyin received the registration card that he and the person in charge of registration had requested. Then, they both returned to the first-floor lobby of Heavenly Libra Orb to find Fei Ji. Upon seeing him again, they conversed about Tianyin's test results. Fei Ji laughed heartily. You even changed into your uniform? It's not dark yet, you didn't embarrass the master, give me back this jade false appearance. The demon Mirage Star has abundant energy. 3 years of cultivation here is equivalent to 10 years of hard practice on another planet. The effect may only last until you upgrade your manipulator rank, but it's very suitable for you. Hearing this, Tianyin wondered why it was limited to that rank. Fei Ji slowly explained, once your true demon mirage reaches a certain level, the power and energy there will become saturated. If you want to level up further, it won't be as simple as just absorbing energy. It requires not only comprehension but also luck. After 3 years of cultivation, you should go to Huangming Star to study under a master. Only by receiving proper guidance will your path to advancement be smooth. Thanks to his guidance, Tianyin realized he had been thinking the same way as Fei Ji. A smile gradually appeared on his face, and he respectfully thanked him. Fei Ji politely responded, we are fellow disciples, so it's only natural to look out for each other. You all should go back and rest now. After saying their goodbyes, Tianyin's group turned and left. Fei Ji stood there, watching them tenderly. The master had given him the jade false appearance, which meant he would become the master's heir. Although he still didn't understand why the teacher chose me, the teacher's command is something we must obey. A while later, at the headquarters building of Holy Wisdom, when they arrived at the hotel not far from the heavenly Libra orb, an issue arose. They only provided 2 rooms for Demang and his group. After some negotiation, they managed to divide the rooms. He decided that he and Xuan would share one room, while Tianyin and Xuemai would share the other. This arrangement made her extremely unhappy. Demang then explained, each room only has 2 beds. Don't worry, Tianyin is an upright person. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. I'm a bit confused right now, but it's fine. Even if I have to sleep on the floor while you're with the 2 teachers, I'm okay with it. Tianyin truly couldn't imagine what it would be like to share a room with Xuemai. He was afraid he might be burned to ashes by tomorrow. She turned to him and saw Tianyin's attitude, which only made her even angrier. Xuemai snapped, pinching his cheek hard. Do you think I'll eat you or something? Tianyin cried out in pain, letting out a small squeak. While the 2 of them continued to banter, Xuan and Demeng had already opened the door to their room and were saying their goodbyes. He tried to cry out for help. 2 teachers, help me, this can't be happening. Seeing Tianyin reject her so strongly, Xuemai was furious. She kept questioning him, and the 2 of them argued back and forth for quite a while. In the end, Tianyin had no choice but to comply with the arrangement, sharing a room with Xuemai, and even had to place the 2 beds next to each other as per her request. He looked at the 2 beds with a sense of panic, thinking to himself, are we really sharing a bed? Could it be that Xuemai really has feelings for me? She walked in from outside and asked, have you set up the beds yet? Suddenly, Tianyin was hit on the head by a flying pillow. Xuemai had only done that because he wanted to sleep on the floor. It wasn't until later that Tianyin realized he had overthought things earlier. He quietly picked up the pillow, his expression dissatisfied, and scolded. Young lady Xuemai, you're going too far. With my small frame, 1 bed is more than enough for me. But she didn't seem to care much about Tianyin, instead collapsing onto the bed in pure delight. Only then did Xuemai mischievously wink at him. Back home, this young lady always slept on a big bed. It's a habit now. She joyfully rolled around on both beds, chatting away without stopping. If you have any objections, take it to the bathroom and flush it down. Just don't let me hear it. Xuemai's actions left Tianyin speechless. He sighed and resignedly walked over to the corner of the room, dropping the pillow there. Forget it, I'll just sit in this corner and practice my cultivation. Not hearing Tianyin complain anymore, she casually glanced his way. Observing his actions, she was a little surprised. I only wanted to tease him a little, yet he doesn't even argue with me. He's such a blockhead. No wonder he's still single. Xuemai, not very happy, sat up. Slowly, she crawled to the edge of the bed and, dissatisfied, spoke up. What's with sleeping in the middle of the day? Tianyin, upon hearing Xuemai's words, retorted, I wasn't sleeping, I was meditating. Young lady Xuemai, you've already taken up my bed, now do you want to control everything I do? Suddenly, Tianyin's words made her feel dejected, and she started to act spoiled, saying, now, neither of you will take me out to play, will you? Can you talk to me a little longer? Seeing her look so cute, Tianyin froze for a moment, his face flushing slightly. Xuemai quickly noticed his unusual expression. She immediately straightened up, hands on her hips, and questioned, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a girl before? Tianyin forced a smile and turned away, it's not that, I've never met a girl who's so fierce. She was stunned by his response and asked again, I'm fierce? Really? Xuemai's reaction only surprised him more. After thinking for a moment, Tianyin spoke up, it seems like, of all the girls I know, you're the one who has the most attitude. Hearing him criticize her in such a serious tone, she couldn't help but get angry, but she tried to hold it in. He really was skilled in the art of speaking, though. After he finished speaking, Xuemai didn't say anything more.
She just cast a quick glance at Tianyin before letting it go. It seemed like he was exactly the type of person who would say whatever came to mind, someone as blunt as this. After a while, she turned around and lay back down on the bed, saying, "I'm sleepy. You go ahead and meditate. But if I catch you trying anything improper." Shuemai didn't finish her sentence but merely huffed coldly. Tianyin sat in the corner of the room, helplessly waving his hand. "Even if you gave me money, I wouldn't dare." "An improper intention, huh? I'm just trying to avoid you." Finally, there was peace. She had to make the most of this time to cultivate, making sure that the three energy vortexes within her body all operated simultaneously. Tianyin gently closed her eyes and began her practice. By absorbing the surrounding energy, Tianyin would gradually bring the three vortexes back to their proper orbit. A long while later, Shuemai sleepily opened her eyes. She sat up, stretching her arms with a refreshed look, her face breaking into a bright smile. "How long have I been asleep?" Turning to glance at the clock, Shuemai was startled. "Has it already become the next morning? I slept too long." It seemed the journey from another planet had left her body extremely exhausted. At this moment, she finally noticed the person sitting in the corner of the room. Seeing Tianyin nodding off, Shuemai couldn't help but wonder. Has this guy been meditating from that moment until now? Has he been sitting there all this time without moving? Does he think I'm a female tiger or something? Oh well, let him be. She stared at him for a long time, her mind wandering, before getting out of bed to wash her face. Shuemai tiptoed out of the bathroom, trying to be as quiet as possible so she wouldn't wake the other person. But when Shuemai glanced back, she saw Tianyin staring at her, his face turning red in surprise. She froze for a moment, unable to catch up with the situation, and blurted out, "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, after asking, Shuemai, embarrassed, screamed loudly. Fiery ropes shot toward him one after another, causing him to panic. "Wait a minute." After a while, she stopped and saw Tianyin unconscious with a nosebleed. To avoid the awkward situation, he quickly pretended to faint. Shuemai anxiously called out to Tianyin, but when he didn't wake up, her panic only grew. She decided to go find Demeng and Xuan. Tianyin lay there, and upon hearing this, he wanted to tell her not to do it, but it was too late. The two of them had already arrived and witnessed the rather unpleasant scene. After hearing the full story, they, of course, realized that Tianyin was pretending. So, he told him to take Shuemai and leave. The two of them sat in the room, feeling awkward. Faced with this situation, he truly wanted to explain. Tianyin finally cleared up the misunderstanding. In the following days, life between him and Shuemai became more peaceful. It seemed that her guilt had made her attitude more gentle. Tomorrow was the martial arts tournament. Everyone wanted Shuemai to stay behind and keep the house, but she absolutely didn't want to. Xuan helplessly patted Shuemai's head, with no other solution. If she didn't get the competition registration card, she would have to accept it. She burst into tears. "I don't want to stay while Tianyin goes and brings me his card." But surprisingly, he was actually happy to give it to Shuemai. "I was planning to stay in the training room anyway, but whenever everyone comes back, make sure to tell me the interesting stories from today." With the registration card handed to her by Tianyin, her eyes immediately brightened. "You're really giving it to me?" Shuemai quickly regained her cheerfulness, constantly jumping with joy to celebrate. Demeng and Xuan found this situation somewhat hard to believe. They hadn't expected him to do such a thing. In fact, Tianyin still had the registration card that Zana had given him earlier. Of course, Tianyin has to watch the match, but he can't go with his group. Because tomorrow, Tianyin wants to appear under a different identity. He stood still, deep in thought for a long time. The next day, after saying goodbye to Demeng's group, Tianyin stayed behind alone at the hotel and began his mission. He walked quickly down the corridor, draped in a small cloak. The outfit provided by Holy Wisdom was too easily recognizable, so he needed to disguise himself a bit. Of course, he had a treasure that was perfect for concealing his identity. He then opened his personal space. Tianyin took out the mask of darkness and put it on. Only by using it to hide his true identity could he unleash the full extent of his formidable power. Tianyin stood before the mirror, observing himself, and couldn't help but sigh. After channeling his spiritual energy into the mask of darkness, he couldn't even see his own face in the reflection, leaving only a vague impression. Just wait and see. That arrogant fool who humiliated me yesterday will definitely show up in the hall. When that happens, I'll make him pay. He was filled with burning determination as he concealed the powerful aura surrounding him. At this moment, in the grand aerial arena where the TYV tournament was being held, Tianyin slowly made his way inside. As soon as he entered, his registration was processed immediately. Tianyin surveyed the surroundings, unable to hide his astonishment. Even though we can register, we still have to go through several rounds of security checks before we can enter. It seems that the number of people here is fewer than expected. A large screen appeared in mid-air, and an announcement echoed. The Lanjing team focused on tightly securing the entrance to the hall. The opening time has come, and even now, he is still very curious about who will eventually be Lan Lan's husband. Fei Er appeared on the screen, respectfully greeting everyone. Today, all you need to do is find the winner of the final match. Not only will they have the chance to marry my granddaughter, but they will also gain the rights to join the Lanjing squad, the brigade, and the organization. Now, here are the rules of the competition. Members who can endure my strength will qualify to challenge the manipulator Masana. As long as they can last for 10 seconds, they will pass to the next round. Tianyin listened intently to each rule. The people around him also sat seriously, paying attention. In the next round, they would be split into pairs to fight. The winner would rest for 4 hours and then proceed to challenge his granddaughter. He really didn't expect that Sana would be the one to challenge the participating candidates. Tianyin felt very fortunate to be wearing the dark mask to conceal his identity. Suddenly, the screen in the air disappeared, and in its place, a blue orb slowly began to form. Everyone in the stands was astonished. They didn't expect Fei Er and Ma Sana to truly appear here. Since there were still 10 minutes left before the start, they were very curious. The old man looked toward the stands and said, "Today, there are only 472 people, fewer than I imagined. Perhaps many of them are just here for fun." However, everyone has shown their sincerity, even though the competition hasn't started yet. To make the battle fair, it would be appropriate to let everyone take a look at Lan Lan's appearance. Fei Er turned toward the stands and explained. Immediately, a large beam of light appeared behind him. Tianyin, sitting up above and observing, couldn't help but admire. This was Lan Lan's grandfather, the judge of the water system, with great influence in holy wisdom. What do you think? His power is immense. Suddenly, the others stood up in amazement, their eyes glued to the beam of light. This is the water-based ability of Judge Fei Er. The beam of light is emitted from a platform in the sky. The people here eagerly looked toward the beam of light, from which a figure gradually appeared. Inside the blue beam of light, a mass of water was circulating. After a while, this mass of water took the form of a perfect young lady, Lan Lan. Tianyin, sitting below the stands, looked up, his mouth agape. Is that Lan Lan? Isn't it water forming his shape? How much control is needed to accomplish something like that? A person made entirely of water-based ability was gracefully dancing atop the blue beam of light. Her dance was mesmerizing, moving the hearts of the surrounding audience. Suddenly, a voice from behind him spoke. Judge Fei Er's power is truly impressive. His water ability is almost like space ability, capable of summoning things. Tianyin turned around and saw 2 guards from Lanjing's team standing there, commenting on the martial arts competition. When did they arrive today? I didn't even notice them. My strength really isn't much. However, this event makes me even more excited about the journey to Demon Mirage Star. He sat there, pondering about the future for a while,
as the green dots of light began to float toward the audience in the stands. They reached out to touch them, while also wondering, where did these come from? The green light cluster in the sky and the figure of Lon Lon simultaneously turned into countless specks of light. The enormous pressure that had been present gradually disappeared. When everyone felt their bodies lighten, the specks of light touched them. The arena suddenly became unusually noisy. In the brilliant light, the blue halo appeared, and various chaotic sounds echoed for a long while. Tianyin, startled, jumped up. Those who had touched the glowing spot had all fainted, lying motionless on the platform, more than half of them unable to avoid it. He was horrified by this scene and immediately understood that the first test that Fei Er had prepared for the espers present had begun. Fei Er's control over her abilities was incredibly strong, this was as clear as day. The blue light that had knocked down those people was like swatting down weeds. They all collapsed to the ground. In an instant, Tianyin realized he was trapped in an extremely harsh test. He quickly formed a solid defensive barrier. Tianyin could only rely on the concealing power of the dark mask, unleashing all three of his abilities to defend himself. Suddenly, he felt a cold, icy gust piercing through his chest. Even though he had deployed his strongest defensive layer, he still couldn't withstand the destructive force of the attack. Tianyin narrowed his eyes, looking up at the sky, and could only barely block a portion of the attack. His body was becoming increasingly stiff, making it difficult to resist. He cast a glance at the two guards, unable to suppress his amazement. And yet, two members of the Lan Jing squad can easily break through that attack, and even talk casually as if nothing had happened. Is this a joke? The destructive power of the icy air was starting to feel vague. Fei Er and Zana stood high above, surveying the surroundings, making their observations. The icy chill severed the connection between Tianyin and his three abilities. Even though he had no intention of using the heavenly demon transformation, the three powers had merged with each other by accident. The strength was so abundant it felt like it could explode from his chest, while hellfire spread throughout Tianyin's body. Though it did not give a feeling of heat, the coldness had been dispelled. The dark mask clearly showed the power of the holy artifact. In just a short time, he realized that he had undergone significant changes, but from the outside, nothing seemed to have changed. The two guards quickly took notice of Tianyin. They were quite surprised that he had survived Fei Er's attack. The blue light slowly faded, and the entire arena fell into silence. Clearly, the elder had not yet used his full power. Tianyin sighed in relief and slumped down in his chair, temporarily ending the ordeal. If the water judge had grown this strong, what would happen if the Grand Elder of Holy Wisdom was in his place? In the past, Mo Teacher had once commented on the legendary duel 30 years ago. What would the battle between darkness and light have looked like? As he idly pondered, he tiredly rubbed his eyes. At this moment, Fei Er continued to announce, "The trial match has ended. Anyone still capable of fighting may freely challenge manipulator Masana." He smiled brightly from the side, waving to everyone. Those who had lasted 10 seconds were eligible to participate in the next round, but the ban on using sacred beasts in the match made the contestants uneasy. After the announcement, Fei Er quickly vanished. Zana looked up, speaking in a deep voice, "Let's begin. Anyone ready can step up. Come on, kids, it only takes 10 seconds. I won't use all my strength, so I hope you can surprise me." He smiled brightly and extended his hand. The candidates up there hesitated slightly, none of them eager to take the lead. Suddenly, something made Tianyin startle. He looked to the side, breaking out in a cold sweat. Isn't that the Lan Jing team from earlier? Why are they suddenly sitting here? But it was okay, he had the dark mask, so there was no need to worry too much. He turned to start a conversation. "Hey, buddy, your strength earlier wasn't bad. Why don't you go down and give it a try?" Tianyin quickly declined. "I'm still very weak, it was just luck that I was barely able to hold my ground." Seeing that Tianyin was quite humble, the man continued the conversation. "I'm number 6. What's your name?"
What kind of ability do you practice? Suddenly being asked like this, Tianyin was momentarily startled because he couldn't reveal his real name. He hesitated for a moment, struggling to come up with an appropriate name. Luckily, he remembered Baihe, and he likened himself to a green leaf growing densely, sheltering the Baihe flowers. Thus, the name Lu Yi was born to cover up Tianyin's true identity. I know a bit about spatial abilities. Upon hearing this, number 6 was quite surprised. Lu Yi? With that kind of strength, you must be a manipulator. But as far as I know, there aren't many spatial manipulators. Are you a disciple of Mo? Suddenly asked like that, Tianyin had to think hard again for a cover-up excuse. Sorry, I don't think I can answer that. Every Esper has their own secrets, right? Only the manipulators responsible for supervision have the right to know my identity. After saying that, Tianyin turned his face away, leaving number 6 silently sitting there. He glanced sideways, his voice deepening slightly. The Supervisory Institute? At that moment, the appearance of the first challenger in the aerial arena temporarily resolved the immediate danger facing Tianyin. Esper of Fire System, level 27, Luo Yan, who always had a strong desire to fight, had come to witness the spectacle this time with the hope of finding a challenger. Luo Yan, skilled in and adept at using fire, began exchanging moves with Sana. However, the difference in their respective skill levels created a gap in their abilities. Luo Yan could only hold out for 9 seconds before being eliminated. In the VIP section, the members of Fei Er's family were closely watching the developments. Lan Lan, Oya, and the elderly man silently observed with great attention. Number 6 walked over to talk to number 8. Look at that kid. Didn't he say only the manipulator in charge would know his identity? I'm going to find someone from the Supervisory Institute now. Tianyin heard these words and felt deeply dissatisfied how clingy they were. Unable to hold back, he turned to number 8 and asked, "Are you all members of Holy Wisdom and still don't trust me?" He helplessly explained, "It's not that we don't trust you, but recently, the dark forces have been very active. When you revealed your strength earlier, we needed to verify your identity." Under Zana's urging, Bo Kasi, the second challenger, successfully advanced to the finals. After a long period of challenges, 15 people finally made it through. He called out for one final challenge. Just then, a pair of steady feet landed firmly on the field from above. Yes, of course, there is. As soon as Tianyin saw that figure, he quickly recognized it. Nyla confidently stepped forward to challenge Zana from the Bai Air family. Nailu Bai Air requests to challenge manipulator Masana, he said, stunned and frozen. It was him. Number 8, seeing Tianyin's surprised expression, became curious and hastily replied, "I've met this person before." He continued to explain, Nailu was originally the fiancé of young lady Lan Lan, but their engagement was annulled. This time, he has the right to participate in the competition, and the annulment of the engagement was actually due to young lady's actions first. Zana looked at him with a rather unfriendly gaze. Although she didn't like him, Fei Er had told her that Nyla should hold back so that he wouldn't get into trouble. The audience in the stands seemed shocked by his appearance here. Tianyin thought it might be necessary to explain a bit more, so he quickly stepped up and addressed the spectators. Technically, he doesn't have the qualifications to participate, but he was originally the fiancé of young lady Lan Lan. With Fei Er's consent, the organizing committee has made an exception for him. I'm explaining this to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Lan Lan, sitting in the VIP section, overheard the conversation. She was trembling with anger. Unable to contain the immense fury inside, she stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. How could this happen? She couldn't hold back and turned to question Fei Er. Grandfather, why did you allow him to participate in the competition again? This is completely unfair to me. The old man gently closed his eyes and calmly replied, he was originally your fiancé. You must give him a chance to prove himself, to honor his grandfather. He may not necessarily be inferior to you, so why rush? In response to Fei Er's words, Lan Lan became even more furious. She never imagined her grandfather could be like this. She couldn't argue any further. With frustration, she returned to her seat. Fei Er glanced down at the arena, deep in thought. I can only sacrifice you. If the old man can maintain his relationship with the Bai Er family, he will have a chance to become the Grand Elder of Holy Wisdom. At this moment, on the battlefield, Ma Sana spoke first. We can begin now. When I make my move, the timer will start. Nyla smiled lightly and nodded as if he understood. In an instant, he quickly moved, leaving only a faint trace behind. On the stands, Tianyin was left wide-eyed, stunned by the speed. It was a direct assault decision. Continuous attacks were unleashed towards Sana. He remained motionless, standing still with his hands raised to block, striking back without hesitation. This light. It must be the secret technique of their family, the Azure Dragon power, right? The attack, after traveling a short distance, was stopped by an invisible shield. Nyla struck once and then retreated, maintaining a certain distance. Before he could stabilize, a vortex quickly formed around Nylu. What's happening? The spectators above gasped in astonishment as the manipulator Masana, using earth-based abilities, took a direct blow from Nylu. Immediately afterward, he circled behind to block Nyli's escape route. He was now completely surrounded with no gap for him to escape. The sharp attacks from Zana whizzed toward Nylu. He wasn't scared at all, instead, he mocked them with a smile. I've realized something. It seems like all members of Holy Wisdom have some issues with their minds. Nyli's taunting words caused him to quickly waver, his brows furrowing tightly. Seizing the opportunity in this moment of distraction, he broke free from the encircling red barrier. If he couldn't fight, at least he knew how to escape. Tianyin, observing from above, was thoroughly shocked by what had transpired. What exactly is this Azure Dragon power? Can it really be used like this? Zana shot Nylu an irritated glance, his frustration building. By now, the smile on his face had completely vanished. Suddenly, a large screen appeared in the air, covering the entire arena. The spectators, surprised one after another, were in awe. To think that such a massive chunk of earth could be conjured from nothing, it was truly overwhelming. This time, it seemed like Nylu was completely dominated. Nyla quickly looked up above and then lowered his body. He snorted angrily, his brows furrowed tightly as he gritted his teeth, his frustration clearly evident on his face. But Nyla did not give up, he charged straight at the curtain. Tianyin was utterly shocked. He never imagined that Nyla could push it this far. Nyla had used Azure Dragon power like a drill to launch a direct attack, even matching Zana's strength blow for blow. Seeing his stubbornness, Zana raised his hand. If it continued like this, he would just have to strike again. Suddenly, a voice announced, "The challenge time has ended for manipulator Masana." Hearing this, Zana was stunned. According to his memory, only 7 seconds had passed. He couldn't believe it and immediately checked the clock on the biological computer. It was only then that Zana realized he had been tricked. A figure lightly descended onto the arena. Nyla smiled and extended his hand. So what now? Has the time run out? The conversation from earlier had inadvertently lasted over 3 seconds, granting him the victory. On the stands, Tianyin and the 8th participant hadn't anticipated this move of his. Though Zana was unwilling, the rules were clear and must be followed. 10 seconds had passed, and the large curtain he had created vanished. The arena fell into silence. Zana fell silent, saying, "I will retract my special ability." Though he said this, part of him still acknowledged Nyla's strength. Nyla chuckled and winked. "No, this isn't a trick, it's intelligence." Nyla suddenly extended his hand, giving a slight smile, and with a provocative tone, he spoke, "Manipulator Masana, I admit your strength is formidable, but I'm afraid there's a bit of an issue here."
The cheerful smile still lingered on his lips, but his words and actions were infuriating. Masana, provoked in such a way, could hardly contain his anger. Calmly, he leaped into the air, his laughter booming. Nyla quickly returned to his position in the stands, but his demeanor and words had already angered many of the espers present. They ground their teeth in fury at Nyla's arrogance, and even Tianyin and the number 8 participant hadn't expected him to speak like that. At that moment, Zana, still standing on the field, shot a glare at Nyla, as if to say he had completed the task his elder had assigned him. Fei Er, surprised by the boy's disrespect, was even more taken aback by the mockery directed at Holy Wisdom. Suddenly, the mechanical sound of the system echoed, signaling the end of the challenge. All 16 contestants prepared for the final round in 4 hours. In the VIP section, Lon Lon was beaming with joy, her laughter ringing out. "Grandfather, is this the person you've chosen?" Fei Er had heard all of Nai Li's words from beginning to end. In a hoarse voice, he told her to be silent. At that moment, there was no one else on the stands. The young man in the 8th position began to feel uncomfortable, his irritation growing at Nai Li's arrogance. How dare he act so presumptuous, thinking he was worthy of marrying young Lady Lan Lan? Tianyin, standing beside him, also felt there was some behind-the-scenes manipulation going on. Number 8 lowered his voice and silently agreed with Tianyin's suspicion. The power of Bai Er was among the strongest and most influential families within the Galactic Alliance. Not only does this family have a significant influence, but they also possess their own planet, along with the most powerful warships in the fleets. After hearing about the immense power of the family, Tianyin was forced to fall silent, remaining cautious. Number 8 shifted the topic. He hinted at inviting Tianyin to teach the brat Nai Lu by registering him for the competition. In return, number 8 promised that number 6 wouldn't investigate his identity. Tianyin firmly told number 8 that he would teach Nilo, as there was still an unresolved debt between their families. Upon hearing this, number 8 hesitated for a moment, shifting from a pleading tone to one of concern. This was because Tianyin had never participated in a battle before. However, Tianyin seemed indifferent, as he didn't want to marry Lan Lan, nor did he want Nilo to win. At the same time, he wanted to protect Esper's dignity. When he heard the 4 words "protect the supernatural abilities," the weight that had been bearing down on him instantly lifted. Number 8 proudly patted Tianyin on the shoulder, while Tianyin simply grunted in response. From a distance, number 6 stepped down and walked over, asking, "Number 8, what are you doing?" Seeing Tianyin beside him, he called out, "Hey, you there?" Tianyin was about to reply but paused as someone else was approaching from behind number 6. He introduced the man following him, intending for Tianyin to reveal his identity. This man was the manipulator Sa Lang. With a cold expression and a voice full of disdain, his demeanor suggested that his abilities were likely nothing impressive. Number 8 intervened and assured that among all the people he knew, Tianyin's abilities were far from ordinary, as he possessed the spatial esper power. If there were any dark forces involved, they would know Tianyin's true identity. Alright, number 8 continued to ease the suspicions of number 6 by using the biological computer of Holy Wisdom. At this point, number 6 also began to doubt him. Sa Lang still couldn't understand why number 8 kept defending Tianyin. He asked him directly. So how can Tianyin prove his identity? Number 8 seemed unable to shield him any longer, so he invited both of them to sit down and recounted the events from earlier. After listening to the narration, number 6 asked, "Can he actually defeat him?" The Azure Dragon power of the Bai Er family is not easy to deal with, even Master Fei Er couldn't figure it out. Tianyin responded casually. "If that guy wins in the final match, I'll personally step forward. But in exchange, I have a small request." Without hesitation, Tianyin laid out his demands. "I don't want to marry young Lady Lan Lan because I already have someone I love, and I hope everyone can cooperate." After hearing the request, number 6 hesitated slightly. Why did Tianyin keep hiding his identity, unless he was from Holy Wisdom? He also thought that young Lady Lan Lan wouldn't dare to tear apart someone else's family. After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, as Tianyin sensed that the other person might be misunderstanding his intentions, he added, I come from Bright Yellow Star, and I'm an external staff member of the Min clan. Manipulator Mo is my master, and I'm on a mission to guard the Demon God Temple. I hope everyone keeps my identity a secret. Sa Lang, half believing and half doubting, handed over a token and pointed out a few suspicious details. Deep down, he couldn't help but admire Tianyin's extensive experience. But fortunately, Tianyin had prepared a contingency plan, slipping his hand into a small gap. He then extended his hand, revealing a small orb inside, intricately engraved with the image of a snake. Upon seeing the small orb, Sa Lang relaxed his facial muscles and admitted that they were old friends, and he had heard about it before. He promised to keep his secret. Tianyin casually continued the conversation, explaining that the reason he could not reveal his identity was because of Master Mo's advice, and that he was here solely to learn. He also subtly hinted that someone had intentionally slandered holy wisdom, and he would not tolerate such behavior. Sa Lang had to admit that although his old friend was eccentric, he had disciples of great caliber. He soon realized that Tianyin was well suited to participate in the competition. Though he had managed to conceal his identity, Tianyin couldn't help but wonder why the three of them had not noticed anything unusual. Half an hour passed quickly, and there were 16 participants, randomly divided into 8 teams. Nai Lu and Bai Air were pitted against Esper of the space system. Since their levels weren't vastly different, the outcome was easy to predict, but Tianyin had pushed his vision to the limit and applied all his abilities, which no one else had done. This left him puzzled. He asked Sa Lang, why hasn't anyone used flying technique yet? Sa Lang explained that it was to avoid adding variables. As for Nai Lu, it was unnecessary for her, so she didn't use flying technique, saving time and reducing damage. For the Min people, the result was considered favorable. In his mind, Tianyin had to admire the tacit understanding of those from holy wisdom. Soon enough, the 8th match arrived, and Nai Lu, along with the space manipulator, both took the stage. Jiarui, with an expressionless face, calmly stepped forward to fight. The referee introduced the names of the 2 individuals and laid out a few rules. Nai Lu showed a look of disdain and contempt for his opponent. Jiarui, however, paid little attention to the words and casually remarked, "The wind is really strong today." Seeing that his opponent did not take him seriously, Nai Lu felt slightly irritated. It turned out that Jiarui's words implied he was just a braggart, which caused Nai Lu to pause for a moment. On the stands, everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this, because the remark was spot on. Tianyin was no exception, sitting with a smirk on his face. Nai Li's face darkened. If he wanted to court death, then he could hardly blame him. Without hesitation, he lunged at Jiarui, as if he were going to devour him alive. Nai Lu gritted his teeth and unleashed his strength to attack, the energy rushing forward like a tornado. However, his opponent easily dodged it. Despite the constant movement around them, Nai Lu remained calm and challenged them, "Is all you can do is run away?" Without even glancing, Nai Lu could still sense the position of his enemy and strike accurately. Even Jiarui couldn't help but feel a bit wary of him. Truly worthy of being the sole heir of the Bai Air family. Nai Lu was deeply frustrated. He had let the pesky mouse escape. But then a plan began to form in his mind. When dealing with those who had spatial abilities, mere observation would only reveal illusions, so using mental power was the best method. Nai Lu began to gather his power into a net. The longer time passed, the more tightly the strands interlinked. Soon, Nai Lu caught a signal and instinctively raised his hand to block the spatial-based attack. Those watching from the outside started to murmur about the unexpected strike. However, Tianyin quickly noticed something strange. It seemed as though something was protecting him. Jiarui was inside the battle, extremely furious. Once again, it was that azure dragon power. He reluctantly decided to fight in a more extreme way, knowing that if he were detected, he would only have to brace himself for the attack. 3 more strikes. 3 waves of energy immediately shot out, as he had instructed.
No matter how strong Jiarui was, he was almost blown away by the recoil. He couldn't withstand it and spat blood on the spot. The force of his attack was truly too powerful. Nai Lu is incredibly confident. "I won't let you escape this time," sure to win rushed forward. As the swirling energy spiraled, it immediately surged toward him. Jiarui, clutching his injuries, struggled to hold on. "I won't let you have it your way." Tianyin looked at them with great concern. What is he planning to do? Wait, could he be transforming himself into a spatial strike and charging towards Nailu? How many strikes has he transformed into? Sa Ling was also deeply impressed, as the space transformed into heavenly blade slash. Impressive, it seems the space system has quite a few talents. This is a technique that only manipulators can control. But looking at it, it seems Jiarui has forgotten the rules. This attack is ruthless. Nyla might even be swallowed by the light. In this life or death moment, Nyla seemed a little flustered, realizing the change and quickly leaping backward. The light, which was originally green, had been replaced with yellow, and something seemed to appear on his face. Everyone in the first-class observation room was also on edge. Fei Air speculated deeply, "It has finally appeared, this is truly the Azure Dragon power." Nai Lu was completely focused on the battle. He gathered his energy into a gigantic shield. The audience outside was immediately surprised by this. Did the shield block every attack? In a space filled with blue energy, a sudden burst of yellow light erupted from the center. Jiarui helplessly watched as his move was shattered. How is this possible? What exactly is that shield? When he saw a fist coming toward him, Jiarui could do nothing but take the hit. Hesitant, his stamina was almost depleted, and the wound on his shoulder immediately split open, causing him great pain. Nyla coldly spoke with a superior tone. "I'll give you a chance to say your last words." Finally, another surge of power protected Jiarui just in time. Masana's voice was low and serious. "I told you, don't push your opponent to the brink of death. You've won, don't go too far." He quickly regained his composure, thanking the person who had reminded him. "If it weren't for you, I might have pulled back too late and violated the rules." Nyla sneered and added, "It seems that space-type abilities aren't all that impressive." Tianyin, hearing these words, couldn't help but be astonished. Number 8 hesitated. "The kid has this much inner strength, and even the heavenly blade slash couldn't break through. It seems the winner today." Tianyin immediately intervened. "He didn't win with his own strength, everyone can see how powerful Jiarui is. Didn't you notice that orange light?" He replied to him. "Nai Lu is the young master of a great family, so he must have some special protective item. It's indeed the blue shield that blocked the attack, giving him the chance to win." Sa Ling nodded in agreement. "That's right, as the heir of the number 1 family, he must have quite a few ancestral treasures, but there is no rule against using artifacts. What happened today is not easy to explain." After the match ended, another event was unfolding in a corner of the hall, where a foot ruthlessly stomped down on the opponent without mercy. Nyla began to scold, "What kind of investigation materials are these? I almost capsized because of it. If it weren't for the long shield's protection, the heir of this family would have lost." The subordinate trembled and explained, "The space esper is always extremely mysterious. I've investigated as much as I could, but I didn't expect this person to hide his abilities. Even at level 20, he's already this strong. I swear this will not happen again. You can rest assured and focus on the competition now." He was extremely cautious. The Azure Dragon power had already been exposed. He wondered how that old man Fei Air would feel. When he eventually married his granddaughter, he'd see how he handled it. In the VIP room, Fei Air was also deep in thought. The Space Esper was truly powerful, it could even force Nai Lu to use the Azure Dragon and Long Shield spirits. If he reached level 36, he might even be stronger. Lon Lon pondered. The old man Fei Air doted on his grandson so much that he had entrusted all his treasures to him.
It was frustrating, his defensive abilities were terrifying. If I can't break the shield, I'm in trouble. What if it really happens? No matter what I say, I can't change the decision of my grandfather. Forget it. He has his methods, and I have mine. Since the second round of the competition began, 2 people had successfully leveled up and advanced to the finals. Thanks to the defense and additional strength of the Azure Dragon power, Nyla had astonished everyone. Although his attacks were not strong, his endurance and defensive capabilities were very high. Bokasi, a level 32 water element Esper. Tianyin keenly guessed that these 2 were probably not her choice. Should she secretly laugh, or feel sorry for Lanlan's fate? Bokasi suddenly spoke up, "Fair young master, hello. I really admire your strength." Nylu replied without hesitation, "You're quite perceptive. My family possesses absolute strength. You don't need to resist, your strength isn't bad either. If you're willing, I could help you leave holy wisdom." The other party seemed shaken. "This offer is too tempting. If I follow the young master, I'm sure to live a life of luxury." Nylu was extremely confident. "Of course, everyone knows the financial power of my family. If you're willing to stand with us, your future will be secured." The audience felt a bit uneasy, waiting for the next move. But to their surprise, Bokasi changed his tone. "What a pity." Nylo asked in confusion, "What's a pity?" Bokasi disdainfully replied, "It's a pity I don't want to be a dog's subordinate." The entire stadium burst into laughter. Bokasi grinned, clearly enjoying the moment, with no regard for anyone's face. At that moment, the announcement sound rang out. The final match had begun. Nyla coldly unleashed his most powerful move, Die. But Bokasi, renowned for his defensive skills, summoned a blue field, dodging Nyli's strike beautifully. Nylu was filled with rage. The Esper of Holy Wisdom only knew how to run, they were nothing but a bunch of rats. The commentator started speaking, "One is attacking, the other is dodging. This match is one-sided." Bokasi, with his seasoned experience, used his agility to not only avoid the attack but also taunt his opponent. The purpose of Bokasi is very simple, to drain the opponent's strength and seize the opportunity for victory. Nyla was extremely furious. The tactics were really tedious, using the unchanging to deal with countless changes, sensing the shifts around him. That approach had worked, and he had discovered the opponent's presence. Bokasi doesn't attack recklessly, Nyla thought. He controls the domain with his right hand, throwing 10 water bombs towards Nylu. Despite this, Nyla still mocked his opponent. "It's a waste that you claim to be a person of holy wisdom, yet you harbor an Esper who knows nothing except running away." "This is nothing," Nylu continued. "I won't play with you, I have to show you what a true domain really is." Number 6 and number 8 simultaneously exclaimed in surprise. "What? Even Tianyin doesn't know what will happen." Sa Leng speculated, could he have the ability to create the Azure Dragon Chi anomaly? Dragon scales, who knows since when, appeared on Nyli's face. Clear dragon features had also manifested on his hands. Tianyin was completely stunned, his body is undergoing so many changes. Nyla frantically summoned power on the arena. The noise of discussion was deafening in the stands. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Is this Nyli's domain? People began to feel confused as they saw a huge sphere appear. Jin Long emitted a blinding halo that wrapped around Nyli's body. Tianyin truly had no words except for silence. They anxiously watched Nyla transform the dragon's power, with the mighty Jin Long now aiming to attack those below. Bokasi tried to unleash another source of hydraulic force to prevent further injury. The two sides were about to collide head-on. A second later, the hydraulic force suddenly transformed into a massive spherical shape, while Jin Long split into separate beams of light, surrounding it. Nylu gritted his teeth. Although he could weaken his opponent's attack, he would still sustain injuries. He had no choice but to retreat, avoiding being blown away by the pressure. "Let's see how you deal with my attack." Bokasi was struggling immensely.
Although his strike had weakened the dragon somewhat, to fully endure the blow, he would have to give it everything he had. The only option left was to exert all his energy to counteract it. Suddenly, a shield of ice appeared in front of him. That's enough. Bokusi stared at it, stunned. A shield made of blue glass? Nailu also didn't expect such a turn of events. He trembled with anger. Mr. Fair, why are you interfering in this? Is this really fair? Fair calmly responded. If I intervene, I will ensure fairness for you. You are indeed stronger than Bokusi. If you have one, there is no need to continue. Old Gmngh declared. I declare Nailu the complete victor and grant him the right to challenge Lon Lon. After announcing the result, Fair led Bokusi back to the stands. The result of the match had been decided, and the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Every Esper present could feel the suffocating tension. Seeing this, Nailu arrogantly spoke up. What, you don't accept it? But why is no one stepping up to fight me? If you don't accept it, then come down here. The Azure Dragon power of the Bai-Air family was ready to accept any challenge. I, Nailu, am invincible. Number 8 asked, Lu Yi, why aren't you showing yourself yet? This is the perfect opportunity, don't let us feel ashamed. He pondered, although I felt that if Lon Lon married a person like him, I would be very satisfied, but that was in the past. If I'm not magnanimous, then how am I different from Nailu? Moreover, I can't stand watching this anymore. Below, Nailu was still very self-satisfied. You are all useless, wasting the supernatural powers you have. The Azure Dragon power is the strongest, you all saw that today. Two figures appeared on the arena almost simultaneously, one gray and one blue. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were in the middle of the arena. Lon Lon angrily scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? You haven't beaten me yet, and you want to be my husband? Not that simple. Tianyin stood quietly, watching them. Lon Lon has come too? With a strong step forward, Tianyin had volunteered. Hello, young lady Lon Lon. It's better to leave someone like him to me. Nailu, indignant, questioned, who are you? Lon Lon hesitated, are you planning to challenge him? A question arose in his mind, who is this person? Why does he look familiar? Tianyin nodded, that's right, it's nothing personal, just out of respect for the dignity of an Esper. Lon Lon felt even more confused upon hearing this. How could it be that she had never seen it before? In fact, because Tianyin was using the power of the dark mask, Lon Lon couldn't truly see his face, but she still felt it was strange. Nyla scornfully said, another death-seeking fool. You don't even know who will come to save you when you fail, do you? Tianyin coldly replied, I don't need saving. If I lose today, you don't need to lift a finger. I will end my life here. But don't worry, because we fought continuously earlier, to make it fair, I will give you time to recover from the previous battle with the manipulator. Then, I'll challenge you again. That means, Nailu, you must have a treasure to help you recover quickly. Remember my name well, Tianyin continued, I am Lu Yi, 22 years old, and my ability is level 15. Nyla smirked, if you want to witness the experiment subject of Masana, then I will accommodate you and see if you are qualified to challenge me. Although Nyla looked down on this unknown person, since Tianyin had spoken like this, for the honor of his family, he couldn't refuse the challenge. Meanwhile, Tianyin kindly reminded, young lady Lon Lon, if I fail, you can still act, but I trust my own strength, and I hope you can trust me too. Lon Lon reluctantly nodded and promised him, all right, I trust you. For the honor of our Esper kind, you will succeed. At this moment, Fair in the stands watched in astonishment as everything unfolded. He was no longer as conservative as before and, in his heart, he realized that his granddaughter's choice had been somewhat correct. Through this match, there were a few Espers who astonished him, and he also wanted to observe Tianyin's true strength. Oya said directly, indeed, he is one of the Min clan. Let's see what kind of ability he uses later.
I think if he dares to step forward, he must be confident in his own strength.
That young master really needs to be taught a lesson.
Fei Er also had some personal thoughts, hoping that Lu Yi could bring some surprises. Even though he was of a lower rank, she would still recruit him into the Wuxia group.
Oh yeah, do you think I was wrong in choosing Nilu? Perhaps I was misled by short-term benefits. Let's leave today's outcome to fate.
If Lu Yi loses, then we'll follow Lan Lan's wishes, and you can give silver of crystal glass to her.
Oya was deeply astonished. When Silver of Crystal Glass seemed like she wanted to say something, Fei Er directly interrupted her. If Lan Lan is unwilling, why should I force her?
With her current abilities, with Lan Lan's growth into a manipulator, defeating Azure Dragon power won't be difficult.
She was deeply moved upon hearing these words from her grandfather. From now on, will Lan Lan be able to decide her own marriage?
Lan Lan walked over and hugged her grandfather's arm. Grandpa, you're so good to me. Fei Er, still serious, taught her firmly, from now on, no more mischief.
You must improve your abilities as quickly as possible. You are a rare-born esper, and such talent should not be wasted. Oh yeah, seeing the harmonious scene, felt much happier. Fei Er and Lan Lan left the arena.
Tianyin, who went by the alias Lu Yi, was about to face the challenge of the manipulator Ma Sana.
He carefully reminded, don't let your guard down, don't give in. If you do, someone might complain that holy wisdom is being biased.
Nilu could only sneer and observe below.
Ma Sana also agreed with him. Alright, then I'll begin.
Tianyin's mental power immediately severed his connection with the three types of energy. 3 swirling rings symbolizing darkness, space, and cosmic energy soon gathered in front of his chest. The black, white, and teal colors merged into a turbulent vortex. A powerful aura suddenly erupted, and the celestial steed manifested beneath the cover of his dark mask. Ma Sana was also a bit cautious, observing the biocomputer on his right hand. The power of Lu Yi had grown stronger, and perhaps he had already reached the level of manipulator. But his current strength was not only profound, it was also unpredictable, to the point that it made even Ma Sana feel a sense of caution. The heavenly demon transformation, a fusion of 3 powers within Tianyin, ignited a purple hellish flame, concealed beneath the dark mask. To others, only a white flame was visible.
He casually made his proposal. If you step back, I'll consider it a win. What do you think? Number 8 immediately speculated. Is he trying to embarrass that kid, Nilu? Has Lu Yi lost his mind? Number 6 nodded and added.
Now he's just raising the stakes.
Ma Sana kindly advised.
You should think this through carefully.
You yourself said that Earth defense is the strongest.
The light from his flame is strange, it doesn't seem to belong to any known power.
A shield is starting to form, and I'm afraid you won't have many chances. The ground in the arena began to undergo an anomaly. It's here.
Unexpectedly, it was Ma Sana who wore the surprised expression. A sense of confusion arose within him, but it vanished in the blink of an eye.
This wasn't just any ordinary illusion type ability.
A second later, when the opponent let his guard down, Tianyin suddenly charged forward. Ma Sana was frightened he was too fast. Before he knew it, Tianyin was already right in front of him. This time, even he couldn't keep up with his speed and the aura around him. Fei Er was also observing. In just 3 seconds, his speed had already reached 4 times that of the speed of sound.
Ma Sana had the same sensation.
He poured all his strength into preparing to block the incoming powerful strike, but suddenly, he felt an empty void in front of him, as if all the gravity and air pressure had disappeared. He was bewildered, struggling to brace himself, but there seemed to be no distance between him and Tianyin. He had to use all his power just to hold his ground, but the faint shield in his hand became powerless and weak. At that moment, the space that had disappeared suddenly expanded hundreds of times before it erupted. During the explosion, the compressed hellfire took advantage of the force of the spatial burst, creating an unprecedented collision. The combination of space and darkness ultimately elevated the heavenly demon to a whole new level. The hellfire, under intense pressure and force, immediately surged toward the shield. The hellfire and heavenly demon transformation were unleashed. After the transformation, it wasn't the true hellfire. He still hadn't gained the strength of the night judge. However, the flames still retained their inherent property, powerful and pure purification. The defense of the Earth system is the most solid, but darkness has the upper hand when it comes to breaking through the Earth system's shield. The immense compressive force and forward momentum made it impossible for Masana to control his body. He staggered backward, taking 3 steps before managing to stabilize himself. Tianyin was struck by the recoil force and was sent flying backward. Fortunately, after undergoing the heavenly demon transformation, his ability to control his body became much more agile. Tianyin was in a much worse situation than Masana. After all, his strength was no match for Masana's. He was a water defense esper, and his abilities were not without reason. After much effort, he managed to steady his body. Lan Lan could not restrain herself, staring wide-eyed at the battle. The 2 people next to her were also caught in the suffocating tension of the moment. Masana couldn't help but feel unsettled. The power he had just emitted had been truly overwhelming. Although he couldn't confirm whether Lu Yi was a space-type mutant or not, the sensation of space being compressed was unmistakably real. Could this person really just be someone on the verge of becoming a manipulator? This was terrifying. Then, he spoke up, acknowledging, "I declare that Lu Yi is fully qualified to challenge Nai Lu." In his heart, he couldn't help but nurture a hope. He hoped that Lu Yi would be the only challenger, because our holy wisdom is not something that cannot bear defeat. He courteously explained, "I only used a little trick to expand the space, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to push you back." Masana responded, "You don't need to explain anything. I've been thoroughly defeated and accept it willingly. Without a powerful space ability, how could you have done that?" He silently thought to himself, even though he had no idea where this person came from, he was definitely connected to Mo's homeland. If he wanted to teach Nai Lu a lesson, he believed this person had the capability to do so. The announcement's sound echoed. "I declare that Lu Yi is qualified to challenge. The battle will now begin. I hope Lu Yi will be the only challenger, because our holy wisdom is not made up of those who cannot bear defeat. If Lu Yi loses, I do not want anyone else to step into the arena. If you must defeat me, then do so." Nai Lu remained silent, sitting alone, lost in thought. All around him, there were sounds of cheering and encouragement. Everyone supported him. They had faith that he would win. Compared to the excited Esper cheering, the one who was even more moved was Lan Lan. Looking at the heavenly demon transformation with the ultimate move just now, his towering figure had etched itself deeply into her heart. Her heart involuntarily fluttered. A thought flashed across her mind. It seemed that the method her grandfather used to choose a husband wasn't too bad after all. Perhaps this was what she had been searching for, and unexpectedly, that person turned out to be. After the battle ended, Tianyin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the dark mask that the old man had given him earlier, so he had to use the heavenly demon transformation to conceal his identity. As a result, to others, he still appeared as a stranger, without any particular impression or distinction. Nyla once again stood facing Tianyin, but his mindset was completely different from before. He no longer dared to underestimate him and immediately displayed his strongest Azure Dragon power. Clearly, the previous match had made him cautious, and he hadn't expected someone as formidable as him to still exist within holy wisdom. "This time, I will not show mercy." Long Tianyin knew one thing for sure: time was up, and the strength of heavenly demon transformation had its limits. Even so, he still confidently replied, "Go ahead and do your best. I not only want to defeat Nilo, but I also want to successfully leave this place, not allowing those behind to catch me." Just now, when I was momentarily distracted, a sudden surge of power erupted in front of me, and the golden light blinded Tianyin. His body moved faster than his thoughts, and his illusionary form helped him dodge Nai Li's surprise attack at the critical moment. He sneered, "No wonder you're from Holy Wisdom, still that same rat who only knows how to hide and scurry."
Tianyin, not losing his composure, retorted, "Is sneaky tactics your family's secret skill?"
After evading Nai Li's continuous attacks, Tianyin extended his hand forward. An infernal demon flame created a massive fire that surged straight toward Nai Lu. He aimed for a quick victory.
The entire audience held their breath.
What would happen when Tianyin's infernal demon flame, still in its early stages, collided with Nai Li's feeble azure dragon power? It seemed neither of them had considered this possibility. The expressions on both their faces grew more serious. To others, it looked like a clash between heavenly demon transformation and azure dragon power, nothing more than white light colliding with the golden energy.
But no, what shocked everyone happened next. The white light directly formed a massive mouth, swallowing the golden light hole. Nyla looked around in confusion. What's going on here? The range of azure dragon power suddenly dropped drastically. Tianyin became more invigorated.
Although he didn't fully understand what had happened, he could feel the azure dragon power was being turned into a source of energy for the infernal demon flame. The power of heavenly demon transformation had dissipated and was returning. Continuous overuse of strength had caused Nai Lu to begin feeling exhausted. His training since childhood allowed him to react quickly, but even so, this situation was pushing him to his limits. Immediately breaking free, his body suddenly recoiled, narrowly escaping being engulfed.
He stammered as he asked Tianyin, "What kind of ability do you have?" Tianyin merely sneered coldly at the once arrogant and haughty person. Tianyin responded firmly, "I just want you to know that Esper cannot endure humiliation."
Nai Lu has been driven to madness. You really want to die? Nyla couldn't believe that the power he had once considered the strongest in the world could be defeated. The cosmic energy and azure dragon power within his body immediately surged to their maximum, expanding his attack range significantly. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped him.
Tianyin's speed continued to be restricted by the influence of the azure dragon power, his strength fluctuating. In an instant, he unleashed the infernal demon flame across his entire body. Tianyin grew more confident, beginning to move at the fastest speed he could manage, charging toward the enemy like a beam of light.
A massive blade of light materialized in his right hand.
Number 8 exclaimed in shock, "What is that?"
Tianyin's bulging muscles released an explosive force, his right arm continually infused with power. It felt as if some kind of sound emerged in his mind. Tianyin suddenly shouted instinctively, the space shattered like a dragon's roar, and wherever the blade of light passed, spatial gates tore open like rips in fabric. The blade of light struck Jin Long. Everyone was so tense they didn't dare breathe too heavily, fearing it would affect the battle.
Nai Li's eyes widened. He truly couldn't react in time anymore. The sound from the arena echoed with each sword strike, a testament to their dignity.
A blast suddenly erupted, and rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. Everyone in the VIP room could feel their backs soaked with sweat. Lan Lan was left speechless, only waiting for the final result. At the center of the crack, Nai Lu was struck to his knees. He hesitated. How could this happen?
And I. In that moment, Tianyin suddenly called out, "Nai Lu." He gritted his teeth in anger. "If you humiliate others, you will be humiliated in turn."
These words are for you.
Tianyin's entire body emanated a powerful force.
Perhaps others would have refrained from striking Nai Lu any further, but attacking a fleeing opponent was against his principles. Nai Lu trembled, kneeling there as if awaiting his final judgment. Tianyin gathered all his remaining strength, and a ball of light shot forward, heading straight for Nai Lu. However, due to his connection to his grandfather, Fei Er appeared just in time. Unexpectedly, the speed of the white light ball surged, and in the blink of an eye, it crashed to the ground. Everyone turned pale, having anticipated the heavy consequences that would follow. When the dust cleared, only one person remained, unconscious on the ground. It turned out that in this critical moment, Nyla had activated the Azure Dragon Power Shield, but he was still gravely wounded. Although his life was spared, he could not escape the force of the attack. Tianyin quickly realized the danger. If Fei Er had appeared, he would have no chance to act further, so he quickly fled. He turned to say the last sentence to him.
Nilo, consider yourself lucky. Don't let me see you again next time.
The Esper audience erupted in cheers, filling the entire stadium with sounds of joy and excitement.
Tianyin quickly left.
He guessed that one person was seriously injured, and Fei Er likely wouldn't catch up with him. On the arena floor, Fei Er stood still, gazing at Tianyin's retreating figure. As he flew past the stands, he saw all three of them signaling to him at the same time. With their help, Tianyin had broken through the defense, but suddenly, a blue figure caught up with him.
The person behind spoke up. Wait for me. I'm about to fall behind. Tianyin was surprised. Lan, why are you following me? Lan questioned in return. What's wrong with you running? She sounded a little annoyed. Do you think I'm going to eat you or something? He awkwardly explained. I've already completed what I needed to do. What's the point of staying behind? What I wanted to do is done. You should go back.
I still have things to take care of.
Goodbye.
Lan gathered her courage to stop him.
Wait.
Even as he turned his back, she continued.
It seems like you're really scared of me. Lan anxiously asked. Is it because I'm too ugly? Tianyin was astonished to hear that. He shook his head. Of course not. It's just that we've only met once. I really have things to do. She hesitated. But you should know why today's match was held. Wasn't it because of me that you stepped in?
Tianyin wanted to deny it, but in the end, he chose to respond politely. I stepped in just to teach Nailu a lesson, both for you and for all the Espers. Finally, he turned away, and moreover, I haven't fought her yet, so everything is still salvageable. I know you don't want to marry someone you don't love, so I will admit it. I lost to you, goodbye, we may meet again later.
My name is Lu Yi.
Lan's gaze sparkled as if she wanted to say something more, but he vanished in the blink of an eye. She seemed to lose control and whispered his name several times. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind.
Could he be the one I've been looking for? Why didn't he stay a little longer? Is he afraid of my grandfather? How come I never knew someone like him existed in the Alliance?
The image of Tianyin as the Dragon Slayer was deeply imprinted in Lan's heart. Though his appearance was faint, it made the feelings in her heart stronger. The aerial battle was incredibly lively, with cheers echoing everywhere, and the feeling of holding their heads high made everyone feel a deep sense of joy. After confirming that Nailu was not in danger, Fei Er finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the situation was salvageable. He thought for a moment, then decided to call Masana over. Seeing that he was puzzled about Tianyin's background, he shook his head. I also find this Lu Yi person very unfamiliar. I can only look up the information later, but I suspect the name might be fake. As far as I remember, no spatial type false skill can possess the power of a manipulator. The number of spatial manipulators is small, but that kid earlier clearly wasn't one of them.
Fei Er murmured thoughtfully, the number of space system manipulators is only over 200 people. Even if we eliminate them one by one, we will eventually figure it out.
Masana spoke frankly, from what I know, there are only a few space system manipulators on Earth. The latest one is Mo's disciple, and he only has level 10 abilities. Although his talent is quite good and his application of supernatural abilities is exceptional, at most he is equivalent to level 18, not someone like Lu Yi today.
Fei Er responded, it's hard to say. Didn't Lu Yi just say he was only level 15? If he already has such strength at level 15, wouldn't I have already become a god by now?
The old man has decided.
This matter is entrusted to you to investigate the newcomer immediately. Bring Fei Ji along. If we can confirm that he is indeed Lu Yi, bring him to meet me right away.
The mysterious young man and their memories aroused everyone's curiosity.